What's up, everybody? I'm back again. Like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Talk to you a little bit more about the history of St. John, New Brunswick, and to interject a big chunk of my own theory into what I think happened here a long time ago when they were colonizing this place. Yeah, let's get into it. So, one of my subscribers left me a comment and told me to go and check out Steely Dan's The Royal Scam. So today I'm going to be talking a lot about this song, a little bit more about breaking down the rest of the history. So let's start off with the album, The Royal Scam. So the album was the fifth studio album from Steely Dan, originally on ABC Records in 1976. And the album peaked at 15 on the chart. So you can read all this if you want to get into it. I just want to touch on some notes about it. So, in common with other Steely Dan albums, The Royal Scam is littered with cryptic allusions to people and events, both real and fictional. So it touches on some pretty interesting little titles here. So we got like Kid Charlemagne, which is a pretty interesting little song, and the Caves of Altamira, which is a little pretty interesting thing about the Caves of Altamira being some place in Spain where they have these really old cave paintings. I didn't really get too much into all of these, the rest of the album, but I'm going to talk to you pretty much about the Royal Scam song. This is the album cover to Steely Dan's The Royal Scam, which looks like it's a dude sitting on like bench or a grate or something outside, and behind him there's these skyscrapers that go up behind him, and they're all morphing into animals, and yeah, they're going up in the beast system. The album cover shows a man in a suit sleeping on a radiator and apparently dreaming of skyscraper beast hybrids. The cover was created from a painting and a photograph and was originally created for Van Morrison's unreleased 1975 album, Mechanical Bliss, the concept being a satire of the American dream. Here we got the lyrics to the Royal Scam song. I'm just going to give my opinion on it. This has no way, shape, or form has to do with anybody else, just taking a stab at some of the things that I've learned over the years, and I'm putting them all together. And this song just kind of, it may be written about something completely different, but for whatever reason, it jives almost exactly with my theories on what actually happened to this world in the early times. With that being said, let's get into it. The song is actually written in like a 3-line system, so it's like these first 3 lines and those first 3 lines and those next 3 lines. Yeah, I'll try. So I'm going to try and break it down like that. It says here, and they wandered in from the city of St. John without a dime. Here in St. John, we have Partridge Island. If you want to read more about it, I did a little bit of history about it. I'm going to go over to it when we make a whole video about it. But Partridge Island, first established as a quarantine station and pest house in 1785 by the St. John Royal Charter. They have been shipping people here and using this as a quarantine station for almost 250 years now. 250 years they've been sending people here. What I'm thinking is that they were sending people here and then distributing them throughout the Americas. Who, you might ask? Well, that dives us a little bit into the breakdown of history that we're going to do in a few minutes. So let's bounce back to this song. As I think of the St. John, you could possibly say that it was St. John's, Newfoundland too, because they shipped a lot of people through there. But I believe they're talking about St. John. I'm going to take it as they read it here. So the next line is, wearing coats that shined both red and green colors from their sunny island. I believe that these people are the orphan children, and they've been coming for a lot longer than what we think. That these orphan children weren't just coming from Ireland and the British Isles. I believe that they were distributing them out, getting everybody out of Africa. So we know how lush and green Africa is, but Africa has also a lot of red earth all over the place. So I think that these people left Africa, their sunny land of green and red, of the red earth of Africa. But you're gonna tell me, oh, but all the kids in the orphan trains are all white kids. That's our next kicker. So I found this video here. You guys can check it out. He even says in the video that white people came from Africa. He goes on and talks a lot about how there's all these great castles and everything, which there are, and I believe that those were built all by the indigenous people. It's a known thing that white people of the world like to put themselves on top. They like to be on top of the world. In this map here, we're looking at Africa being on top of the world. This is Italy here, or Rome, and this is the British Isles all the way down here, the Mediterranean, India, and all that stuff's over here. Asia's all that. This is Africa, right? He goes on to show us that there's all these amazing castles in and about Africa, Ethiopia, right? There's all these huge, huge castles that you really don't see anymore. There are some pretty cool looking castles that are still there, the quote unquote Tartarian style, but for the most part, they've all been taken down. So he goes through and talks about these maps. He finds this map, which I just so happen to have an actual copy of, and that's over on this site here in Gallica. This is the map here. If you look real closely, you can see that a whole coastline are all written in here with the names of all the places that are on the coast. This is Italy or Rome here, the British Isles up here again. Iberian Peninsula is all there. And then you have Africa, the top of Africa here goes all the way across like that or whatever. Here you have castles all over the place. And then you have where it should be melanated people, you have white queens with a scepter. Arabia. Is that what you think of Arabian people? So yeah, and this guy's clearly a white guy with a staff in Africa as a king. Looks like these guys are, the workmen. This here's the kingdom of Orgenia. So I wonder if Orgenia is maybe the origin of these people. I don't know. It's really interesting stuff, right? So here's back then they were even calling it Africa, but it was two F's. Yeah, white people were in Africa. So we're back into the video. Here's another map. So this map here is of Africa. That kind of goes around that way. And you're looking at here where I guess I'm assuming this would probably be like the Great Rift, the Great Rift Valley or whatever it is. I'm assuming that's probably that area. But you have all of these kind of different looking people. They're all like, some of them are mixed with other animals, some of them don't have heads or something. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that guy, right? But there's like these kind of like monsters or whatever almost. We were told that in early times that man was genetically modified. Were we genetically modified in the Great Rift Valley in Africa? And that's where the white people spread out and destroyed all this stuff. If you keep going with the next map, so you have this next map here, right? So this is supposed to be Africa again. This is the east. Looks like paradise. This is where Eden, which is completely different than what we were told. Yeah, so if you look here, you got this guy right here. There's Egypt there, and Rome's down here. This is Jerusalem, or what they're calling Jerusalem. So this would definitely be Africa all the way down here. They have these people down here, people who have been genetically modified, changed in some way, are all down here, all on the outskirts of Africa. I'm assuming near the Great Rift Valley. So in Africa was where the fallen angels came down and laid with man, if you want to take it from a biblical aspect. This is where, we get the Anglo-Saxons, the people who are angelic. They were mixed here. Some of them turned, I guess, white, and some of them turned into other kind of giants and weird looking beasts and stuff. So I wonder now, with all these are all the ruins and castles that you see in Africa, right? Some are really nice, some are old school looking, but they have these guys like this. Could they have been these giant castles that we have gone and destroyed because they don't want us to know that there was the civilization was all over and that they just went through and just destroyed all the people in Africa to create this whole story that the melanated people and the indigenous people of the world are all dumb. So they take away these castles from them. I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of old maps show non-melanated people coming out of Africa. If you want to get into that, do your research into it. There's a lot of people showing, but it's just interesting that we have all these crazy ruins there. It's like they took apart could have been a whole castle building structure that old world, quote unquote, Tartarian Antiquitech. Did they do all this just to replace the what happened in the past with their narrative of history that they want to give us? Back here, looking at these lyrics again. Like I said before, I believe that this song has a lot to do with the distribution of the white orphan children from Africa coming to the Americas. So we'll get into the next line here. From their boats of iron, they look upon the promised land where surely life was sweet. I believe that the Americas is the promised land. I won't get really into it on this video because it's a whole huge topic. I believe that the Americas were the promised land of the Bible, and that when they got off of their boats of iron, or from their boats of iron, they would look to see that life was truly sweet. Because before colonization of the Americas, life was completely different than what it was. It was everybody was actually a lot more peaceful. That's why Christopher Columbus was accepted when he first came here. Everybody was cool and they were all just kind of rocking with it. They would have their own little squabbles here and there, and tribes would fight each other, but there was no real wars or anything. But as soon as they brought their armies and took it all over, they destroyed all that and brought all the war and violence and crime and all the evil and money and all that here and just ruined life. But I get off a little off topic there. They looked from their boats and saw that life was truly sweet. On the rising tide, so St. John has some of the highest tides in the world, which is another reason why I believe it's St. John, New Brunswick. To New York City, did they ride into the street? So they arrived from along the high tide or the rising tide. Some of our ports, the Bay of Fundy, you can only use at high tide. Yeah, they went to New York City and basically spread throughout the Americas, right? That's what you basically hear, a new orphan train coming from New York City into the Midwest or whatever. Yeah, this is where they actually distributed a lot of these people. And then it says, see the glory of the royal scam. Then we're going to get into the next verse here. They are hounded down to the bottom of a bad town amid the ruins. They're forced, these children were forced, and as they grew older as well, it wasn't just when they were children, but they were forced to the bottom of all these bad towns that they burnt down and that they destroyed throughout all of North America. Like every city has a great fire at some point and the whole thing burns down and it has to all get rebuilt. Well, who does the rebuilding? Well, the children that came with no education, no money, turn them into tradesmen, and they build back all of these ruins, all these cities. So I believe that they're saying, these kids get hounded or forced down into the bottom of these towns to dig them out of mud or to rebuild from the foundation up all of these towns in North America, just the way I see it. So the next line is a pretty huge one. Where they learn to fear an angry race of fallen kings, their dark companions. Okay? So these kids come here come to the promised land where life was surely sweet, thinking, wow, life's so good over here. But they get pushed, hounded down to the bottom of these bad towns that they burned out and destroyed to get rid of the dark race, the dark kings that lived here before. They came here, the dark raced people wanted to be friends, they wanted to be companions, but they were taught to fear them and hate them. They're savages. Is this not what we're told? Go out into the wilderness and they'll just come up right up and scalp you and take your women and children and kill them and everything, right? That leads me into this. Fair use, all up in your caboose. We're just going to watch quickly some pictures. Let's see, chapter 2. We're just going to see some pictures of some indigenous people right here. Some American indigenous people. Please go and like and subscribe. This guy, he's doing his thing, showing us some truth here, gathering up some old school pictures of the copper colored people of America. Look at that. These people were always here. They weren't brought here on no slave ship or nothing. These people were always here. This is the old world, the promised land. He does have some people at the rest of the video um, talking about it. So I just quickly wanted to show you here the Webster's Dictionary of 1828. I think it's the first or one of the first dictionaries ever printed by Webster. So this is the term American, the noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of European born in America. See how they switched it up now? The Aboriginals or copper colored races, dark skinned people, very, very melanated people that look like this, right? Which one matches up, right? The indigenous people of North America were very melanated, not what you see today, not the people that you see today. So there's lots of information out there on melanated indigenous people of America being enslaved and losing pretty much all their history. If you want to do your research into that, there's tons of videos out there and tons of people doing that. If you want, you can leave a comment. I could possibly do a video on that as well. So anyways, here's a video. I found this crazy article. It just came out not that long ago, a couple weeks ago. So Willie O'Ree is famous, the first melanated hockey player in the NHL. He's a big deal. It's from Fredericton. If you keep reading down the article, you can read it. It'll be linked up. So it says here about 3,300. That's a nice number there, right? About 3,300 Black loyalists arrived in St. John in the mid 1780s after the American Revolutionary War. They had been promised land grants in exchange for their service in the British Army. When that did not materialize, many left. Founder of Sierra Leone, a leader among the Black Loyalists, Thomas Peters, petitioned colonial officials for several years on behalf of his people before joining forces with a British company working to establish a colony of free blacks in Africa. So there wasn't any free blacks in Africa before that. Where were all the melanated people that were supposed to be there? According to the mainstream story, there's supposed to be tons of free black people in Africa, but not here. Peters helped recruit 17 boatloads of people who migrated from the Maritimes to Africa in 1792. He is considered one of the founders of the nation of Sierra Leone. So how much history is there of Sierra Leone? If it only goes back to 209, if it only goes back to 1792, but we're supposed to be there for how long? But it sounds like they're taking a whole crap load of them over there that way to Africa, not coming from Africa to the Americas for slavery. They're going the opposite direction. This is how they populated Africa with the melanated people. They took them that way, not coming back this way. So I found this old map on Gallica, and it's of the St. John River, and it looks pretty mapped out. It's pretty good, right? We look down here. We still got Partridge Island kicking it, still there. Partridge Island has always been called Partridge Island as far back as you can go, and have all these Negro settlements, is what they're calling them here, on this little area here, right? And for as far as the song goes, guess what county that's in? That would be in Kings County, like the angry race of fallen kings. Pretty interesting, though, that they put the Negro settlements or were the Negro settlements already there. This is, if you look here, this is a map. It says, map the Great River St. John and waters. First ever published from the Bay of Fundy up to St. Anne's or Frederick's Town, which is now, I guess, Fredericton, obviously, being little known by white people until 1783, settled by the American Loyalists, when part of Nova Scotia, now called New Brunswick, from an actual survey made in the years 1784, 85, 86, and 87 by Robert Campbell, surveyor, captain of the 40th Company of the St. John Loyalists. This area is little known to the white people up until 1783. This map was made in 4 years. They surveyed the whole river all the way up to Fredericton and all the little tributaries that lead into it. They surveyed that whole thing in 4 years. But look at this place. Look how built up this already is. Look how built up it is. Look at all the names in here. All along the rivers, there's all these towns. Kingston, right? Kingstown. The melanated people probably living up all of this place. This whole province here that you're looking at, right? This whole riverway right here. Who settled this? So that leads me to the next point. You jump over here to the St. John, New Brunswick Wikipedia page, just for reference. They tell you French loyalist Samuel de Champlain landed in St. John Harbor on June 24th, 1604, on the feast of John the Baptist Day. From 1604 to 1783. What color do you think the people were that were living here? We're told this is where the Acadians were, right? French village. So all these people must have been French, right? So then what if I showed you one of the explorers, one of the great explorers that accompanied Samuel de Champlain, and this would be his picture that they gave out, that they made into a Canadian stamp to commemorate him. No wonder they were all welcomed the first time they came over here, right? Makes you wonder what color all these people were that came over here, right? They have old pictures of them. So we're going to go to see his Wikipedia page because we're just going to do a quick little rundown of them. Matthew de Costa, sometimes de Acosta, is the first recorded free black person in Canada. Really? He was a member of the exploring party of Pierre Dubois. So here's a little history on him. There is little documentation about Da Costa of at least partial African ancestry. He is known to have been a free man favored by explorers for multilingual talents. Numerous mixed race African Portuguese persons were part of the Atlantic Creole generation. So now we're talking Creole. Who speaks Creole? Is that not the Cajun and the Acadians? Melanated people were speaking Creole, often working as sailors or interpreters. His portfolio of languages is thought to have included Dutch, English, French, Portuguese, Mi'kmaq, Pigden Basque, and dialects many Aboriginals used for trading purposes. So he knew all the indigenous melanated languages, as we're going to see we're going to see later on in this same video. That's just food for thought that this gentleman was melanated, and it says here in this map that this whole area was little known for 180 years to the white man. So then what is all this? Who's developing all this here, right? It's not the white man that's developing all that, right? We just literally came in and just snatched it all up, took it all, stole it all. Indian house right there. So this gentleman, Thomas Peters, his son, John Peters, remained in the Maritimes, where his descendants mingled with Acadians and indigenous people. So we know the indigenous people are dark. The Acadians are the descendants of the French settlers and sometimes indigenous people of parts of Acadia. These people were forced out for a reason. Probably because they were melanated. That's why when you look at this article here, a surprising history because it's hidden. Nobody knows about this because they buried it. Here it is now. So these are the French settlers. The Acadians were kicked out of the region by the British. And they went down. You can look it up, but there's a lot of people saying that the Cajuns were dark-skinned people too when they first showed up there. So let's see who the indigenous people are. So let's see who the French are, right? Who's the French? Is that the French? A French court rules that native white French do not exist. So that's what French people look like. You can read this, 2010. Basically, the two people got together, wrote a book and a CD, and basically the Christian identity people started crying about all this stuff. For 5 years, the judge ruled that white people are not considered native to France. They couldn't be found guilty. And if you read this whole thing, you can read this if you want. I'll link it in the description, but I found that, or this art was pretty interesting too. While American Indians, Australian Aborigines, and New Zealand Maori are considered native to their respective places, certain high-ranking officials do not consider white people native to Europe or, in fact, anywhere on the planet. Oh, really? That's pretty crazy, right? So, because natives are entitled to special privileges under Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. It's pretty crazy how much they messed everything up. Yeah, we got another video here of another gentleman that is doing his thing to spread some truth around. This video is going to show you some Aboriginals of Europe. If you better keep the pause button quick because there's a lot of little writing on the bottom here that you might want to read. But there's people of Europe. Hopefully I don't get caught for a copyright infringement. Like and subscribe this guy too. Oh, dark-skinned British pics. Oh, there you go. The Basques in Spain and France, the little dark Welshmen, the Scottish and black Celts to the west of the Shannon River in Ireland, as well as the same kind of men in Brittany and Aquitaine in France, and the Guanches of Canary Islands and the Berbers of Africa are all probably the remnants of the race. All those people were dark-skinned at one point. That guy's blue-black. So this guy is Mirian, was the first Christian king of Iberia, converted through the ministry of Nino, a Cappadocian female missionary. So that guy is in the cathedral in Georgia. He's the first Christian king in Iberia. This is where it all went wrong. They took on Christianity and now they're white. You'll see this happen all the time. 1136 there. Archduchess of Austria. Is that what you think of Austrian people? Holy Roman Empire, Maria of Austria. Elizabeth of Bohemia, daughter of King James VI of Scotland and one of England and Ireland. Mother Anne of Denmark, the wife of Frederick V. Oh, there's Saint Anne of Denmark. So King James of Scotland, right? He was melanated and he's here accepting Christ with the ball and scepter. And we all know what happened to him. Now everyone is white. Red hair with freckles. So what are freckles? Spots of melanation, right? Trying to get through. You stand out in the sun too long and it's going to try and come out. Oh, a Dutch boy. Oh, look at that. Oh, more Dutch. So that's what the Dutch look like. Black Pete, Swarty Pete. Oh, there's another melanated person with the ball and scepter. Accepts Christ, gets overthrown, now is white. Oh, the king wears the cross of the Order of Santiago, which was founded in the 12th century and owes its name to the national patron of Galicia and Spain, Santiago, Saint James the Greater, under whose banner the Christian began. There you go. It's that dude right there is king, and he is very, very dark skinned. Oh, there you go. More statue. Or a statue trying to chop off the nose. But you can't get rid of the skin. There you go. Galicia. More Dutch. Gary Coleman. Oh, jeez. More Dutch. Oh, that guy's copping a feel there, isn't he? Oh. Is this what you thought Dutch were? Zwarte Piet? The Moorish? The Moorish people? The Moors? The Moorish? Oh, hitting you fast now. Oh, some shields. Greeks. Etruscans. Arabs. Arab female. Or Arab woman. Pope. Shields of Europe. Caucasian? Is that what a Caucasian is? Shields of Germany. Princess of Denmark. Duchess of Persia. Moorish statue that's still up in the square in Denmark today. Look at his shield. Rocking the shield of a melanated man. Is that guy English or what? Hmm? Statue. More statues. Sure have a lot of melanated statues, and especially ones with froze. That one's got dreads. He's got the Rasta colors. It's craziness. He's Holy Roman Empire. Right? That dude's a saint. You know, Germany. Oh, more German shields. Gentleman's family stay in the Maritimes, intermingled with the indigenous people, Acadians, right? He intermingled with these people, and he now looks like this guy. See, he does have some black features to him, but for the most part, dude is now white. So from 1792, when this guy left, he was This guy is black. So it took what, 200, 200 years, 230 years, and this guy is now, his family is now white. So how easily can you breed out dark-skinned people? You know, how easy can you breed these people out? Well, no, here, New Brunswick was the first area in the British North America to ban slavery. During the War of 1812, there was 300 refugees came up. Just a bunch of other stuff that's all right here, but doesn't really apply to what we're saying. All right, let's now get back to the song. Sorry about that. We got a little diverted there with having to do a little brief history of the North American indigenous people and how they were kings and how the people that they brought here were just taught to fear them. It's like they were taught to fear an angry race. What was the angry race? Their dark companion? How can the companion be angry? Maybe because you stole their land? All right, so we get into the next one. While the memory of their southern sky was clouded by the savage winter. So that's basically telling you that they came from a very nice and sunny, warm place, and now they are hit with the savage North American winter. These guys have to deal with the memory of the southern sky. They're dealing with these harsh winters. Every patron saint hung on the wall shared the room with 20 sinners. So now they instill the saint. So I'm not quite too certain exactly the significance of the 20 sinners. The patron saints hanging on the wall is a reference to the church and how they basically took over all the dark-skinned people. They basically have gone all over the world, not just in North America, but they've gone into every place that indigenous melanated people are, taken their children into quote unquote schooling or indoctrination camps and basically told them how to live and what they believe in. And some of them, they instilled their Christian beliefs and tried to breed them into society. And I believe that they've also taken some of them and sent them back out into the wilderness and given them a false history of themselves. And now they don't know who's built any of the great stuff all around. Like we don't know who's built any of the mounds here or a lot of the pyramids or any of those great feats of engineering that they've done here or anywhere in the world for that matter in the ancient times. We don't know how they did it or who did it for the most part, but if you look around the whole world, it's all the same, or a lot of it's pretty much the same. It's all the same buildings, it's all the same structures, it's all the same general style. So it's leading a lot of people to down the road of thinking that it's Tartarians, but it could just be the indigenous people were just rocking with the earth at the time and used the energy of the earth. But yeah, basically, they just instilled the patron saints in their churches and told us to believe in all that stuff and not know that within ourselves is the creator and a wavelength to the creator. You have to know that within you is a connection to the Most High, the creator of everything. And there's no one in between you. There's no saints. There's no intermediary, Jesus or whoever you want to put in there, that's going to take you to the Most High. When a day comes, the Most High is judging you. He's not judging you based on whatever someone else says about you. It's what you've done in your life. There you go. That's a little bit of that. So now you see the glory of the royal scam. So now we're talking about the controller. So by the blackened wall, he does it all. He thinks he's died and gone to heaven. Either this wall was built by black people and they called it the blackened wall, or they destroyed every city with fire before they rebuilt it. So could this be a wall that's been blackened by soot? And now that he's destroyed it all and he has it all, he thinks he's died and gone to heaven. But really, he's gone to heaven on earth, which is the promised land. So this guy, he thinks that he's gotten it all and he's in control of everything and that he's now in heaven. Now the tale is told by the old man back home. He reads the letter. This old man, one of the controllers, he gets his letter and he tells the tale, his story or our history, how they want us to believe everything went down, is what this guy's reading from his letter. How they are paid in gold just to babble in the back room all night and waste their time. What I think is that the rulers, the controllers are being paid in gold. They're the ones getting all the gold that we work hard for, that we mine and everything. The rich ones are getting most of it, but they get paid all their gold just to hang out and babble in the back room all night and waste everybody's time. This is their politicians. This is what they do. They get paid and they just babble in back rooms. This is how they work. We work for them. They do nothing. They babble in the back rooms. They wandered in from the city of St. John without a dime. See the glory of the royal scam. So this was a little bit lengthy of a video about just a song, but I think they were trying to say something, you know? I think they knew something, or the writer knew something, or something was trying to be told through these guys in writing this song, because it hits on a lot of different levels on the research that, like, I've been doing and that I've found out. So you guys can tell me what you think. Just a little add on here. One of my buddies sent me the old fort we went to in November last year, November 2018. And then we ran across to the Partridge Island and checked that out. We're going to go do another little mission like that. This is what they called the ruins of Fort Dufferin. Okay, so there was a fort up here, big old fort, Fort Dufferin Rock. So this was kind of how the fort was aligned. This is the breakwall to, or the breakwater to, Partridge Island. So this was the old part of the old fort. I'm assuming it was a little bit bigger. I'll have to get in some pictures and find some pictures of old Fort Dufferin. So now we just got these cool looking rock things, and so we got this cool old picture, right? Just awesome, right? I just love these old drawings of all these old forts. This is Fort Dufferin, right? There's this picture here. So if you come down here, the fort was originally called the Negro Point Battery, a racist name that still survives the contemporary maps in so-called French Indian War in the singular is used in the United States specifically for the warfare of 1754 to 1763. The North American colonial counterpart to the Seven-Year War in Europe. The French Indian Wars were preceded by the Beaver Wars. That's when they trained beavers to fight each other. No, I'm joking. That's not what happened that day, I'm pretty certain. So I clicked on the 7-Year War. So what does the 7-Year War tell us? The 7-Year War is pretty interesting. I've never even heard about this. The 7-Year War was a global conflict fought between 1756 and 1763. It involved every European great power at the time and spanned 5 continents, affected Europe, the Americas, West Africa, India, and the Philippines. The conflict split Europe into 2 coalitions, led by the Kingdom of Great Britain, including the Kingdom of Persia and the Kingdom of Portugal, the Electorate of Brunswick and Lunenburg, and other small German states on one side, and the Kingdom of France including the Australian-led Holy Roman Empire, the Russian Empire until 1763, the Kingdom of Spain, and the Swedish Empire on the other. Meanwhile, in India, the original polities within the increasingly fragmented Mughal Empire, with the support of the French, tried to crush a British attempt to conquer Bengal. The war's extent led some historians to describe it as World War Zero, similar to the scale of the other world wars. Although Anglo-French skirmishes over their American colonies began with what became the French and Indian War in 1754, the large-scale conflict that drew in most of the European powers was centered on Austria's desire to recover Silesia from the Persians. Silesia is just a spot in Europe somewhere, Eastern Europe. But what I found interesting was that they had to say Anglo-French skirmishes. Who were the French that were here before 1754 that were getting along peacefully fine? Were they melanated? And specify that it was Anglo-French opposed to just being French. 1754 is what they gave us here, which, if you look up, the expulsion of the Acadians, also known as the Great Upheaval, the Great Expulsion, the Great Deportation, the Grand Dérangement, was the forced removal by the British of the Acadian people from the present-day Canadian maritime provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. Parts of an area also known as Acadia. The expulsion, 1755 to 1764, occurred during the French-Indian War, the American theater of the 7-Year War. That's what they're saying. So this is them deporting the melanated Acadian out of the area. Back here over on this website here, you can read this if you want to, but seeing the opportunity to curtail Britain and Persia's ever-growing might, France and Austria put aside their ancient rivalry, which is really old, right? Because they're the melanated one. It seems like they're still the melanated people in this whole war here going on. Because we know what France is, and we've seen what some pictures of Austria. Ancient rivalry to form a grand coalition of their own, bringing most of the other European powers to their side, right? Because they were like, well, these guys are melanated people, France and Austria that were here, brought the rest of Europe together with them. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Britain aligned itself with Persia in a series of political maneuvers known as the Diplomatic Revolution. However, French efforts ended in failure when the Anglo-Persian coalition prevailed and Britain's rise as among the world's predominant powers destroyed France's supremacy in Europe, thus altering the European balance of power and color. The British, which their original name of Britain was Albion, which basically means albino, which means, white people, were obviously not that melanated anymore. And the Anglo-Persians, obviously this coalition was not melanated. So they went in there and took over France and Austria, who tried to squash their ancient beef, but was no match for what was about to come. And now all of these people are white. And at the same time, they kicked out the Acadians, these people, which were melanated, and now they're white. Isn't that funny how it works? I hope this helps somebody out figuring out what's going on. But man, this is crazy. Like every continent except for Antarctica and probably Australia was in this war. Like that's pretty wild. That's pretty much them wiping out all the indigenous people in my eyes. That's what I think all these wars are. They were all just wiping out all the indigenous people and coming in and replacing them with the white children of Africa. That's right. White children of Africa. Anyways, have a good one. I hope all is well with everybody. Special thanks to Lily who hooked me up with this. Thank you so very much. This was pretty wild song. The song is actually really good. I'll put a link in the description. Yeah, have a listen. It's awesome. Take it easy, guys. Much loves.
What's up, Facebook and YouTube? Today we're going to be talking about Mario and the mushroom myth. Why is this important? Because this is just another one of those videos that just points out things that shaped our reality and things that were put into our lives as children growing up that we never questioned. And a lot of times we think these things are great inventions of great men. But I'm here today to show you that a lot of the stuff we've been given, once again, is stolen science and stolen knowledge from the ancestors. So that leads back to what we're going to be talking about today about Mario. See, the whole thing about the Mario game and why it's so popular and why it's one of the most top selling video games in history, and Mario is one of the most popular video game characters in history. A lot of that has to do with because of the a lot of symbolism that makes up the Mario video game is symbolism that resonates with our spirit. It's symbolism that date back to ancient science and ancient knowledge. And a lot of what I'm going to be doing today is revealing this to you. You got to understand that the mushroom has a lot of spiritual aspects to it. And the very shape of the mushroom itself was divine to the ancestors because it's made in the exact image of the ancient cosmos, which is indeed the true image of our cosmos. Now, one thing that we need to keep in mind with the Mario video game is that most of the characters is based on mushroom symbolism or ancient cosmos symbolism. Now, a lot of what you see in Mario concerning the turtles, and you see all of the turtle shells having different magical qualities in the game, the turtle shell is symbolic because that goes back to the ancient turtle creation myth. See, our ancient ancestors describe the nature of our cosmology different ways throughout different times. So one of those ways was the mushroom myth, what we're going to be talking about today. And in a future video, I'll be doing the video on the ancient turtle creation to show y'all the significance of the turtle and all of the symbolism. That has a lot to do with the turtles that you see in Mario and everything. So understand that a lot of our ancestors depicted themselves with the mushroom above their head, with the flat plane beneath their feet. Now, this consistency goes back to previous videos. You need to go and check my video out, Secret of Secrets Reveal What Freemasons Are Hiding, and a couple of more videos that I got that shows y'all this consistency of the flat square plane or the flat plane horizon line with the arch above. Okay, this is a symbol that we see all around us, and it's very divine because this is the true shape of our cosmos. So understand that this is a very revered symbol in a lot of secret societies and everything like that. So when we look at this mushroom symbolism, we're looking at the ancient cosmos. So we got to point that out so we don't get all confused. It's the same stuff told in different ways, in different locations, and in some cases, different times. So some things we want to point out about the Mario video game. As I stated, a lot of our ancient ancestors depicted themselves in these little figurine pieces of art that you see here all around the world. We were told that the ancients were separate from each other and they didn't have any communication, being telephones and stuff like we do today. We were told that, they were isolated from each other. But all around the world, we see similar building structures, similar pyramids. We see the same stories told. And now I'm showing you this different mushroom art all over the world by different cultures, just like I'm showing you all of these different planetarium designs by different people and cultures all around the world. So people, this stuff is deep. The ancients knew something that they are hiding from us today, and you will not be able to know the secret of secrets if you let your ego hinder you and you want to be one of the ones who stand in the ranks of modern day science and laugh at the science of the ancestors. So let's continue on. I'm going to point out some stuff with the Mario video game that I'm pretty sure much as we play it, none of us really peeped this because we didn't have the ancient cosmology. So first of all, Mario gets his power from the stars. That's very divine because check this out, people. I've been telling y'all video after video that what you're calling planets and stars are luminaries. They are light fixtures. They were called luminaries by our ancestors, and it was stated that what we call the celestial bodies and the zodiac are really light fixtures, and these light fixtures are sending us light resonances from the Most High. In other words, harmonic resonances via light is being projected to us from above by the Most High. And And this is what science is hiding from you. Because when they give you all of this stuff about stars being burnt, big old burning balls far away, and all of this crap about this solar system, you lose that fact, what I just told you, that the Most High is indeed in control, and that these stars are more than just chunks of fire, that these are celestial beings that are sending you light resonances from the Most High. See, this takes your science to a whole nother level when you include the Most High. It also show you where you fit in with the creation. So this is applicable science, whereas the theories and everything we've been given only lead to ego, debates, arguments, and more theories. So let's move on with Mario, and keep that in mind. He get his power from the stars just like we do. When Mario get that star, can't no creature on a video game that's his enemy touch him during this period. Anything that touch him will die. Now that star power is the God energy, that eye that you see at the top of the dome, the eye of the Most High that's sending us these light resonances. That's your God energy, and nothing can touch you when you understand that the Most High sits above your head and that you get your energy from the Most High. Nothing can stop you. So the star power that Mario get is very significant. It tells a story. None of the things we see in a video game, I mean, none of them are original. It's original for the fact that it took this science and turned it into a game. I do give them credit for that. And I can't lie, we all enjoy Mario. I'll be lying. So we got to keep it real. We all played the game, but we need to learn about some of this stuff. Why did we like the game? What drew us to Mario as children? What made it such a big game? I mean, think about it. You got games out today that's way better than Mario. I tell you, no joke, man. I don't care how old video games get, I still would play the first Mario and enjoy it. So there's a lot to this game and the symbols that resonate with your spirit, because the knowledge that I share with y'all on these videos is already in you. So like I said, I'm just reminding it to you. So it's in your DNA records. So now what I'm about to point out to you now, go back to previous videos when I was explaining about the magnetic pole energy, or the vortex energy, or the serpent energy, when I was explaining to y'all about all of the quest symbolism. In order for you to understand what I'm about to bring up now, you really need to check those videos out. Links are in the description box. Check them out and hop back to this one. Now this part is real deep. Mario do most of his traveling in the game through pipes. Now that pipe is really the pole. You got to understand that. He's a plumber and it's a sewage pipe, so it fits in perfectly with the story that they wrote for him. But the big symbolism behind the whole pipe traveling was what I've been mentioning to y'all about the pole. Everything is attracted to the center of the Earth's circle. The center of the Earth is where the North Pole is, and that's a vertical pole. There is no South Pole. What you're calling the South Pole is a 360-degree ice ring that encloses the Earth. Okay, and I've described all of this in previous videos. Any questions, just check out the links and all of your questions will be answered. Speaking of questions, we're going to get into that later, because the bricks that Mario jump and hit with his head have question marks on them. Now all of this go back to the quest symbolism I've been telling y'all about, but we're going to hop to the question marks later. I want to stay on subject about the pipe traveling. Now this go back to the vortex energy, the magnetic pole energy. When Mario travels in the pipe, he often goes to these dark worlds, or the blue stages, or these, these night boards. This is what I was telling y'all about in all of the videos, that upon death, when you are attracted back to the center or back to the source, we all travel back to the source via the North Pole. The North Pole is like the umbilical cord that connects the earth energy to the Most High. So in other words, the Most High is with us at all time, because the very energy and power and essence of this planet and everything that powers this planet is channeled to this planet, or what the ancestors call this cosmic egg. It is channeled here via the North Pole, and the North Star is stationary. It is aligned with the center hole of the earth that I mentioned to you in previous videos. There is a hole in the center of the earth, which is like a sink for all of the earth water systems, creating our tides. That's on the land. But above that hole, if we was to launch a rocket up, we should run into the North Star, or near the North Star. So the North Star is aligned with that vertical pole, and it's a fixed star. It doesn't move. All of the other stars revolve around it like the carousel kids machines we played on. I described this in previous videos. If you want more in-depth info, check those out. I'm gonna move on here because all of that goes back to the Mario traveling through the pipe, visiting the underworld. When I told y'all we all got to go to the underworld and be placed in the ground upon death, you got to repeat the cycle in reverse, as above, so below. That's very deep right there. I mean, right in your face. Most of his travel is through the pipes, and most of these pipes lead to dark worlds or underworlds. So let's check out some more consistencies. Now, another deep thing I want to point out about Mario is that every game and every Mario, he starts small, just like you do in real life. You start small. You start off as a baby. Now, what makes Mario get big? The mushroom. It's the same thing that makes us grow, what made our ancestors grow. This is the same thing that is responsible for the spiritual evolution of our ancestors. And that's why it's called the mushroom myth. So what is the mushroom myth? The mushroom myth is everything I've been telling y'all. All of this ancient cosmology knowledge, this is another way it was described at a time by different cultures. They called it the mushroom mythology. So understand that this knowledge is actually what grows your spirit. So the same way Mario starts small and get the mushroom and get big, it's the same way your spirit start off as a baby. You start off with all the lies that you've been given. And on your journey, you learn about the mushroom or the earth planetarium or the cosmic egg. And by you learning about the creation, you get closer to the creator. And while you're doing all of this, your spirit is growing. You are growing. So these mushrooms are very deep, and something else that you might want to keep in mind about mushrooms is that mushrooms are not plants, people. The mushroom species does not belong to the plant species. And in fact, most scientists put the mushroom species in the animal kingdom. Understand that mushrooms are a fungus, not a plant. So this is a living sentient creature. So now we're talking about an animal here. Now we finna go to a whole nother deep level so you can understand about magic mushrooms and psychedelics and the fairy circles and all of this stuff. We finna get deep with it now. This is why knowledge is power. So understand that mushrooms are animals. They are not plants. Okay, they are sentient beings, just like me and you. So now let's crank this thing up a notch and understand another thing about Mario is that flowers give him power. What kind of power? Firepower. This is a very simple one. Man discovered fire by rubbing tree branches together. That's how man discovered fire. Flowers is what give Mario his firepower. Everything has significance. Something else I want to point out about Mario is that King Koopa is a reptilian. Okay, these Koopa creatures are reptilian type creatures who rule the game. You got to think about that. Mario don't rule the game. The person who rule in Mario is Koopa. In each Mario, it's a reptilian that rules. Even in the Super Nintendo, you got Bowser. So all of these reptilian or dragon type creatures is what I've been telling y'all about. This Baphomet energy. These reptilians that rule over us in power. Now, this stuff is real. Now, what they're hiding is the ancient cosmology from you. So this is Satan. So we're talking about Satan ruling the world. Same thing we see in Mario with the reptilian King Koopa type creatures. I don't have to go too deep into that. You got to understand that what these King Koopa creatures or these reptilian creatures are guarding in the Mario video game is the same thing that they are guarding in real life, and that is the princess. In every Mario game, he's on a mission to save the princess. What is the princess? The princess is the matriarch science. That's the Mother Earth knowledge. That's the science that put the earth back in her proper place, because your science has the sun as the dominator. It has the earth as a small speck amongst trillions of other planets. It has the earth totally disrespected. And the same people who gave you that cosmology are the same homosexual people who gave you the Bible and told you that Eve was evil and that the woman is responsible for all the sin. So of course you can find truth in all religious texts. You got to understand that they all was given to us for evil evil reasons. So I can go to somebody right now and tell them some truth, but based on that truth, I can get them to do some evil. Like Jim Jones took the truth and made all of them people commit massive suicide. Just like a lot of preachers take the truth of God in the Bible and turn it into a monetary thing like Creflo and just try to get rich off of it. We see that the truth is in everything and the lies is there too in today's world. So part of you getting closer back to the creator and doing proper research is becoming an investigator. So let's move on here. Understand that the princess that they're representing in Mario is the Mother Earth knowledge. That is the matriarch principles. I talked to y'all about the matriarch and the patriarch in previous videos, and I will be doing more. So understand that all ancient cosmology had the earth first because that's the mother principle, Mother Earth. Only mothers give birth. And in heliocentric cosmology, they have the sons giving birth. That's the direct opposite. That's blasphemous. Even in our reality today, sons don't give birth. Everyone have a belly button that shows that they were connected to their mother who sacrificed part of her flesh just for them being here. So the woman is divine and both sexes are equal. Now I get into that into a lot of videos, so explore the channel. Now understand that the princess represents the ancient cosmology knowledge or the flat earth knowledge that we are receiving at this time. The princess is the matriarch knowledge. And remember that the reptilians are the ones who are guarding that. Now how are they guarding that in our real world? By hiding the true cosmology from you people. You can't give the mother her proper honor if you don't even know where she is in the cosmos. If you think she's a small blue speck with a sun dominating her, you got to put the mother first. That's just like me exalting myself above my mother. Okay, I owe my mother for raising me and sacrificing and bringing me to this planet. So you got to understand that this all go back to the Roman patriarchs, and these reptilian Roman patriarchs are left-brained individuals, people who turned the whole world into reptilian left-brained individuals when they balled up the earth and tilted it on its axis. Okay, that threw everybody off track, and I got a lot of videos explaining how that made the whole world, most of the world today, become right-handed and left-brained. So this is some deep stuff that come with the Roman patriarchs, is go into the very fabric of your being. So to get more into that stuff, just check my other videos. We're going to move on with some more Mario stuff that we missed. Earlier I was telling y'all about the bricks in Mario with the question marks. This go back to all the videos I was doing about don't segment your reality, and the questions will start the quest and all of this quest symbolism. This go back to all of that, brothers and sisters, and you really need to watch those videos, okay? So the whole thing about the question mark, we know that 2 question marks equals the light bulb, and 2 question marks also equals the Ankh. I'm not going to get into all of that. If you want to know about it, like I said, again, check out the videos. Now, back to Mario, it's the same thing, people. I was telling y'all in the videos. Mario breaking them bricks with the question marks on it with his head. He got to bang his head, people, against a brick to get his power ups. Every time he bang his head against that brick, he get a coin or he get a flower, or he get a mushroom or a life or a power up. But he won't get nothing, people, if he don't bang his head against that brick and ask that question. So that goes back to quest being the root word of question. You got to ask the question. You got to do that tedious, that diligent research. You got to become an investigator. So you got to bang your head on them bricks to get the treasure. Okay, so when he break them bricks with his head, he get items that help him get closer to defeating Cooper or defeating these reptilians that rule over us, this Illuminati reptilian group. So in Mario, this is represented by the Cooper gang. All right, and understand that when Mario bang his head on them bricks, that's like you asking the questions that we ask today. It's tedious research. It hurt you banging your head on a brick, but every time you do it, you receive items that can help you defeat these reptilians and help you save the princes. And when you save the princes, that just means regaining the ancient cosmology, regaining the matriarch, the Mother Earth knowledge. So that's very deep. You know, Mario banging his head on a question mark bricks and receiving the treasures, and these treasures assisting in his quest. All right. So you got to bang your head, people, and you got to do diligent research. So let's move on to the next one. All of the bricks you see in the game is related to Freemasonry. Of course, you can see that in a lot of the scenarios on the Mario game. You have your checkerboard and a number of areas. Okay, so that Freemasonry stamp is all in your face. So we don't even have to get into the fact that we know all of this stuff come from Freemasons. So but what I want to get deep into is the whole question mark stuff that I was just telling y'all about. See, these boxes is everything that they telling you about this hex. Okay, the hexagon is really a cube. Now, I'm not going to get into that in this video, but what I decided to do just for y'all diligent truth seekers is to make a whole nother video just on cross and cube symbolism. Now, I'll be uploading that, so stay tuned. And to give you a little bit what you'll be getting in that and how it relates to Mario, everything I'm telling you about the boxes is everything you hear about the Saturn hex. Now, Saturn is not a planet that you know of as you've been taught about by NASA, okay? And I went into that in previous videos. You're on Saturn now. What I'm trying to tell you here is that the hex on Saturn is all NASA deception. All of those pictures you got is deception. One thing you got to keep in mind about the whole hex on Saturn is that Saturn is Satan. That's Baphomet energy. That's all that is, okay? And the whole thing about the box is just what I'm telling you with Mario. They got you stuck in a box if you don't ask questions. That's why they say think outside the box. So the video that I'm going to be uploading going to be probably named Think Outside the Box or Think Outside of Saturn's Hex. So stay tuned to that. It's going to be a full presentation with a lot of flashing graphics and everything, okay? This is going to be a great one going into crossing cube symbolism. And what is crossing cube symbolism in a nutshell before we move on? If you take a box and unfold it, you get a cross. That's symbolic because the moment you start thinking outside of the box, you become a madman or a crazy man in society. Sort of like what they doing with the rapper B.O.B. because he said the earth is flat. Now they crucifying him and slandering him publicly. So a lot of people that come out with this ancient science saying that the earth is flat are considered idiots. And they also get trolled and they also get crucified in so many ways. So understand that when you unfold the box and you start thinking outside the box, you create a cross. When you unfold the box, you make a cross. That cross is representative of the crucifixion that will take place when you change your viewpoint from the norm and step outside of the matrix that everybody in and start thinking for yourself. You will get crucified, but the benefit of that crucifixion is going to be good for your spiritual growth. And also you will get your Christ energy from that crucifixion. You will be born again. Okay. After that whole process, you'll become a new creature and you'll begin to progress upwards as you reconnect with the source. That's going to be a whole nother video. I get into that. Now we're going to move on. We know that the mushroom is a fungus and that the root word of fungus is fun. Now we see this fun root everywhere. For example, you see the fun root in the word funeral. Now we all know that fun is associated with, having fun, doing something that make you happy or whatever. So why do we find this fun root in stuff like fungus or funeral? Now I'm finna get deep because this go into the magic mushrooms and the psychedelic trips that we talking about. A lot of people that do that stuff, y'all, they said that it make them more spiritually aware and that it's fun. All right. Now, I'm going to get into the psychedelic trip and the magic mushrooms later in this video. I don't want to get into it now. Let's stay on Mario for a minute. And what I'm really pointing out to you is that fun and the mushroom being a fungus, and fun is a very positive root word. Everybody likes fun. But one thing I want to point out with all of that being said is that nobody likes funerals, but the root word of funeral is fun. And this goes back to a lot of y'all don't realize that we've been so bamboozled and we've de-evolved so much that we fear death because we've been lied to in religion about hell and demons, and we've been given spookism. We've been given fear people instead of science and truth. You fear death and you fear all of this stuff because you fear what's up there in the sky, and you fear all of this stuff because you've been given a false cosmology with stuff clashing around in a spooky universe. But understand that the root word of funeral is fun, and we shouldn't fear death today, because this goes back to what I've been telling a lot of people, that when you start researching our ancient ancestors, when they had deaths, they didn't sit around around and cry and mope around and do all of the stuff we do today. Our ancestors had rituals and ceremonies during death. So the root word of funeral being fun, our ancestors knew that death was graduation. They knew that death was a transitioning phase. They knew that the person never went anywhere. Our ancestors were so advanced in these spiritual sciences that they can look at a baby and tell you how many times that baby have been to this earth. Understand that they were very advanced, and during the dark ages, a lot of this knowledge was completely desecrated and just ruined, destroyed by invaders and reinterpreted and used, as I said, for evil to control you now. The root word of funeral being fun is very deep, something you need to think about, because our ancestors did have fun during their ancient funerals or their ancient death ceremonies and rituals. Now let's move on. Understand this, that a lot of us who grew up playing a Mario game are familiar with the character Toadstool. Now, Toadstool is this mushroom-shaped creature. The reason I want to point Toadstool out is because a lot of you may think, like I mentioned earlier, that Mario is an original idea, but it's not. Toadstool come from the design of these figurines that you're looking at from our ancestors here. These figurines is how they get the design of the character Toadstool, people. That character's not original. These are all toadstools that you're looking at, okay? These little figurine creatures. Now, something else deep about the toadstool is that the word toadstool is really a synonym for the word mushroom. They didn't call mushrooms mushrooms. They called them mushrons. They later became mushrooms. But even before that, they were called toadstools, okay? In some cases, fairy circles, and we'll be discussing fairy circles in a minute because that's very deep. Now, understand that the original name for the mushroom is toadstool. So this character Toadstool is nothing but this ancient knowledge that I'm telling y'all about. All of y'all addicted to the Mario game, grew up playing it, don't know why you're so addicted to it, because they're using ancient science that resonate with your spirit. So all of this stuff can be applied and actually used to give certain people power over others. That's why it's important that you get this knowledge, because if you don't get the knowledge, they just gonna continue to keep using it against you, people, whether you get it or not. It ain't hurting them at all. It's only hurting you, because this is what they use to build your world. All right. So understand that this whole toadstool character ain't nothing but a mushroom. And understand that the mushroom is nothing but the ancient cosmos. Before we move on, I'm gonna point out that when we say toadstool, something else to think about too. They say the earth or the cosmic egg is the footstool of the Most High. So all of this stuff is lining up, you know, and it explains why Mario is as big as it is deeper than the video game. We still play Mario. It's still selling. People collect Mario cartridges and don't even play them. That's how deep this game is. So it's a lot of other stuff that resonate with the game, evidently, aspects to the game that resonate with us that we fail to understand, that keeps us running to the store, spending our money on certain stuff. All right. So to understand this symbolism will even help you out if you're in school for marketing and all of that stuff. See, this is what they don't want y'all to know. This the knowledge that they hide for y'all, because as everybody get it, then everybody can be powerful. It can be equal, you know. But what it is today is a certain few people who don't want you to be as smart as them. If you know what the CEO know, then you can become the CEO. But the CEO don't want you to become the CEO. The CEO can only stay the CEO if he keep employees. He don't need you being smart coming up with ideas. Okay, granted, there are some good people out there. Y'all know what I'm trying to tell you here. So y'all, this stuff is deep. Now let's move on. Now, symbolism that y'all been missing right in front of y'all. And we talking hundreds of corporate logos of this same ancient planetary system that the ancestors had. Companies are using this stuff, keeping y'all running to their stores because you've been hypnotized with your own science, spending your money, but don't know why. You got to understand that every time you purchase something, every experience of you purchasing something is an emotional experience. You purchase items based on an emotional emotional connection with them. That's why when you go in the shoe store, most men, we look over the shoes for about an hour and we stand there and we really looking at the shoe, seeing how it feel in our heart, how it fits it with our style, with our character. All right. And you can ask any man what I'm talking about. We put a lot of thought into our shoes, and that's another reason why Jordan is big. So a lot of these symbols is why a lot of your top sellers are selling out. You notice certain symbols are more popular than other ones. All right, all of this is science, y'all. This is what they see. All science is a form of magic. You got to get that in your mind too. And that when you say magic, the root word is ma. So that go back to the ancient matriarch principles, what we know are the true divine principles we need to be, and not this patriarch crap. So again, magic is not a bad thing. All right. And a lot of stuff that's good for you, they put a bad stigma on it to keep you away from it. And they turn around and use it to make you a slave, just like with this marketing stuff. Because this symbolism really gonna show y'all some deep stuff, how this symbol work on a lot of different ways concerning marketing and with the psyche. All right, so let's move on. Now, what I want y'all to pay attention to when you look at a lot of these ancient mushroom figurines of our ancient ancestors, first of all, we got to admit that this is some real beautiful art. And when you look at it, you just get a positive feeling, you know, as opposed to when you look at the devil and all of this spookism they give you. Our ancient ancestors had love-inspired art. One thing I want y'all to pay attention to is what I described in the Secret of Secrets reveal video about the arch and the plane. If you notice, everything I've been telling y'all, you can see here in these mushroom myth figurines from the mushroom cultures. Pay attention to how it's the same planetarium symbol, how they so specific to put the arch above their head, which would be your mushroom. And at the base of all of these figurines is that flat plane that I kept pointing out to y'all in previous videos. So here again, we see this consistency even in the mushroom art. So this is very deep, people. All of this stuff is telling us the same story. You got to grasp it and get out of the lie. All right, let's move on. So again, keep in mind that the mushroom is what's considered an unusual item to a lot of scientists because it's a fungus. It appears with plant-like qualities, but when you study it, it has spores, all right? And spores is a very unique feature for the mushroom. And keep in mind, again, that it's not a plant, okay? And that a lot of scientists, as I stated earlier, group certain mushroom species with the animal species. This is more of an animal than a plant when we talk about the mushroom. All right. So understand that mushrooms usually grow from spores, usually in the dirt or on decaying plant material, such as a log. Even viruses grow on other life in this form, on decaying life. I mean, you can look at the same thing with decaying corpse. You see the maggots grow from that and become flies. So a lot of mushrooms come into existence in that same manner. And as I stated, they are not plants. Okay, now we're going to get into fairy circles. A fairy circle, in a nutshell, real quick, is simply the way certain mushroom species grow. Okay, now this is a very divine phenomena, not only that we see in our world today, but the ancients also revere this phenomena. Now, certain mushroom species grow in a perfect 360 circle. That is very divine. People denying the fact that there's a higher power, an intelligent being responsible for this creation. When you look at stuff like this, it's so hard to deny it. These mushrooms grow in a perfect circle, and scientists have so many theories as to how this happened, but for the most part, they're baffled as to how this happened, how this phenomena take place. So a fairy circle is when these certain mushroom species blossom or they grow, they form a fairy circle, or a perfect 360-degree circle that the ancients said that the fairy spirits came and rested upon those mushroom tops. But now you got to understand that the fairies represented in these stories are certain energies responsible for mushroom creation. So here again, as I stated in previous videos, it's science told through the myth. So whereas today's scientists may say, hey, when a certain chemical or a certain spore or pollen type, whatever you want to say, hit a certain area in the soil, these things form. So they may have a name for it, in our science today, whereas our ancestors may tell a fairy story, and a fairy is only a representation of all the elements that went into place to create this mushroom circle we're looking at. So we understand that this is a natural phenomena that is created by divine chemistry and divine science. So our ancestors acknowledge that divine intelligence in the form of the fairy story. So the fairy would represent that intelligent aspect of the creator making this fairy circle or this mushroom circle. That part of the creator's creativity that's responsible for that. Okay, so they would personify it into a fairy instead of giving it a scientific name. A fairy ring, also known as fairy circle or elf circle or elf ring or a pixie ring, is a naturally occurring ring or arc of mushrooms. These things also come in half circles or arcs. Now that's very, very deep and one of those consistent symbols that I've been pointing out to y'all along this journey. In the future, I got a video coming that's gonna get into the whole layout of this cosmic egg or this planetarium system, because you have a dome above your head and then in the middle is a flat disk earth, and beneath that is a bowl called the underworld. So in a way it is a globe, but you don't live on top of the surface of a globe. You live inside of the earth, and what's surrounding you is a dome. Okay, and the end of that dome, like I said previously, go to the edge of the ice caps. But under the earth, there's a shallow opening. There's a bowl, okay? But in the middle of these two dimensions of the firmament and the bowl, the underworld, we reside on a flat disk earth, okay? So I got a whole video that's going to break down all of that and get into more about the cosmic egg journey of the soul, just the whole system, the mechanisms of it, and the spiritual journey, and just basically all the questions you may have about the whole cosmic egg and the cosmic egg cycle. So stay tuned for that and let's move on. So fairy rings are the subject of much folklore. Now, folklore is another form of myth that I'm going to be getting into. Like I said, the truth is in the myth, people. All of this stuff with the root word my belongs to you. His is the lie, okay? History is his story. Big brother, okay? The government, okay? With all of they bogus lies. A lot of the truth is in the mystery as opposed to the history, okay? So understand that the root word of myth is my, and that's dealing with you. The mystery is the my story. I talked about that also in a lot of those question videos. Fairy rings are the subject of much folklore and myth worldwide, particularly in Western Europe. While they are often seen as hazardous or dangerous places, they can sometimes be linked with good fortune. Now, basically, that's all fairy rings are. I'm going to hop on into the magic mushrooms or the psychedelics, the hallucinogens, and we're going to get on that for a minute, because understand that a lot of your great musicians gave credit to these magic mushrooms for a lot of these hits that we enjoy today. In fact, the whole hippie movement was a peace movement where people was engaged in marijuana and mushroom use. Now, I don't hack anybody that do neither of them, and I don't condone neither of them, okay? I don't say nothing bad about them because our ancient ancestors used these things, and our ancient ancestors were very spiritual beings. The only thing I would say about all of these things is that knowledge is power. Do your research and don't accept fear. Don't accept knowledge of fear. A lot of these things that they telling you is bad for you is actually good for you. And a lot of the stuff they telling you good for you is killing you quicker than you know. Every individual can decide that on their own and explore and experiment. Just understand that mushrooms are very beneficial organisms for spirituality and health benefits for your body. However, you must have knowledge of them, because I do understand that there are poisonous forms of everything. So let's talk about these magic mushrooms. So these mushrooms, also known as psychedelic mushrooms, are mushrooms that contain the psychedelic compounds psilocybin and psilocin. Commonly, colloquial terms include magic mushrooms and shrooms. It is used mainly as a recreational drug whose effects can include euphoria, altered thinking processes, closed and open eye visuals, synesthesia, and altered sense of time and spiritual experiences. Biological genera containing psilocybin mushrooms include Copelandia, Galerina, Gymnopolis, Inocebi, Mycena, Pinellius, and many others that y'all can look up for yourself, okay? And there's over 100 species that are classified in the genus of psilocybe alone, okay? Over 100 species of what could be considered a magic mushroom alone, okay? So there's many types of mushrooms. So these magic mushrooms have likely been used since prehistoric times and may have been depicted in rock art and pre-Columbian historical materials in Mesoamerica. Many cultures have used these mushrooms in their religious rites and ceremonies. So here we understand that a lot of these ancient figurines that I've been showing y'all, we understand that a lot of our ancestors did use magic mushrooms. I'm pretty sure they did because we didn't create anything new. Now, what they call in magic mushrooms, they're starting to use in the medical industry to treat anxiety and a lot of more illnesses. So we got to stop looking at this stuff like bad drugs because we've been lied to, people. These magic mushrooms have a lot of beneficial qualities, all right? Now, you do get two forms of this information where a lot of people saying it can be dangerous too. I'm pretty sure it can. Just like some people may be allergic to watermelon. You know, some people love it. You know, there's even some people, y'all, out there that have sicknesses that make them allergic to water itself. So something that can heal me may not heal you. That's why I always say do research. Knowledge is power. So we know our ancestors did do magic mushrooms, but we understand that they also had the mushroom myth creation story, which also the mushroom was divine to them because it is the shape of the cosmic egg or the ancient cosmos earth planetarium system. So we got to keep that in mind, that the whole divinity of the mushroom, that's the real foundation. The magic mushrooms is a phenomena that we get from the mushroom itself. So this thing has a bunch of qualities that's beneficial, and it tells a story on each layer and each dimension, and the shape of it itself tells a story with our cosmology. So this goes to as above, so below, microcosm, macrocosm, as within, so without. You are a form of the creator, and everything in the creation has many variations of expression and many different aspects to it that may benefit you in certain areas of you being multidimensional. So what I mean by that is one dimension of you is your physical body, all right, which is connected to the spiritual you. So the mushroom can tap into both of those dimensions of you, and it can take you on a spiritual psychedelic trip, what they call it. Jimi Hendrix and all of them was using these mushrooms, making all of that music. All right. So understand that that's very deep because the stuff in our reality interact with us on every dimension. So this stuff play out on all the dimensions, which are all connected in this cosmic egg. All right. So now we're going to move on. It's a lot of people that have the opinion that the use of the sacred hallucinogenic mushroom Amanita muscaria developed on Atlantis, moved east and west, and later elaborated into alternate versions focusing on psilocybin in the New World and the cow's dung mushroom in the Old World. A lot of people are not alone on that theory also. That's something else to understand, that a lot of these mushrooms we seeing today may be hybrids or be genetically altered from their original state. So the red and white mushroom that's coming on Mario is really the magic mushroom, or what's called the Amanita muscaria. This is one of the most main power-ups in the game, and a lot of people say it developed on Atlantis. Now I got videos coming out on Atlantis in the future too, so stay tuned. Some of these Amanita species is developed in cow dung in the Old World, and in the New World you got the psilocybin versions. So I don't really think that a lot of these magic mushrooms they get in the day are the exact same form that our ancestors used. And a lot of what the mushrooms do to you as far as having spiritual trips and getting you with high awareness, you can do on your own. So yeah, a lot of our ancient ancestors used this stuff for different things, and it aided them, and it can aid us today. Hey, maybe one of y'all learn more that I don't know and say, Brother Sanchez, this a form that's good that you can use and it can help spiritual awareness, then I may try it because I'm open-minded. But like I said, I know they altered a lot of the stuff. So unless it's the kind that our ancients had, which may be hard to find since they altering a lot of these seeds, I don't know if I would be willing to try it. I do believe they have good benefits, but I believe that our government altered a lot of these magic mushrooms people tripping off today. So, that's just more research we got to do. The whole significance of the Christmas tree is because of this mushroom. These red and white mushrooms, this Amanita muscaria, they form around pine trees. This is the most common tree that they form around. So this mushroom has a symbiotic relationship directly with the pine tree. Its very existence depends on it. So the pine tree is magical for creating this magic mushroom. So a lot of this Christmas symbolism has a lot to do with this mushroom too. So the whole thing about the pine tree and the divinity of it is the whole connection it has with this mushroom. And you got to understand that the pineal gland is a pine cone shaped gland that produces the same DMT found in the pine tree fungus Amanita muscaria. Y'all might want to rewind that and play it back 10 times so you can lock that in your brain. That's very deep. You have a gland in your brain called a pineal gland. The ancestors said that is the seat of your soul. And that gland shapes just like a pine cone. That's why it's called the pineal gland, because it shapes like a pine cone. That gland in your brain produces the same DMT that's found in the mushrooms that the pine tree produces. So we have a direct connection to this whole thing, people. This is why this stuff is deep. A lot of the science they hide from us is the stuff we need that can really heal us. And if you ask me, our ancestors were living hundreds of years at one point, and a lot of what they knew is in a lot of what I'm telling you now about certain elements and organisms on this earth that they transforming to keep us away from all of that good stuff. So they blocking us from the creator by destroying the creation, because we connect to the creator via the creation. All right, everybody want to turn God to a man with physical form, family. You can't, give the Most High any dimensions. The Most High exists all around you in the form of every creation, including yourself. Your very experience you call in life is not even separate from the creator. Every individual on this earth is an experience that the creator is having itself. So your life experience ain't separate from the creator. The creator is experiencing everything you experience. This is why they don't want you to know this, because most of us creating a bad experience for the creator that lives within us. And you can't be separate from this creator. Understand that. So let me stay on subject. I just wanted y'all to understand that this magic mushroom has a lot to do with your Christmas symbolism. And that's very deep, that the same DMT found in this mushroom is what our pineal gland produce. We're going to move on. If you want to get more into how all of that work, you can check the links in the description. Understand that a lot of this pagan stuff is ancient science corrupted and given a bad stigma to keep you away from it. But like I said, you got to be an investigator. You don't let fear stop you. You got to be like Mario, hit your head up against the brick, and you got to delve into everything. The most scarier they try to make it, the most stuff they say to keep you away, the quicker you run to it, because they got something to hide. All right. Now, there are a number of folk magic uses for mushrooms, and you can incorporate these at a symbolic level rather than actually ingesting them. So like I said, you don't always have to take these psychedelics and go on a mushroom trip like that. You can use mushrooms on a symbolic level and get a lot of this spiritual awareness too. And I'll be doing videos on how you can work with crystals and all of this stuff, y'all. So a lot of stuff we use today, we can achieve it using certain elements in nature. Understand that a lot of drugs we use, when we use them, they're just mediums to release certain chemicals that's already in our body. So if you can release those chemicals without the drug, you wouldn't even need the drug. So the whole thing is about getting the knowledge and learning how you operate by exploring the creation, because you are part of the creation. You take in everything around you every day. So you won't begin to unlock the mysteries of yourself without looking outside and looking within and looking within and looking without. So in other words, looking at everything on all levels. Don't be tunnel vision. There are roughly 200 species of mushroom that can be classified as magic. In only 2 European countries is the possession and cultivation of magic mushrooms fully legal. And we understand why that is true, because like I said, they want to keep us away from the stuff that can probably really help us and give us the poisons. So they'll turn around and take this stuff and resell it to you for high prices and stuff like that. But anyway, magic mushrooms aren't addictive in any chemical sense of the word. Now, that's very deep right there, because cigarettes are, and they illegal. Man, y'all, we've been bamboozled. We got a lot of learning to do. As might be expected, tripping on shrooms isn't a recent phenomenon. So again, we know our ancients was tripping on shrooms. Even the Aztecs got pictures of them tripping on mushrooms. So like I said, nothing new that we're doing. Anthropologist John Rush thinks magic mushrooms gave us Father Christmas. Wow. Now, I just read to you how all of this relate to the Christmas symbolism. Another thing I wanted to reemphasize is that these magic mushrooms are being used for anxiety. A New York University research team is using hallucinogenic experiences to help patients come to terms with their morality. Now, the room at the Bluestone Center for Clinical Research, where patients take hallucinogens, is what you're looking at right now, okay? The Bluestone Center for Clinical Research. As you can see, they have a lot of ancient symbols on this table when you walk into the room. They even got the ancient mushroom figurine that I've been showing y'all. So they know something, y'all. Now, he telling you all the good benefits of these magic mushrooms. So why aren't they legal? All right. Now, these are doctors, but our world legalized cigarettes, and yet these doctors can go and do experiments and treat patients with stuff that's illegal. And you'll go to jail if you try to grow it in your backyard from nature and treat yourself. So like I said, it's about control and monetizing everything. They clearly have the same knowledge I'm giving y'all. Look at this room. Nothing but ancient stuff on the table, ancient art. So this man know what I know. Only difference is y'all are listen to him before you listen to Brother Sanchez, because he got a degree and he talked like this. Now let's move on. Stupidity. Y'all know it's true. Now I got a whole article also in the description box from Time Magazine, and it's a real extensive article, but it's very informative, y'all. Magic mushrooms expand the mind by dampening brain activity. Now this is a very deep article title, because in previous videos I've been talking to y'all how the mind and the brain are two different things. Your brain is the mechanic mechanism that interprets mind. So I can cut your head open and look at your brain, but I can't see the mind. Just like you can look at a computer and look at all the motherboard and features that make it up, but you can't really see the information. That's invisible, all right? But you can see the physical mechanisms and the circuit boards that's interpreting and directing the information, but you can't really see the information. So that's kind of like how mind and brain work. So the brain is the mechanic aspect of what the mind is. It's what interprets the mind, or the divine intelligence of the self. Now, this article is very deep. I'm not going to get into it, but these people said magic mushrooms expand the mind by dampening brain activity. You got to understand that we're left-brained creatures today. And a lot of reason why we can't access the higher self or the spiritual self is because we've been locked out of our own brains. That's what the whole hex is about, that I'm going to be doing in the future video. What I was just telling y'all about Mario hitting his head on a brick, and that the box is actually the cube. The cube is the hexagon. That cube is a hex, like a prison cell is a box. And you got to get outside of the box in order to free yourself. Thinking outside of the box. When you do that, you're going into the mind. All right. When the brain becomes unified and you access both parts of the brain, now it can fully function to process information of the divine mind. But as long as you off balance with the left brain, it's like a cut in the cord. Okay, that information ain't gonna transmit. It's a split. It's a broken link that I was telling y'all about, because you got the false cosmology. So this article is very deep, and they telling you that the mind is indeed different from the brain, and that magic mushrooms mushrooms expand the mind by actually dampening the brain activity. So that's like a short circuit. What they doing basically when you take the mushrooms, it kind of cancel out that reptilian part of your brain, that ego part that will have you questioning your reality. That's why people, when they tripping on mushrooms, they don't really question nothing. They just feel a sense of holisticness with everything. Now, I know I just made a word up, but they see the totality of everything and they see through their reality as opposed of judging the reality. Because by doing that, ego gets involved and it distorts the information you're receiving as an investigator. So it throws the whole experiment out of whack. Magic mushrooms, you can say, kind of is a shortcut for a scientist. And a lot of your scientists do use psychedelics, and a lot of your rock bands and a lot of your famous musicians, for that very reason, that it allowed them to be more freer, you can say, in their creativity process. So it lets you taps into that invisible information, all right, as opposed to what would be the brain information, brainy information like theories and different ideologies that require a whole bunch of math and equations to figure out. When you deal with the mind, you don't deal with all that. You deal with symbolism, okay? You getting into the subconscious. So that's really symbolism. That's where the math really is not necessary. So a lot of your teachers caught up in the realm of math. Math is good, and even the root word of math is ma, going back to the matriarch principle. It's actually a divine language, but there's different forms of this language, and the most non-subjective, or what I would say, let's say simplest form of it all is the symbol or the picture that's worth 1,000 words. So that speaks to the mind, but the math is what the brain uses to get information that the mind already know. So when you deal with psychedelics and symbolism, you automatically taking a shortcut over the math, going right into the area of the symbolism, which resonates with the mind. And it's deep that their scientists is already on the stuff that I'm telling y'all. So you don't have to have a degree to do this stuff. People always tell you, just be open-minded. All they're doing is getting ancient science, and it's very simple. And they giving you all of this math and theories to throw you off. But how is it that I'm telling you the same thing that I'm pulling in these articles, and I'm showing you that the ancient ancestors had it first? Okay, it ain't nothing new. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Psychedelic mushrooms are a cure for cluster headaches. Get in the description box and learn more about how you can use psychedelic mushrooms to cure cluster headaches. Something else we want to know about the mushroom is that the name for the mushroom genus was changed from Melaleuca. Now, that mela root is the same thing we see in words like melanin. Now, a lot of you familiar with what melanin is, all right? The mushroom genus name was changed from Melaleuca because there was already a tree genus called Melaleuca, and the mushroom genus is now called Melanoleuca. Melanin is a very important hormone. Melanin comes from the pineal gland. We just spoke about this earlier, and we seeing in this article that the genus name of the mushroom plant has the mela as its root word. And again, we know that the pineal gland produces melanin and also produces the same substance, DMT, that the amanita mushroom produces, as we mentioned previously, about how this stuff work with the melanin and how it relate to the melanin, because apparently these psychedelic mushrooms activate melanin. It's clear to see that melanin and these magic mushrooms share a big relation and may be the same thing manifested in different forms. So these mushrooms stimulate melanin, they activate melanin. This is very deep stuff, especially for the conscious community and the comedic RBG community out there, okay? This is very applicable knowledge right here. Like I said, get in the description box. All of these links to all of this stuff is there. Some forms of mushrooms are even placed in the insect family. So again, mushrooms aren't plants, all right? All of this is related to Mario because the whole Mario game is based around the mushroom myth. And you can see in this picture that you have a collage of the Masonic square plane checkerboard. So you'll see that all throughout all of the Mario games, and it's there for a reason. You can understand if it was in Mario Kart or if it's in racing games. You've associated this checkerboard with the racing flag, but what is that? That's the finish line. That's that line, the finish line, that flat plane horizon you go to upon death that I keep telling y'all about. Okay, it's the earth plane horizon. It's the flat line that you go to upon death, and it's also the finish line. That's why it's called the finish line, because at death, when you finish, you go back to the flat line that it all started from, which is the earth plane. So just wanted to point out to you the Masonic checkerboard in a lot of this game. You can see on this collage in the top left corner, you also got pyramid symbolism from the ancestors back in ancient Kemet. So like I said, a lot of this symbolism resonate with us, and that's why we enjoy these games. Now here go another collage here with a lot of Egyptian or Kemetic symbolism in it with the pyramids and everything in the background. So all of these pictures are from Mario, and a few of them on here are from Zelda. Is in a lot of video games. You would think some of these guys would be original, but every other game you play got something to do with the pyramids. And we understand, I told you in previous videos, that this is where the secrets of the Masons come from ancient Kemet, from the ancient Freemasons. It is nothing that should be hid from you. If you go back to the ancients, you can get all of those secrets revealed to you, just like the ones who are using the secrets against you. Now we're going to move on, and as you can see in this collage is just another example of the Kemetic pyramid symbolism that we see in these games. At the bottom, you got some from Mario. In your top left here, I think that's from a cartoon, SpongeBob or something like that. And again, Zelda on the right. Okay, so now this collage you're looking at now just showing you all of the arch and plane symbolism that I've been showing y'all. It shows you the Earth planetarium symbolism. If you look by each one of the Freemason planetarium symbols, you will see pictures from the Mario game or from other video games that's in the exact same layout that we see in this Freemasons art. So why do we find this same art in the video games? Could it be that the people creating the video games are Freemasons? So as you can see in the middle, the three Masons doing some type of arch ritual that they're forming with three individuals. And as you can see in the video game to the right, you have the whales doing the same thing, and that's a form of the ancient Trinity, as you can see in the top right of the ancient Kemetic Trinity, as well as a few others representing that same concept. So we see this in the Masonic art, and I already went deep into the arch and plane symbolism, so check out the other video if you want to go deeper. We're going to move on. Now I made this little collage to show y'all a little bit what I was talking about, the vortex energy and the cosmic egg journey. The tree of life that you heard about all of your life is really the North Pole. It's the tree of life because it's the umbilical cord that feeds life to this cosmic egg. It gives everything in this system energy. All of the energy we receive on this planet is channeled via the North Pole. So it's a magnetic pole, very energetic. The picture you're looking at in front of you, as you know, the mushrooms represent the Earth planetarium system. Now what you want to pay attention to is where you enter these mushroom type buildings, which is representative of the cosmos. The thing that you want to pay attention to is the treasure box in the middle of that symbol. That represents the underworld. And I keep telling y'all that that's treasure. We got to go down there to get the key to that treasure box in order to unlock the secrets. So I've been telling y'all about this underworld journey and how we're on a quest asking the questions, and how we visit the underworld upon death, and how the vortex energy and everything play out at the magnetic North Pole in this cosmic egg system. So you're just seeing the same thing I've been showing you through the ancient symbolism here in this Mario picture with Toadstool up there. The room is the planetarium system, and the treasure box is representative of the underworld. And as you can see at the pictures at the bottom represents this same concept with the tree of life in the middle, and that's from a whole nother video game. So this same concept, the tree of life I've been showing telling y'all of the ancient planetarium system, the serpent that's wrapped around that tree represents that vortex energy, or what they call the serpent wisdom. Now, I got deep into that in previous videos. I don't want to get off subject. If you would like to get into that, again, check the description links. So this game over mushroom in the right corner pretty much telling you everything I'm telling you. Upon death, you take your trip to the underworld, you go through your cosmic journey, and that is game over. But we know at the end of every game is the beginning of a new game. So now the whole trick is that Mario can never run out of lives, because even if you beat the game, you still got to start over in a new Mario, or redo the same one and keep rebeating it on the same version. Or if you die and don't beat the game, you still start over. So Mario never dies, people. That's just the same thing you're doing. You can't cease to exist. Energy cannot cease to exist. So it can only transition and perfect itself. And that's what you need to be doing at this time. Now, what you don't want to do is hit the pause button on your spiritual growth. Understand that the root word of pause is pa, and that's a word with a patriarchal root. I got a whole video about pan energy that you guys should be on the lookout for. What you looking at in this picture is a little bit of what I mean by this game is not original at all. So what you're looking at the top is actually Japan from a map view, and on the right is from the Mario 3 video game, where this whole stage of the game is just a remake of Japan, okay? And at the bottom, what you're looking at the bottom left is called Mario Tower, and that tower is actually built off the tower you see on the right, which dates back in history. I'm not sure. I really can't tell you much about that tower. Forgive me on that one, but I just wanted to point it out to show you that it's nothing original in the video game. Now, a lot of people say that this same concept we're looking at of this tower is also the concept of the Tower of Babel. Everything you see in the game resonate with you because it's in your reality. Okay, so what you're looking at now is what's called a Koopa shell. And again, the Koopa creatures are the underworld creatures, okay? These are the creatures I spoke about who exist in the inner earth. The inner earth, we understand, is a journey we all take when we get placed in the ground. So all of this is symbolic. You can see the wings, because like I told you, you got to go down to get up high, just like a spring. You got to push it down in order for it to spring up. If I tell you to jump right now, you got to stoop down to go up high. So when you see this shell with the wings on it, you're talking pretty much, you can put two and two together. That's the underworld entities. Like I said, man received bulk of his knowledge on the quest, on the journey. And part of that journey was exploring the cosmos. And part of that was exploring every area, which included the underworld. And by doing that was the most brave journey. Man received the bulk of his knowledge. So the serpent giving them the knowledge in the Garden of Eden is not an evil thing. It's telling the story of man's brave quest to understand his reality, but it was misinterpreted, and you're being misinformed today by people like Creflo Dollar, who use it to induce fear and to create slaves. So understand that the word pastor also has the PA root, and it's a patriarchal word, and the sheep graze on the pasture. The word pastor and pasture are derivatives of each other, or are related to each other. So pasture and pastor, and the congregation graze on the words of the pasture, and you're sheep, okay? And if you, in case you didn't know, sheep are one of the most dumbest animals on the planet. So yes, you don't want to be referred to as part of that flock. Now, this picture is called Mushroom Visuals, and again, I just pointed it out to show you a different way this cosmic egg is depicted. This is beautiful, all right? And is made with, I guess, some type of 3D light software. But as you can see, the dome, you can see the flat earth circle plane, and you can see the eye of the Most High at the top being the firmament dome. Just wanted to point that nice art out. Let's move on to something else. And this was from Super Mario Brothers, an actual movie that they put out in the summer of '93. What I wanted to point out to you on the left is that the MUC stand for Mason, and it also represents the horns of the Baphomet. And we know that the M forms a V, which represent the vortex energy. The McDonald's double arch or the double cross when they bent the earth plane horizon that I spoke of in previous videos. Just check the description links. So I'm not going to get too much into this M because I already did. Now, another thing I'm going to point out is that what you're looking at on the right, you may think it's the World Trade Center footage, but it's not. It's actually a scene from Super Mario Brothers movie in 1993. So again, this proves that a lot of your higher ups know what's going to happen before it's happened. And your world is an illusion. It's pre-planned before you even get it. So the news y'all going crazy over is just stuff they already planned 10 years ago to get you in panic mode. Understand that the word panic has the pa root too. If you want to get into this pa root, into this pan god energy, check out the video that I got on the god Pan. Okay, most of y'all are worshiping Pan and don't even know it. Now let's move on. Now you looking here again, another depiction of the Twin Towers crashing in 1993. I think that's from some type of cartoon, but just showing you that they know stuff before you know it. Next picture is Wonder Woman, and you can see that the W represents the Twin Towers, and you got your two planes hitting them, and you can also see the Twin Towers that she's standing in between there, represent the same thing, people. So these guys ain't predicting the future. They ain't prophesying nothing. They just know what's going to happen because they part of that elite club. This picture I point out, we not understand that these mushroom type creatures just represent the Earth planetarium system, okay? And again, this is your question mark box. I got videos on this box if you want to understand what this means and get deep into the quest symbolism and the divinity of the question mark and everything. Got videos on it. Check the description box. Picture you're looking at here is just some Masonic aspects that's associated with Mario. As you can see, Mario is associated with Freemasons for the simple fact that he deal with bricks, and the M that you see here really symbolize Mason. All right, understand that a lot of these brick building games like Tetris is because the elites are Freemasons. Just a little humor. Fail. Your life seems to be full of it. Now, everybody hate to be in them situations on Mario when you get stuck in when you get stuck in the bricks and ain't nowhere you could go. You know you done messed up, don't you? You might as well just go on, reset it, or just pause it. Ain't no way out of that one because that little critter gonna get you. Ain't nowhere you can go. This picture right here was hilarious, y'all. So people, I'm gonna wrap this thing up, and I'm not gonna say too much in closing because it's been an extensive video. New uploads every Thursday. I try to upload a video in between my upload day, which is Thursday. I try to upload at least one video in between that also. Follow me on Twitter. Check out the homepage. Check out all of the links. Thanks for tuning in. Until next time, peace and much love.
Where are you? Where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
Is Brother Leroy somewhere around?
No. Okay.
Okay, let me say a few words about Dr. Blair. There was a sister that lived here in New York, and she went down to Atlanta, Georgia. and she saw this tape, and it's called Earth's Ultimate Prize. And she said, oh, you got to see this tape. This brother is bad. Oh, boy, he goes into metaphysics, and he goes into this and that. I said, oh, I got to get this. Hurry it up, send it to me. There's a group down in Atlanta called Black Media, and they sent the tape to me, and it blew me away. I said, I got to bring this man here. So I worked on it, and AIC invited him up, and that's the way it goes. And you seem to like him from January the 27th when he was here, and a lot of people didn't know he was here on the 18th and 19th of February. We also have those tapes when he did the woman lecture and he did the man lecture. So what I want you really to do is to enjoy this one today. He's going to talk about the melanin wars. And I want you all to stand and give him a New York, Brooklyn style welcome right here in New York. Reverend Dr. Delbert Blair.
Deal of respect for because he has a great deal of knowledge and information. In New York, there are so many people that have a great deal of knowledge and information, and that's as it should be because your population is so dense. Meaning by that, again, you've got so many boroughs and so many, you outstrip Chicago, where I come from, again, almost 5-1, okay? At the same time, there's so much to know about melanin, so much that we must understand about self. And I understand from the two previous lectures that you had recently, again, Brother Bobby Hemmett, who I know very well. In fact, he's now in Detroit where I was. I set that up for him, by the way. And again, Brother Valentine, who is a local person who you've known. You have excellent researchers. In history, you have Ben Yachaman and Dr. Clark. You have a number of people. The unique thing that I try to bring is how to. If these things are effective, buddy, okay. If these things are effective, better now? Okay, which one now? This one? Okay.
Put it on the table, on the jacket.
Is that it? Okay. To be effective, these things must be practiced. And there's so much to know because the school system that we've had in these United States has not told us the truth, has not educated us, but has trained us to stay in a perpetuated state of control. As I stated before, to be a little bit redundant, it would be folly for anyone who is ruling you and making you a slave and doesn't want you to rise up to educate you. It is ridiculous to think you can become educated in this country by going through a school system. You can become trained to fulfill a niche and a cog in a wheel, to maintain and perpetuate a system that will grind you under and your children under as it has done on infinitum. Training that is killing you, off the call and manipulate what creators will on your planet. Therefore, the time for education, any way you can get it now, is long overdue, and hopefully that's what these classes will do. The knit and grit need to survive, and better than survive, to live and live free on a planet that is beautiful. We will teach you in there why the planet got clogged over. I'll teach you again what an electromagnetic field is, what an electrical field is, and what a magnetic field is, and teach you why you are unique. You have a gift from the gods. It is called melanin. I state you have a gift from the gods. It is called melanin. For advanced beings who understand science and genetics, who understand cloning, magnetic propagations, and electrical frequencies, and understand how to radiate an entire planet, how to put up an orbiting satellite called a moon, have been here. And they have set this planet up to stop anybody from getting past a certain frequency while incarnate upon it, unless they do so. This is what they have not told you. You're going to, I'm saying things now that you're going to hear this year and on. You're going to start hearing things you already know that there are publications coming out now that are mind-blowing. As well they should, because they have not even tried to appeal to the mind for 400 years. And if you're going back to 332 BC, when the Greeks came into Egypt and found the real magic that their cave people had told them about, then from that time on, they have sought to fight against those with melanin because they realize that the melanin carriers have the gift from the gods. The only difference between human hemoglobin, the oxygenating corpuscle that carries life throughout your organ, throughout your organisms, throughout your glands, and plant chlorophyll, the only difference is one magnesium molecule. The brother told you well. I differ with him on one point, and I'll get to that. And as this energy comes in, per se, to a plant, the plant does what you've been taught in school, a half-truth. It becomes photosynthetic. It is able to take energy in the form of light rays, and there's 7 in one beam of light, 7 different rays, and transfer it into a usable quantity in your body and utilize the energy from it. To do so, the plant is green. In human hemoglobin, it takes the same kind of thing, light that penetrates into the cells photosynthetically, and then it transfers that oxygen through the capillaries of the lung into the body itself, and you are brown. The reason why you are brown is the gift from the gods. Because to withstand a radioactive field that was around our earth close to 2 million years ago when you were first put here. Did you hear that figure? You had to be turned jet black. That jet blackness has dissipated, and now you can still get the jet black, you can get the brown, you can get tan, you can get yellow, which is an albinism of melanin, and you can even get white, which is complete rejection of the melanin syndrome and getting used to the translucent state, which all of us did start with. We unto this in the classes in a way that you will understand it. I'm overviewing it now to tell you a little bit about melanin, since Brother Valentine already started it on that plane. I won't go into all of that because the whole thing would keep us here for literally hours upon time. We would run into tomorrow. Once the melanin had been given, the gland to continue its manufacture and usage was called the pineal gland. The pineal gland situates beneath the pituitary gland, and it swings on a little ligamentation like a pine cone. That's why they call it pineal. It looks like an inverted pine cone. It is capable, since it kind of swings and hangs, of metronomic action, back and forth, capable of vibrations and even circular oscillations. Many of you may have remembered where you have done a little trick by holding a pendant. Some of you are into crystals. You may have had a crystal at the end or a magnet there, and you hold it above one hand and you watch it. And sometimes it goes back and forth. Other time it goes around in a circle. How many have ever played with that, not really knowing what you're doing, but it was like a school experiment? How many have ever done that at all? That's what I figured. You guys have a rich background. Some of you have, some of you hadn't. I will show you in the classes how you can even take that kind of energy and take it to the 9th power by just hand clasps with certain things in mind, transfers of energy from one person to another. How many of you, just to kind of show you, not to tease you, to show that there are hands-on actions here, and I do know what I'm talking about. How many remember playing as little kids? You see, because they stopped you from doing this, but you brought it over not only from Tibet, but from inside the earth when you came out. You too came from inside the earth a million years ago. But they showed you a way to survive on the surface and begin to defy surface laws. And they told you that if you could begin to stack your hands, go back in your school kid days now, you may have done that here in PS number 1 or 20 or whatever again. People begin to stack their hands, and then you put another hand, another hand, another hand, another hand. And pretty soon you got there. If you notice, athletic teams still do that. That's not a joke. That's not foolishness. That is concentrating energy so you are one. Whoa, and then you go out and you do what you got to do. And for a while, you are God. The point is, the energy flow on the planet and the energy flow within our bodies, because of all the miseducation about what we should eat and when we should sleep and everything else, has made you go to a very low vibration. You come up to that godlike state, and what you can do after that, you can go lift a person, they do it, we do it in our classes too. Go to the four corners of a chair, whoop, the person might go up 15 feet into the air. The person is weightless under that touch when you combine your energy fields. Now we have to get way above our planetary, what they call gravitational pull, to experience weightlessness. But you can create that same type of what they call fourth heaven resonance right here on Earth. You see, heaven is not just a state of mind, it's positioned on our planet where only people of certain mental consciousness can exist. And that's what they also didn't want to tell you, because this is the lowest heaven of all, horrid. Horrid. People who have melanin have been told that everything in the body is governed by the brain, and that every reaction in every system is brain governed, and that is wrong. Melanin acts independently. It is capable of instantaneous reaction to energy fields without being processed through any of the neuron synapses and dendrite stems of the brain. In other words, it acts as a chlorophyllin carrier. It takes energy, reacts to it, and processes its own information to its nearby cells. That's why you can get, again, those beautiful moves of the Michael Jordans, those cuts and so by the football players, and those immediate reactions, because you can't stop and think. They have to train people without melanin or with little melanin to react. People with melanin react anyway, because it's like what they showed on the Black Buddhas. You have eyes everywhere. You are totally conscious, and you don't wait for brain processing, which slows it down. We'll prove this to you in the classes, because you can inflict pain, and if you have your mind off somewhere, it'll take sometimes up to 15 seconds before you feel the pain. And you can even delay that longer if you're trying to offset pain by merely mind control. They don't teach you, though, with melanin, you can make that instantaneous reaction, or you can delay it up to 30 seconds, or you cannot even get to feel it at all by simply using certain ways with melanin and ingesting certain foods and herbals. Melanin is a gift from the gods. With melanin, you can speed up your healing process in half. And if you really get into a strong magnetic field, nothing to do with the electricity, which hurts you in the main, you can be even cut that into a third. You can see into the body without using anode-cathode ray bombardments, if you have melanin, by using magnetic fields. One of my favorite people coming in there again, Brother Lilly. Brother William Lilly, hello there. Gotta say hi to you. This is a man who has helped me a great deal when I've come in here to New York. First time he's attended one of my lectures. I'm very happy about that. Once you begin to use this kind of energy in this fashion again, per se, you can speed up everything that your body does and everything that your brain does. You can even speed up the kind of energy and frequencies that normally you're attuned to that come in to your body and into your brain. This makes you a god. What is a god? I'm not going to go in all of that because that's a long thing, but any race of people or any individual that begins to do the super normal that everyone else is not usually able to do is looked upon as a wondrous avatar or person. People want to worship people. You shouldn't worship any person, really. No person should be worshipped. No person should be envied. Respected, studied, watched, emulated if what they're doing is good. That's as far as it takes, because you too are gods. How do I know it? You have melanin. All the history of the gods that came from various places, advanced scientists, advanced races of all description, from lizard-looking creatures to snake-looking creatures, from little short ones to very tall ones, 30 feet tall. The bones are still on our earth to prove that they did live here at one time in physical form. All were amazed at the most advanced people in our galaxy, what they had done with a certain issue of people here by giving them melanin, the gift of the gods. That's why you're being buzzed now with all kind of UFOs. I know Bobby Hibbert talking about the mothership and so, but they got motherships of all descriptions around here, good and bad. Some you don't want to get near. Some you want to get within 50 miles of them if you can avoid it. And others, you want to run and embrace, and if they weren't around, you'd have been annihilated a long time ago. But we'll see about that. We're talking to break it down in our classes. Government's well aware, well aware. In fact, they've even built about 33 of them themselves, and I don't know how long, because that was last year, as they are now trying to get into photon drive and so. But your gift is that at the highest degree of the cultivation of melanin throughout the pigments of the cells, endodermal, ectodermal, bloodstream, and so each of those glands is then able to reach its highest vibration and loose what is called the astral body. The real mothership. As I said before in one of my lectures, and I had to do this because the brother kind of introduced it on a level that is way out esoterically, and he's right. You say all but one thing I agree with him on. So I have to now kind of change what I was going to present and back into the actual melanin wars to tie in with what he has started. When the melanin in a form of high energy yield throughout the body vibrates, every cell in every organ vibrates faster. Since melanin is also in the brain vibrates faster. And the frequencies that it can reach are astounding. They're the frequencies that let you seem to be out of your body looking down on it that they all talk about. They're the frequencies that let you sense when something's going to happen to one of your loved ones before it happens. And if it's happening, almost go crazy because you know it's happening even though you're not there. It beats any switch on EATT, Northern Telecom, or Bell Atlantic. It is your instantaneous form of communication. It is a thing that messes up your cable TV when you pass by it. It is a thing that sometimes when you get excited, again, begins to interfere with your TV patterns. And it's a thing that we just don't utilize enough. Why? Because who was going to teach it? The teachers were killed when they brought us out of Mother Africa. The teachers were killed when they attempted to do it here. And even under the Masonic Guild, and the ancient ones who tried to at least serve the gods by helping the children of the gods knew who they were killed and tortured as worse as you were because they didn't want you to know who you were. They wanted to steal the planet, imprison you, and take what the gods had left. Again, I'm talking about gods, advanced scientists from many worlds watching a special project here on this planet Tierra, Shan, Sanche. All names for this little place. Melanin, when operating well, causes the pituitary gland to release hormones that they haven't even cataloged. They can't because they have no way to measure the hormonal things because they're instantaneously then and they're gone. But when they're there, they give you flashes of the cosmic universe. Intuitive flashes in full color of who you have been and what you can be. The same flashes that when you depart this body and your life passes before you, that you go through again. But did they ever teach you that you don't have to die to bring that about? That cosmic wisdom of knowing everything that your ancestors knew is yours every night when you go to sleep and between 11 and 2:30 when the melanin glands are working at its best. But you must have total darkness. That's why they give you the TVs that never go out. Last night, I was in a hotel room. My wife would tell you this. She woke up because something awakened her, and there was a beam of light on the back of my head. And she said, "What in the heck is that?" And she awakened me gently and went and covered the cable receiver, which was actually obviously not a receiver, but a cylinder on the back of my daggone head. I didn't even know what hotel room I thought I was going to myself. So it's by accident that this goes to the back of my head. What was it doing with my occipital lobe where my psychic equipment is? And by now you should know I am a psychic. Okay, I do channel. But I thought I was under my own control. What the heck was messing with me then? The same thing that messes with all of us all the time when we begin to come into consciousness as to who we are and begin to not talk about it, but do it. Melanin, then, is a gift that separates you from anybody that doesn't have it. People say that black people are ugly. People say that people with melanin are really not desirable, and they're so on and so forth. Isn't that an interesting photograph? You can't see it from there, some of you, but it shows a very pale woman and a very dark woman. It's the same woman with artificial melanin and in a natural state. And the caption says, "Stay beautiful year round." Keep your melanin with you wherever you go. Be more desirable and wanted. Fulfill your wildest dreams. Wear the colors that you only dreamed of previously. But everybody hates dark people, right? The gods loved you previously pale people by giving you permanent glands and melanin capability because it understood that the planetary frequency was going to be changed by those who don't like you and wanted to see another race of their own prosper on your planet. And they beat off your overseers because it would have been total bloodshed in the cosmic universe and in this solar system to have fought them longer. And say, let them have their sway for a season. They changed a beautiful, oxygenated, and I heard what the brother said, magnetic field into an ozone-infested electromagnetic field and cut down the frequencies and then cut off your 12 basic strands of DNA and limited you to 2. And then later on even saw that that one was halved into 2 helixes. This only means this: if you understand anything about computers, anything at all about lines that carry power, if you've got 12 lines of cable bringing a current from one source to wherever you want it, and you've got one cable, one line, bringing you a current from wherever you want to you, which do you think would be more powerful? Should be more powerful if they're both of equal value? The 12. Well, you had 12 lines throughout your body bringing you 12 kinds of energy which you could utilize. And they messed with 11 of them. Cut them, and they're now what they call junk DNA. There is no such thing as junk DNA. Go back and tell your professors I told them that, and they lie. Or they're ignorant and they shouldn't be professors teaching genetics. Junk DNA are those strands that were cut, and when they weave back together again, and they're going to, you will have the power potential of 50 gods, 50 supermen, 50 atlases, and Schwarzeneggers and anything else that you want to have, because the physical body will then follow the astral, etheric, mental, causal, higher forms of energy. And all your dreams will become answered. Don't think that anybody's going to let that happen if they can stop you. And they're going to try to stop you with every means known to this planet. It is a war on The only thing is, you only realized that there were battles. You didn't know you were in a war for this very planet. But many of you now are coming into that consciousness, as you should and must. The best from Kemet, Aikubu land, is here in the United States. Survivors of those DNAs, even though you see they killed your ancestors, they couldn't kill the DNA strand that produces those kind of beings. That's why killing is such a stupid, wasteless thing. Because all you do is to transform that energy into a higher form that will be able to withstand the thing that took out its ancestor, and ancestral rights go on. That's what they were trying to tell you when they said study your ancestors, because you are your ancestors. Did you hear me? You don't have to pray to your ancestors. Look at yourself. Every molecule, every DNA, everything that ever was in melanin is never forgotten and transplants itself into another body with the same memory that was locked in the first one. You just have to get the key to know who it is. That's why they don't like to take you into regressions, because all of that comes back. It still comes back sometimes with the drugs, and that's what the people who take the drugs don't understand. They get flashes of greatness without being able to maintain it, and then since they haven't raised their vibrational rate, the whole thing wears out, and you age overnight, forget what you did know even in this incarnation, become stupid and rancid, and go around having to have other people with less possible intelligence take care of you. That stupidity has got to stop. The potential, when you can bring those strands back together, is to do everything that the best computer, PC or mainframe, hardware or software can do, and do it 9 times better and quicker, and even have the machines fearing you as they used to. That's what the whole concept of machine Manitou that the Algonquins who used to populate your area here were afraid of. They're teaching you now a virtual reality. Virtual reality is your consciousness in just half awakened state being used, where whatever you can imagine, you can bring about. That is past the virtual reality. When your melanin is functioning correctly, you can bilocate by being in consciousness one place while being in your body in another. Some people call that state now death. That is real life. That's why they used to have guardians for the body, watchers, and all kind of other terms that some of you from Louisiana, from Mississippi, from the old country, and with the teachings of the god Valdal knew about. And that's what you used to run to those people, to bilocate and tell you what was happening and to influence your enemies. And you know your grandmothers and grandfathers talked about it, and some of you may even practice it now. But practice it in the light, in the full capacity. It is a gift of the gods. You earned it. When you don't do the drugs, and I do a lecture called Drugs and the Astral. If ever you want to get a dope head off of his drugs, teach a person with melanin who still knows that he has a soul and a spirit, and she has a soul and a spirit, that they actually can ground their soul on hell. That's the other term for earth when the non-melanin carriers came. And have to go through this 9 lifetimes to get it straight again. And if they don't believe that, ask them, what do you think they're doing with their life now, when they themselves know down deep that the days are passing by and they're going nowhere except into a total extermination of their physical body. The herbals that you take work differently because they have part of the earth in it, and part of that earth awakens the old earth people who are melanin carriers. And therefore, all of those kingdoms of the plants, the animals, the insects, the birds that fly, and everything that creeps and crawls and moves responds to that vibration because it was a vibration that they were created in also, and they look upon you as gods. Gods who don't know who they are. Inasmuch as melanin works on every part of the body and is in every cell of your body, now when the energy fields of Earth change, it will begin to vibrate faster, and every part of you will begin to quicken in what it's capable of doing. The tests of any kind, the inoculations using basic low vibrations, food that does not have energy stored within it cannot work well for you now because you are in the process of change. I told you in a previous lecture, everybody in here this summer will get one shade darker than they are, whether you go out in the sun or not, because the light will be entering into you. The energy will come in whether you close windows or doors or not. And for those who are not used to it, it is absolutely carcinogenic, leukemic death that they're asking to go out in the sun this summer. But as the melanin is stepped up, if you must go out in it, you can survive. The point is, again, it will begin to make your head feel as though it was almost wavering. And until you balance out that melanin and get the higher frequencies going, all it will do in some cases is to give headaches, other cases to make you want to cover the head. But at night when you sleep, each night having been exposed to that, the melanin will go through a metamorphosis and you will wake up with more insight as to who you are, and certain psychic abilities will begin to form within 48 hours after that exposure. If you adapt to it, the next time out, more happens. And then the DNA and the cells will begin to come together, just like a magnet, because magnetism is what it will awaken in your body. And then they'll begin to entwine the strands little by little up to the year 1997, when all melanin carriers are supposed to have 10 of their strands back together. Then you will see the difference in having melanin and not having melanin. But time is something that you can control. You can make 1997, 1996. You can make 1996, 1995, if you're willing to put the discipline necessary to bring it about. I don't even know if it's good to bring it about at this time. I don't know, because it means your loved ones will think you're crazy. People will begin to fear you when things begin to move, or TVs begin to go off, or lights begin to flicker when you pass the top of your head near it, or you wake up in the middle of the night and can't sleep because visions and colors are coming to you, or you see objects in the room and you may scream, and they'll say, my God, get rid of this food, what has happened here? They will. Your own best friend laying next to you might put a hurt on you. You know, at the job, if suddenly when you're doing this, you suddenly say, who's that over there? And nobody sees anybody. Oh yeah, human resources, if it gets that far. You know what I'm saying to you. You've already had to hide many of these tendencies, which are already happening. If you're into the wuxi herb, I'm not talking about the bad stuff now, I'm talking about the natural herbals. Very heavy into those things again, you know what I'm talking about. That is that thing that these dope heads don't understand. They know they lost something, they know it puts them in a different vibrational rate, but they don't understand you can't mix it with drugs and expect it to work. You've got the discipline, and at night, between that 11 o'clock, even with your time zone change here, I guess it would still be for you about 10 o'clock and 3. That's when the melanin and the melatonin and the melanocytes vibrate through the pineal gland and go throughout your body. That's when you're supposed to have absolute darkness into your meditation. And as I stated before, never go to sleep without meditating about what you want to happen to you. Don't leave all that equipment on recording and you don't give it direction. You don't, somebody else will. Use your equipment or your equipment will use you. It's gonna work. Let's hope that you are the one that make it work. Somebody's in your house robbing you, you don't aid them. You turn on the alarm system and work your apparatus for defense. Am I wrong in saying this? I mean, there's something I'm saying that doesn't make sense. Whether you believe it or not, at least look at the possible logic for this. Because you haven't known before who you were, but thought you were that you ought to be, you have been hated by those who weren't. I don't need to go back over there again, do I? No, I don't, because you heard it. You just want to feel good again. For too long, people have been making you feel good so that you never work at staying good, and you may be gooder than they thought or not as good as they thought, and you're living again on the rhetoric of it. I want you to begin to work at it. I want to inspire you, but I want you to work like I must work, and everyone must work, because it's not going to just be handed over to you again. If you're not ready for it, it's just like giving a loaded gun to a 3-year-old. Enough just to pull the trigger and not enough just to know any of the repercussions once it's done. The government of not just the United States, but I want to stay with this one for right now because it's where we live, brought about the thing called AIDS. And I've got a whole thing on AIDS, what it is, what it isn't, and a whole tape on AIDS, the update. We're not going to go to an AIDS lecture. I'm not teasing you, as some of you, I think, have mentioned. I mentioned these things and don't go far enough. These are all separate things. This is about melanin, so I'm telling you many of the things that were done. What I'm saying to you now is this government produced AIDS. Many of you already know that. But the reason why they produced AIDS through Helen Lack, and HL was Helen Lack, V was for virus, a black woman who died of cervical cancer in 1951, and they sipped her melanated cancer cells all over, and that's why the AIDS virus had an affinity for melanin. Okay? What they wanted to do was to work on a substance called melanin, and they knew if they could attack melanin, everything else on the planet was susceptible, including the plants, because they produce melanin in the form of green chlorophyll. If you spend enough time in a cave or in a well or in darkness and you have melanin, you first will turn ashy, and then you begin to turn greenish blue. People with little melanin will turn very pale and icy and lose the probability of melanin at all and become very pale, or albinos, cut off from the ultraviolet rays of our sun. But what they haven't told you is that Earth has another sun. Do you hear me? Deep inside the Earth is another sun which radiates and energizes plants from underneath, and melanin carries from underneath, so they can do anything they want to one sun. You can go to the other sun, so when they block out the sun soon, all that's going to do is intensify your melanin carrying ability, because the inner Earth sun, which they dare not tell you about, will still take over. Nature, through the Creator first cause pride, does not play. Knows full well what she is about, and knows that the order for this little planet has got to change now. AIDS was supposed to take out melanin carriers. AIDS caused your immune system to kick in even further and brought about the very thing that they didn't want. It always works like that. AIDS mutated and began to attack the very thing that they tried to get it not to do, because it met with another strand and strain and began to attack people without melanin. Whole lecture I do on melanin. The church, because in your flyer you found it said AIDS and your government, your job, your church, and you. The church people in general didn't understand this. And they began to call and say, AIDS is a thing that is in this righteousness the Lord God is going to invoke to wipe out evildoers. Well, if the Lord God would just wipe out evil doers, we would be so happy, we'd be ashamed, and I'd be all for AIDS. On your job, they said, we shall not pay you because you are a walking, cancerous, potential disease-bringing organism, and we won't be able to work because if you come around, you give us AIDS. So your money supply was threatened. Your source of income through your job was threatened. But notice how they've even backed off of that now. In the NBA, where they pay fabulous salary to fabulous black men, if you got one cut, your whole career was threatened. Now they put a Band-Aid on it, stop it from bleeding, and you go right back on and do what you're supposed to do. And I understand why Magic Johnson is so frustrated, because he never should have stopped playing ball anyway. He believed the lie. He believed the hypes. He believed the great white coats. Now, since the nation and others such as myself, through tapes, and I didn't talk to him directly, tapes are trying to send, people try to get to him and say, listen, brother, this is the truth. That's when he got so mad and got off all the government panels about AIDS and all the rest of the things and went on back out there now and doing his thing. They made him ashamed for being a man. And what man hasn't had two women at one time, even if it was only for an hour, in his mind? He didn't rape those women. Those women wanted him because he was a man, a man's man, and that's just the nature of things. Don't you also feel that way? We listen to such foolishness. In mother country, they have many wives if they can afford them and if the women want to stay there. There are places where women have many men if they want to spend their energies that way. The whole point is, let's talk about the reality of what they were saying there and not about the foolishness of what they were saying there. AIDS attacked them worse than it did us if we have melanin. And it was not why it was created. AIDS in you. You've noticed that even though you hear constantly bombarded what AIDS can do to you, there doesn't seem to be an innate fear of it. I know, because you walk around, you still kiss, you still hold, you still eat anywhere. I see the vendors up and down the street. They could all have AIDS in their foods. You don't stop to ask that, do you? You say, how much is it, and is it good? Where am I lying, folks? I don't lie. I make you think, I hope. When this deadly virus that they didn't know where it came from and they didn't know anything about was going to wipe up half the human race and everything else again, was released, everybody refrained for sex for a while, and everybody didn't want to go to work, and they dare not get cut, and they didn't want to kiss. And then they told you, well, that's okay now. They've now done further studies, and they know that it's only sexually transferable. And again, if you watch and have safe sex by wearing some kind of protection, it's going to be all right. Well, that's not what they said to begin with. And if they didn't know what they were talking about in the beginning, why did they let loose all of this false information and scare people half to death and stress out the nervous system and the immune system and give you something else to get scared about, as though just living amongst pathological creatures isn't enough. When the body is in disharmony, anything can attack the immune system and usually will. That's why stress is probably worse than the AIDS virus itself. And fear is worse than both of them put together. Because when you live in fear, you can't open yourself to melanated light. You can't sleep well to let the pineal gland kick in and let your immune system kick in. You can't worry because you can't feel good because you're constantly tight and worried, and stress alone will bring you any disease that you want. And in fact, if you think about and fear something long enough anyway, you will bring it to you, the very thing that you fear. Whereas love and relaxation will also bring to you, and this is what we also teach in our classes, the same thing that you want. Because whatever your mind sees and knows and you can visualize and turn that second strand to try to unite and bring about, it will come to you. Anything you want, you can have if you think about it long enough and really, really want it. You'd be surprised. We half and 1/4 want things because we don't know what we're going to do with it if we had it, but we really don't think we're ready for it, and that right there means you're not going to get it. You must make a change. You must make a change because the planet is undergoing a change. And if you don't change, you will go with everybody else that the planet is now rejecting. So you must make a change to be an Earthian, a Tiarian, a Shanite. Death due to dilantin, the tip of the iceberg, also on your flyer. Dilantin, how many of you are aware of dilantin, by the way? Okay, they kind of put that undercover now. Before all state institutions in every one of the 64 principal cities in the United States that have a high melanin population were supposed to be offered again dilantin to mothers, especially who are going to give birth. The whole thing about dilantin, it cuts short the production of melanin potential in the baby by putting another foreskin or so over the womb. It would cloak it or make it more dense so it could not become photosynthetic and melanated, especially in that first trimester, which takes you away from becoming a snake person and an amphibian into becoming a more humanoid, now fit for Earth. In that first 3 months, everybody looks like a tadpole, wiggles around like some kind of a dinosaur, and can even come out at that time looking like a crocodile or something else. And then through metamorphosis, and because the gestation period is 9, not 3, it goes through that phase, but it lets you know at one time the kind of body that you had here on this planet. Nature doesn't lie. If you're born in that first 3 months, you'd be born looking like a snake or an alligator or an amphibian. You doubt it? Go check your text out. When the womb can become full of ultraviolet light, but with the inner light particle of melanin taking in the light that comes from the earth, it balances out and the fetus develops faster, much faster, and begins to be psychic in the womb. And thus the mother and the child, and hear my woman lecture, if you haven't heard it, get the tape, set up a bond during that first trimester that will even let even a more advanced soul possibly come into that fetus before the 9 months are up. It is there that it is decided, if not at conception, what kind of a soul you'll be able to bring in. So they wanted to stop that because they were told that a very advanced being was going to come through here on Earth some kind of way through one of those kind of wombs that would set the whole thing right in 12 years. And they have been worried about that coming thing from Omen 2 and Damien 50 and Osmosis 6 and everything else, but they only hint at you. They watch the signs in the sky to see when the conjunction would be right and a harmonic convergence would come, and they tell you astrology is foolish. Then ask why every president of the United States has 3 astrologers minimum to advise him on planetary conditions and his own conditions. But they tell you it's a foolish thing, study astronomy. That's the foolish thing. I'm sorry if there are astronomers here, but tell me when I lie. Dilantin then, given to mothers, would cause them, if not to abort, to bring in less melanin-capable children because it would not let that development of the pineal gland take place. You see, at birth, you're very psychic. You spend half your time on the other side, the other vibrational plane. It would cut all that potential back, and that's why they wanted to give you Dilantin. Now, of course, they will say, I am the who, and I am the quack, but I'm not your attending physician. I am just a person trying to let you tune into the almighty attending physician and find out if what I'm saying is going to make sense to you. Are you still with me? Death due to Dilantin, when actually not only the mother would die, but the fetus would die, or worse, the fetus would die and the mother would live barren and sterile. Also why Dilantin was administered. That's not what they told you, of course. They said it was to enhance fetal capability and aid the recovery of the mother after birth of the child. But read what the reports are of mothers given Dilantin. And I wonder why, when they begin to make it an issue, they've now gone undercover with that. It's just like the silver nitrate dropped in the eyes of fetuses in state-supported hospitals, because you can't sue the state. So that they will not get syphilis and gonorrhea, as though all, and it's mainly minority, poor, and black women that are given this, because all of you have dirty tracks, and your baby coming down there must be protected from you that you carried already for 9 months. Why in the heck, if you had that, wouldn't the baby be already syphilitic and gonorrhea before it's time to come down the birth channel? No, that's to try to kill off and hold back that psychic development of that child coming out. And as many times, of course, now they're giving you cesarean section and giving forceps birth, which crush the occipital lobe, or try to work again on that melanin carrying thing. And they always, well, that's not true, always maybe 98% give it more to black women than they do any other women giving birth on the planet. Ask yourself why about that, and say if there's not a reasonable spiritual answer for that, then why should you believe anything else that they do? Our school children and Ritalin. Our school children and Ritalin. You know, minority children and black children in the main, Afro-American babies, just seem to be just precocious. They can't seem to sit still. They just can't seem to learn well. They just can't seem to be able to control their energies. They're not on the ratio of being able to learn as fast as non-black children. It's just a shame what happens to these poor melanin-carrying babies that we think so much about. At least that's what, again, the system will tell you. Must be true, because they find that the rate of hyperactivity is 3 to 1 in black babies than it is to what they call non-black babies. Or at least this is what they tell you. And so much so that since these kids cannot be controlled, they act out. I used to call it act up, but now it's act out. And they must be secured without putting handcuffs on them, so they put mental handcuffs on them. They give them what is called Ritalin for hyperactive, non-controllable young people in the public school systems in general. Ritalin calms you down. Now, how do you know the child is hyper and acting out? Because the schoolroom teacher says so. Well, it's known that black people started wars in Korea and Vietnam, Germany, and made the atomic bomb on Japan, and invented AIDS, and put chemicals in foods, and put cancer viruses into, TB inoculations, and I mean, they did all of these things. They poisoned the planet. They put in artificial satellites and put radioactive beams down on the planet that goes around. They are never hyperactive. They're already insane. So when the Meddling capability in a poor child with melanin, a black child, when it acts out in a classroom already overfilled with a breakfast consisting of corn flakes and sugar-coated pop-pops and everything else, or maybe worse than that, no food at all the night before or the day after, acts out, then instead of taking it for special supervision and understanding, they say, let's give it a shot of Ritalin. Let's calm it down. Sometimes, since psychiatrists are not available in most public school systems, have you seen one recently? Even a good psychologist may not be available at most public school individual teaching centers, but they have a community one that they can call on in a district to evaluate your child once it has been called hyperactive. Or if it is too much, a local nurse there sometimes is called, and either the principal makes a decision or they send it down to the principal and they'll send a note home saying your child is being suspended. When you come for a consultation, they'll tell you your child probably should be given Ritalin. Or in the cases when it first started, without the consent of any parental spouse or guardian, Ritalin was administered at the behest of a psychologist or a practicing nurse under the direction of the principal. That is illegal. Or it used to be. They're changing the laws. New world, new laws, new order. To put the child in order, Ritalin was then given, which made the child calm down. Made the child act like stelazine had been administered. Anybody aware of what stelazine does? The same thing that drugs and crack cocaine does, only that is a crack cocaine given by the allopathic pharmaceutical division of this insane society. It replaces the drugs by making you act just like you had a drug, only this time the government legally administers it. You had my inference about that too. It's another lecture I give too. In case you're not following, what I'm simply saying is this. Melanin needs a whole new way to be educated when it's in a person. The idiot and the idiocracy of teaching a child with medicine that Jock and Jane went to the store to get a pail of milk is not only ridiculous, it is dangerous, because milk is the melanin carrier's worst enemy. And water, as it's now being given, is probably the second worst enemy. And Jack and Jane are the third worst enemy. And the store should be closed. Oh, sometimes I get neurotic. I hope you're with me in all of this. Melanin learns better in darkness at night. Sleep learning, which they're also using now in virtual reality syndrome tanks. Melanin learns better by giving the whole picture and not piecemeal. Melanin learns better when it must be made to vibrate, which means that the brain must be challenged to let it produce the various chemicals and hormones that only the pituitary gland can use when the pineal gland affects it in order to learn faster. You have the potential, when you have melanin and pituitary glands that function, of acting like a jet plane and zooming out in your consciousness. Under the present system, you are a jet plane on the ground, in the streets, wings folded back, being pushed or pulled by a stroller. Not only can you not function, you don't even function in the atmosphere that you were built to function in. You're a jet plane trying to drive in the streets of New York, and I've seen that impossibility. When you go to some woods, and I won't say the first name because I'm not giving a plug and it's on being recorded, reading dynamics, you learn to speed read. And you pay all kinds of money to learn to speed read. And what's the first thing they teach you? All right, the second thing they teach you, after they teach you how much money to pay for the course, don't go word for word, guess. Activate your pineal gland, scan the whole line, guess at the conclusions, see up and down, and open your mind to photosynthetic mind picturing, and get to the conclusion and stop going word for word. Well, what the heck did they spend 8 years telling your children to go word for word, don't go so fast, and see Jack and Mary go buy that milk at the store that we just closed? If that was the case, why not start off when the mind is completely open for all suggestions, when every gland there is functioning at its epitome, and teach you how to speed read then? That's why the ancient Griots didn't have to have the books. They were walking legends of books, and we say we love them, but we hate what they did. Now, if we don't have something to put it on paper or a calculator to work with it, we let the best computer ever built go to waste because that's the way we've been taught. But let a brother or sister get under pressure for having to raise rent money, having to pay a bill or go to jail, lose that man or woman because the money came up, and watch the ingeniousness overnight how you can create money. I try to tell you the truth, folks. I want you to see the ridiculousness of the situation you're in, so you'll change it immediately, not tomorrow, the next minute. Melanin can learn when it is activated in the brain at a rate astounding to everyone. And there is a difference between a non-melanated brain cell and brain cells that are melanated. You can put on a tape and speed it up 7 times. Rest at night in a state of meditation, or go to sleep and tell yourself, when you go to sleep, I'm going to learn this. And that tape will go fast, and you're learning it just that fast because every word is being recorded. But the total picture is what melanin is capable of remembering, and not all the words that led up to it. You get the end result by analytical computations, and not by rote word for word sight reading, which slows down the whole process. They're not even teaching you to be educated. They're educating you to be stupid. Because they're not educating you. What did I tell you they were doing? They're training you. You must educate yourself now in any way possible. Ritalin is given to slow down the child, to cause dysfunction in the hormonal secretions, and make that living baby almost like an android. Ritalin was made for glaucoma. It was made to reduce the swelling behind the eyeball and the iris when persons either with sugar diabetes or other tendencies for swelling. When you have a lot of poisons, your body tries to wash away those poisons. And this is why it was first made. It was not even made to be a brain depressant and function, but that's now the way they're using it with some people's children. And they well know what I say is true, at least their white coats. What is a white coat? A doctor that we look up to puts on a white coat, and we do anything that we normally would not do to a person wearing a brown jacket. Sometimes I try to talk to you in dualities. How many just really understood what I said just now? Thank you. How many really didn't? Didn't really hear it? I mean, don't be ashamed. How many really didn't? 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 3 persons. For those 3, let me do it again, because if 1 doesn't understand what I say, I'm not a good lecturer. You may not believe what I say, that's your privilege, but I want you to understand what I said. When a person nowadays is a medical doctor, takes the Hippocratic oath, They don't even know what the Hippocratic Oath is. They use the caduceus, they don't even know what the caduceus means. Once they've been given that medical doctor thing and they've gone to school for sometimes 33 to 35 years, they have to come out and make money back that they've already spent. And they are given the privilege of putting on a white uniform and a coat that means knowledge, wisdom, spirituality, and you can place your money and your life in their hands. That is the white coat syndrome. They are respected better than any policemen, who are usually feared for their respect. Better than any minister, because the minister will save your soul, but if your body is hurting, you go to the doctor. If the doctor and the minister are one, you're blessed. Then they give you, through allopathic, and this is what they're taught, that everything can be cured. No, everything can be helped by giving either surgery to cut it out or alter it or fix it, and drugs to placate it. Always placating the extremes and never getting to the source. That's why you go to them forever, until you never exist again. Breaking it down, 3 didn't know. They will now know, they may not believe. We are so intelligent in this country that we do a very interesting practice. We let them practice upon us, for they are undergoing the practice of medicine. That's why it's hard to sue them, because they tell you in the beginning, they're practicing. They are in practice. Don't they? Where am I lying? We also, in our intelligence, go to the doctor and pay great sums of money to be helped. In ancient Kemet, Africa, Ikubu land, Ethiopia, in Asia Minor, under the Algonquin, in Kalian, American Native Indian practice, people were so uneducated that they used to pay their physicians when they were well. And that is ignorance, that is folly, that is unheard of. Pay your physician when you're well. Oh man, the best, richest, most respected person in a village and so was a medicine person, for they kept you well. But if you got sick, you had to leave the compound, leave the village, leave the town. They not only didn't pay you, they came en masse to see why you were still there. And if you didn't get it straight real quickly, you no longer were able to practice there anyway. Because we are intelligent, we pay our doctors when we are sick, in hopes that they get us well. Whereas stupid people pay their doctors when they're well in hopes that they never get sick. Now, you know that is ridiculous, because it makes now allopathic practices of medicine get money when you are what? Sick. When don't they get money? When you are well. I rest my case. Do you understand now? I don't want to see those 3 hands again, because I've given you my best shot. The cancer polio vaccination. In 1963, they found that polio, poliomyelitis, and melanitis were given in certain, I forget the cities now, I used to know them, it's been a long time since I did that lecture, cities. It was administered to the general populace. It was to help cut down on polio. See, we don't even hear polio much anymore now. See, we don't hear about it too much anymore. We got other contentious diseases. But they found that in these vaccinations was, again, a cancer virus. They found that when they began to look into this and it was asked, is that true? All they said, we didn't do it. Well, who was the we? The various departments that could have done it, that were asked, did they do it? And they say, wasn't me, boss. I know that's the wrong race saying that. It wasn't I, sir. We didn't do it, even if it was done. They didn't say it wasn't true. They just said that they couldn't pinpoint who did it, how it got there. But the point was, it was there. Which meant that if you got polio vaccines in 1963, cancer was probable in your cells. Guess who lived in the majority of those cities where it was administered? Now, you wouldn't be able to guess about melanin like that, would you? Deeply melanated people and their children, would you? And that's when it began to raise its ugly head again in 63. What's very interesting about that whole cancer syndrome, anyway, is encapsulated in this statement. Literally, at one time in 64, 5, and through 69, almost $1 billion. I won't break down $1 billion for you. You can do that when you get home. Was given across the United States for cancer research. Funds gotten by scholars and researchers to try and find the cause of cancer. Do you know they still haven't found the cause of cancer? Boy, let's see, 63, help me with mathematics. 73, 83, 93. Well, I understand back in the 30s they were researching cancer. 43? If you got $1 million a year to get your nepotistic people, friends and relatives and buddies and so on and so forth, your colleagues, to research cancer, and then you had endowments and funding set up for the next year after that, if you were still searching, and the next year after that, if you were still searching, and most of that was tax-free money, which made it $1.25 million. Do you think you'd find a cure for cancer that year? I mean, I'm just asking you as a brother to a brother, brother to a sister, do you think, no, I know you wouldn't want to answer that, because you would find a cure for cancer because you have melanin, right? What do you say? 9 chances out of 10, you might let that go into the second year. Just makes me think that way. You know I'm wrong because you guys are really spiritual people, right? But I know if they were going to double the funding and the price of inflation and cost of goods and garments were going up, you wouldn't take it to the third year of research, would you? Or if you did, you might tell your friends in your hood what to do, but do you think you'd release it to the general public and cut off your funding of $1.5 million a year? Yes, you would, wouldn't you? You would, wouldn't you? I gave you more credit than you're giving yourself for, huh? Or did I give you more credit than you should have given the people who were doing these things for? The point is this: if somebody did that heinous act in 1963, and they still have skinheads and Ku Klux Klan and you name it all going on now, why do you think that practice has stopped? Did you stop them? Did you take over? Why do you think it stopped? Because people now are better than they were in 63, aren't they? Bosnia, Herzegovina, all the other wars and rumors of wars that progress on our earth now, man has really gotten more spiritual, hasn't he? Man may have, but human sure hasn't. You didn't hear that either, did you? Man may have, but human sure hasn't. Mankind never will. That was another lecture. Some of you came to it. The Atlanta child murders. Well, Williams is in jail, so they've stopped, right? And Williams journeyed to Orange County in Texas and did the same thing, and out to LA and did the same thing, and even into Lower Saskatchewan, Canada, in Montreal, where they have a large black population, and did the same thing, right? He must have, because all of these things went on. All you got screened was and blown up was Atlanta. But let's just deal with Atlanta. Of the 9 deaths, see, the other 3 happened after Williams was in jail. And the 32 possible deaths unrelated that happened, most of them were black boys. Black young men, prepubescent, adolescent, between the ages of 9 and 13 and a half, exceptional in consciousness and scholastic ability, the top third of their class. Usually visited by a nurse from some agency of the government prior to the happening, or at least the person was in the community. Do the research. Had already gone through all kind of tests, I won't name the different tests, you know them, and came out in a high bracket. These were intelligent, bright young people. Of the young girl, the only one that was a girl during the time when this was the criteria, the way that they found her body was awful. I'm not going to go into all those horrendous details, but I'll encapsulate it by simply saying this. She had been raped, tied to a tree, but she looked old. She didn't look like the little 8-year-old girl, or 9, I forget which, that she was supposed to be. She looked much older. The signs of age were on her torso, and especially her face. The boys, except for one, had the tips of their penises cut off. Some of you have heard this, right? How many of you heard this before? Raise your hand. I'm not lying about it. But why didn't the press bring all of that out? Huh? Why didn't they also tell you that in 2, there seems to have been a perforation through the medulla stem, and fluid had been extracted, and it made them look old because they had had pineal extractions over a period of time. I hate to think about the hell that those kids went through. Just because that type of melanated pineal fluid, according to Dick Gregory, at one time sold for $1 million a half a pint, wouldn't have any possibility of being the reason why that happened, would it? That when you can get pure melanin extracted from the pineal gland, injected into people with degenerative diseases, pain, suffering, cancers, I assume AIDS and any other degenerative diseases, you get, if not immediate, 48-hour relief for about 20 days, and then it wears off. And somebody was rich in pain with arthritis and gout and rheumatism and cancer and every other degenerative disease, they wouldn't pay any kind of money for relief from that, and their relatives and friends wouldn't either, would they? Paraplegic, people wounded in battle, severe burns that won't heal, lesions that won't heal, given help and taken out of pain for a little while, and sometimes even total recuperation when they're given extract after extract over a period of time. They wouldn't pay any kind of money for that, would they? Nobody saw the movie Coma, did they? No. No. We don't believe what the movies say because we like to be horrified, right? And to be horrified, we must go to a movie, right? Well, your life is a movie, folks, and it's a one big horror if you don't understand the potential of people who don't like you and who envy you because of the melanin that can be given. I'm not saying that's why all of it was done, but it's interesting that the Center for Disease Control was one of the best researchers into antiviral reactions and potentials, and they're located right there in Atlanta. And after Williams was in jail, it still went on. Blood viruses and our babies drinking radiated milk. Some of you heard the last time I was on WWRL, I talked about osmotic action. How many heard that show? Okay, not enough to not have to go over it again. When you eat red meat, you're in general taking in uric acid and blood. Uric acid and blood is what makes the gravy for the red meat. What they call osmotic action is when the beast that you're eating dies, all of the putrefactive bacteria, including those that may be cancerous, come out of the intestines, especially the lumen and the colon, and begin to diffuse by eating their way out of the tissues and going into the blood supply. For those who eat chitterlings understand that well, though. Those of you who don't know where chitterlings are, good. Let it rest in peace, not pieces. When this vermin, this putrefactive bacteria that causes fecal material to stink, comes into the system, it also gets into the blood, and it causes the flesh to age. Aged meat is what is preferred because it's tender without putting tenderizer on it. Aged steak is a preferred rite of passage for those who like that kind of thing. Rare steak, au jus, means that you are a steak connoisseur. You have to be taught that. It means you don't cook the meat well, you taste it, so it's tasty. And of course, it has blood in it, so it's best for you. Au jus is the blood with a little seasoning and spice to make it palatable. And many people say, that's the way to eat steak because boss told me that. And I know that's the only way to eat my steak. Most black people, and if you're Cajun and all this, you know this, they blacken the food. They'll charcoal, they'll make it almost as bad as the other way, trying to cook it so they can't see that it's meat. They're disguising the taste. That's why barbecue sells. Take the sauce of it, you wouldn't eat any of it. Because sometimes the meat's even tough, and you know it, and you don't want to tell your friends because you want to hurt their feelings when they cooked it. When I eat meat, I put more ketchup on it than I know of, and that's why little by little get away from eating meat, because I can't take the taste. And if you give it to me rare, I'll never eat another piece of meat. I don't care how lack of discipline I might have, and that's all it's showing, is a lack of discipline. But what you're eating then is the blood of the beast with the putrefactive bacteria in it, to what they call osmotic action. Go home and look up osmotic action, and you see everything I told you where I broke it down has been true. So you're drinking the blood of the beast, which lowers your vibration, gives you whatever viruses were in his intestines or her intestines, and causes you then to be susceptible to viruses. But worse than that, we go around drinking the milk of those very beasts rather than to breastfeed because we don't have time, or we let those beautiful white coats tell us that we cannot breastfeed because our milk is impure. And plus the fact, so many manufacturing companies are ready to assist you with formulas for your melanin-carrying pineal brat, your baby, that you better take it quick and get away from what the Creator given you, even though you are a spiritual person. Well, now they even feed the cows irradiated yeast so that the radiation is now in the very blood and the milk that you now drink when you drink the cow's milk, especially when you don't put the oxygen formulas into it. The blood viruses are coming from a lower phylum, which we're ingesting like mad, or the serum from their pus and their cuts, which is in serum inoculations, or from other people who are infested when they take it and give it back to you, because the key that they're teaching you now is the way to become immune to something is to take the worst pus from it, deactivate it, whatever that means, put it into your blood so that your immune system, your bone marrow, your thymus gland will begin to fight it, and therefore you won't get it. How unthinking must you be to believe that? I'm in a church. I will respect it. Daggone fools. How many didn't understand what I just said again that time now? Even when I'm breaking it down, how many really didn't understand what I just said? Thank you. Thank you. You have wisdom. Toxic waste in your food and cosmetics. Living up to the flyer. This is the version I had, the Melanin Wars. I'm giving you everything I told you I was going to give you, plus more. Don't come back and say, he didn't tell it down, he didn't break it down. That's the ones who get the secondhand opinion of it. You were here. Anybody ever heard of Chernobyl? What part of the Bronx or the boroughs is that? Can you tell me? Chernobyl. Is that near east or west? I mean, I don't know New York too well. Where is Chernobyl? Somebody tell me. Anybody ever heard of Chernobyl? What part of the Bronx or the boroughs is that? Can you tell me? Chernobyl. Is that near east or west? I mean, I don't know New York too well. Where is Chernobyl? Somebody tell me. Oh, Russian population in New York. Around the UN and in your National Guard. Huh? You didn't hear that either, did you? The truth will be in your street when you act out. You can't even speak your language, right? Oh, that's where the Russian population is, huh? You know, them have to fight, they can come over here and fight. Now, I mean, no, that's a whole different thing. That's new world, new laws, new order. Now, we have Vietnam that's testing things both on every phylum known on Earth, from plant through man, to find out what would work and what wouldn't work. In the meantime, to get rid of the roaches in the woodwork you call smelly and carrying people. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't read the book, A Higher Form of Killing, they put you in tents. The catch is simply this. You have been wrongly taught what oxygen is. They didn't even give you the right valence number for oxygen. You've been told that oxygen is O2. It is not. It is O1. When ultraviolet light acts upon it, it becomes O2. When ultraviolet light and the radiant energy from the inner sun in the form of osmosis, of moisture and energy from the earth acts upon it, it forms O3 or ozone. Ozone is present when hydrocarbon emissions and anaerobic bacteria are present in the air. It is a cleanser and nullifying it, killing them off, converting back to O2, and that's what you think oxygen actually is. So when you see ozone, know that there is something there that needs to be cleansed And that's what gives a beautiful bluish cast to your skies. I said bluish, not Jewish. Get it straight. Melanin takes on colors, whatever it's exposed to, whatever elements and vibrations are in that area, whether it be green, blue, yellow, brown, whatever. And ozone is present when there's a need to cleanse those things so that melanin people, spiritual people, vibratory people, photosynthetic people, higher conscious vibration people, seventh spectrum people need to live free and understand, and that's when it is produced. The hole in the ozone brings forth the light from beyond the sun, from the wonderful place called Sirius, and I'm sure my brother Hibbert put that on you tight. And the parent ray then can come in there and begin to illuminate, make those 12 strands come together, make your melanin kick in then to take in and cause all cells to be photosynthetic, and disease ends on the spot. Since the planet is now doing that, they tell you the hole in the ozone is going to kill you. You better say, bring it on. Folks, I fulfilled my verbal contract with Bert as of tonight. I have no further contract with the House of the Lord Church as of tonight. I have no further contract with you.
My name is Shirley Cole. I just want to know.
Get there, and why did her friend say she'd been under a doctor's care? If a doctor has not diagnosed that kind of thing in their body, then something is wrong with the doctor. If the doctor had seen to it that it was put in her body, something is wrong with the doctor. And if something else that she had been exposed to did it, we all better find out very quickly how that happened. Quite obviously, this woman was very sick, and it should have been detected long before it. My feeling is, with all the radioactive things that they have now, any one of which could have caused that. I say again, choose your doctors carefully. Choose who you expose your life and your children's life to carefully. I'm not saying all doctors are bad, but I'm saying you better choose them carefully. Okay? Welcome.
I have two quick questions, and you can make a simple statement on either. I realize that there are questions that involve some depth of answer. One, in regards to what you said, you spoke on earlier about the ability for melanin people, you can't hear me? Melanin people to be able to project their thoughts into the environment and create what they think. Is attracting your thoughts a predisposition to that state? And if so, what is the state when people attract their thoughts and then there's a dissipation of thought at the last moment? It's something that I've been observing in the environment where people will think that they want to do something. Everything will set up so that they can do that. There may be some people in the audience experiencing that, and then at the last moment, it does not come into fruition. And if you can make some statements on manic depressive disorder.
You asked a lot. I don't know about the last part. That would take a long time about manic depressive. So, in general, in metaphysics, we are taught thoughts are things. That in order for you to generate a thought, you must first think about it and picture it. Consequently, the energy that it takes to form that thought is the same energy that it takes to bring it about. Our planet is presently beginning to produce a different kind of energy. It's an energy that was here before, but was taken away. That energy will help to enhance your thoughts, help to increase your memory, help to make your body richer, so on and so forth. The antithesis, the other side of that is it will destroy if you cannot take in this new vibration, this new ray that's coming in. Melanin has an adaptable quality that can almost take to anything that is generated on our planet if given time. Because it is photosynthetic, it is from the creator himself or herself, whichever. As a consequence, we now are speeding up in our vibrations. Our helixes are beginning to attract those strands I told you about, and we're beginning to increase our consciousness, our sixth sense, our immune systems, and every other system that is physical, because mentally now we are going to enter into a new vibration. There's also a battle going on, and anything that will help you to do it, they don't want you to be exposed to. because it is now not a question of can you adapt, it's a question of adapt or die. Therefore, the battle is on. People forget because they can't remember. That's oversimplistic, but it's a truism. They forget because they can't connect with the program that's been stored in one of those neuron centers that was previously recorded. And when you start to do it, because of the low vibrations of the planet and all the drugs in the cans and all the drugs in the air and everything else, you begin to get pressure so you can't remember. And then you utter the fatal statement, I can't remember. I forget. I don't know. When those are negative vibrations, they stop the mental picture that shows you where the program is stored from happening. And that's why, again, to say we've been slowed down in our vibrations. Okay? Don't have time for the manic depressions and so on like that, but they're usually brought on by drugs and by low vibrations. That's why they want to stack you up on each other. That's why they don't want to give you a lot of air and oxygen and space. They want to give you time away from 9 to 5 to think and relax, to cause your system to stop that tenseness and let the flow go in, because everything that is good flows. It doesn't bombard, it flows. That's why they don't want you to think. That's why I will help to do the thinking for you. And then you will find time, because once you start thinking that you deserve this time, you'll be surprised how those job situations change. You're not only given time, but you're given support. You don't believe that yet, but try it. You might like it. That's what positive thinking is all about. I call it sometimes magnetic negative thinking. Same difference.
Good evening, Dr. Blair. First, I want to say thank you because Reverend Coleman is my
Reverend Coleman?
Yes, we know she teaches the metaphysics.
In Chicago? Oh yes, the biggest church in Chicago.
Right, and the learning of the 12 powers of men. I felt very happy when you spoke of that. Now, I'm a twin. I have a twin brother, but there are times when I think, I don't live there, I live here. But it's like we're there, I'm with him without being with him. So my question is, can we still have the communication, even though I'm as far as I am from him, and we're on different planes, working on different subject matter? And the other thing I want to ask you.
Well, why don't you hold the other thing? Let me speak to the first thing quickly. I might forget the second thing. Melanin might not kick in well. Okay, been thoroughly exhausted. Twins share the same womb, conceived at the same time, the egg splits, and two are formed. It is twins and identical twins that the governments of the world are now trying to put under laboratory conditions to get up what they call natural psychics. Not only are they able to communicate, but they have a stronger degree of extrasensory perception and even molecular movements. You've got right over here in Jersey, a molecular research, biological, and immune enhancing station right by two parabolic dishes, and you guys don't even understand what that can possibly mean. Okay? Remember, Newark not too long ago had a few problems itself, right? What I'm simply saying is this: identical twins probably are better symbiotic, having a lot in common, so any of the things of communication on the psychic planes would automatically happen. They've already used these kind of people in espionage, in some of the ships that they sent to the moon when the aliens helped them get there, and all kind of planet-to-planet communications. You think I'm crazy? Read something about the Montauk Project right out here at Montauk, Long Island. Read about the Philadelphia experiment way back in 1943, and read why, again, every time they wanted to communicate, they used black people to communicate with from space first, testing it out on these aboriginals who knew and detected they were there, and then they began to use it through modulation and moderation and drugs on the Caucasian participants in those pilot products. Twins always have a lot in common. When separated, they always can communicate faster. The point is, you do it by relaxing and getting the picture, and you do it at certain times of the day when your body clocks or have more biorhythm. They don't teach you any of that, and I don't think I have to tell you why after tonight's lecture. You had a second part.
The second part is, do you feel that there was a conspiracy to kill Bruce Lee because of his not knowing of how to push a person 6 feet away with his fingers?
Bruce Lee used the psychic fist, and I think you explained it very well. We have been taught all of the human striking potentials of every art and science on this planet. Everything they teach us is physical. We are more than the physical. I don't mean the pie in the sky and those kind of thing. We are more than physical. No physical action can happen without the thought of that physical action first having been conceived. So why go with that is the result of it rather than the result of the thing that causes it? And all the training in the martial arts that I understand is always to previously think a thing, to react to it, previously know what to do so you don't think about it, you just do it. And you go through all those pages of repetition till it comes to be second nature. He was showing the ability to project the etheric body, which means he has to raise himself to the astral consciousness and still remain in the physical body. That was not to be taught, as the Shogun priest taught, to any of the so-called outsiders or to humans. He did it for money, he got his results. Yes?
I enjoyed the talk very, very much. I enjoyed your talk very much, and I actually have 3 questions, but I'll start. The first one is, many melanin, it's a statement and a question, that many melanin-dominant people have been taught that all power lies outside themselves, and that's been deliberately taught, and that anything that's really powerful is sort of inferred that it belongs to the devil and not God, and how to best bring this kind of message to people who really need to hear it the most, because they've been taught so much to be, to, abhor the melanin in their skin. That's my question.
Hold the other two, please. Thank you for the compliment to start with. Your being here appreciates that, and I appreciate you for being here. In general, if we would teach our children, because they tell me the children are born from a parent, whether they act like it or not. They were a parent at the time, apparently. If they are, then if we would teach from the divine inner thought at the beginning, first through breastfeeding, which bonds and lets you get hold of that child's soul, and then through example, which gives them something to look up to, no matter what they were then trained to have, the foundation would have been laid in the womb, at conception, and during the time when we had them. We get them and try to take over once all of the other opportunities have been passed because we were not told what a soul coming in is. We were not told about our previous existences, and we were not told that we're in a melanin war. If we acted on a war potential, we would do better with our own children before they could take them away from us mentally. You still can regain those children at night when they sleep if you go back to understanding what true magic is and not the foolishness that they're teaching you through the illusionists. Okay? You still can reach them. We're just going about it the wrong way. And as long as you begin to not go within yourself and ask for help and believe that the divine creator knows more than any fool, man, human on earth, then you will go by those things that don't work, and you shouldn't even try something that doesn't work more than once. First time, shame on them. Second time, shame on you. You have control. You need to go amongst yourselves and understand how that control has been exercised in the past. It's through mind control at night when a person has no defense, and if they have your blood, they'll listen to anything you say. All right, now, what are the next two?
The other question is, I think you said that the people who have melanin can survive the cataclysmic earth changes that are predicted, eminently predicted. And my question is, I feel frightened, and that's the statement, I feel frightened about how long it would take to adapt to these changes. And the other question, part of that question is,
No.
do you know of any other place where we will also survive?
Okay, that would bring on a whole lecture within itself, okay? An answer to the statements you made and the question that came in after your statement again. Melanin will not save you from death. Melanin offers you a way to communicate with the gods that gave it to you, and they can take you away from the planet for a time while the death issue goes on. Melanin may also, if that is not capable, give you a forewarning when something is going to happen, like it does to all creatures. We just don't listen to it. Therefore, you may be able to go from place to place if human doesn't stop you. okay, to avoid natural catastrophes, because nature always warns first. Man strikes without warning. Nature warns you 3 times minimum. Things come in threes. Consequently, if we can get back again to using the abilities we already have, then more things are given. You don't use it, you will lose it. Okay, that's part of it.
And the last question is that there are a number of people in a movement called Ascension. And there is a movement called Ascension that involves people of all persuasions and varying degrees of melanin. So I wondered if you would comment about that.
Well, I'm not aware too much of just the movement called Ascension. I'm aware of those who relate to the ascended masters and many religious and spiritual groups. I'm aware to those who feel that they can ascend and they can evolve upward as they devolve downward. But I can't speak to something that I'm not particularly sure until you give me more the reasons for it. I think we all are in the process of ascending because our planet is going from a 3rd dimensional entity into a 4th dimensional entity, which means also that we can now even have some who may even make the jump to the 5th dimension. Consequently, I think in that sense, we all are ascending. The particular movement, and so I can't speak of because I'm not sure what you mean.
Thank you. I'm not,
You're welcome.
but I'd be delighted to study the papers that come this far if you have any more forms that.
The forms are all gone. Maybe she has some left in the back. If not, we can mail them to you. The point is, again, if you're enough registered, you'll be contacted to where they'll be held anyway. We have to have at least our 50 people tonight. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Blair. My name is Hafiz. First off, I'd like to say I respect you a great deal for taking on the disciplines that you have to bring me to this point to be able to exploit these truths that you have tonight.
Well, I thank you. I don't know if I deserve all of that, but I appreciate your saying it to me. Everybody wants to hear something good.
My first question pertains to my 6-month-old daughter, who for the past few months has been regurgitating various formulas. She was being breastfed by her mother for about 3 months. She had been tested both prior to, but during her pregnancy for carrying TB germ. Thus far, when she came to New York, they told her that she would have to get back on the medication if she not allowed her to breastfeed any longer. So she stopped breastfeeding. We got on the semi. She's had negative reactions to that, as well as the infant, and now we're at the soy. How can we detox her, and what would be the best thing in this developmental stage of her life?
Okay, let me say, first of all, I give consultations, right? What you're asking should be best formed in a consultation. I am not a medical doctor. PhD history, Doctor of Divinity. I am a health researcher for 26 years, worked with some of the best, Dr. Fulton, so on like that. And there are the people who I know who will advise me, and I also believe in meditation and going from within. Those are my sources. I have consultations planned. Right now, I'm in New Jersey, and I don't know how many people could make it to New Jersey. I'm here for one more day. I've had a lot of people who already want consultations. I'm at the days in there, and if you want further, if you can get out there tomorrow, then I'd say to check the sheet in the back and let her know again. If I would give you some kind of prognosis on that specific thing, I could be jailed, especially when I did it in a public forum without more information and going to my cohorts. Consequently, it's something that I must ask you to do on an individual basis. I can say collectively this. I believe that the Creator is wise enough to give a woman milk to feed her young, as all species mammalian feed their young from their mother, and they do not go to other phylums to feed them. If you can begin to enhance your system by cleaning it up and having the faith in watching the results of your child before it is tampered with, I think you'll find that the two seem to bond together even in 1994. I would always be reluctant to do anything artificial if there was a wholesome, natural way to do it. but then I'm a God-fearing spiritual man. Thank you.
We're going to have another participant to limit themselves to one question, of course, we're running out of time.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We speak about oxygenators, I'm quite clear on that. I'd like you to clarify the good and bad of free radicals and antioxidants, if you will.
Free radicals are any cell that undergoes the loss of one electron. Our cells are constantly in a state of taking in energy, giving off energy, living and dying, deteriorating. They deteriorate to the degree that they're overused without proper nutrition or balances and checks. When one of these molecules or so loses an electron, it tries to know that it's going to live because it knows that its death is imminent. So like anything else trying to survive, it will be attracted to those paired electrons in a normal cell. It attaches to them on its way out and causes what is called cross-linking or vamping on cells that are stable. As you know, the making of the atomic bomb is to make an unstable molecule, and then pretty soon the thing may explode. Antioxidant enzymes, really, I wish they had not named it that way, but they did. And it is only a way of producing an enzyme, a life force, a God-carrying spiritual enzyme in there, which will stop the process of oxidation or losing oxygen without proper replacement from happening. These antioxidant enzymes are scavengers which find these cells without the pair electrons, surround them, send out a sound to the immune system, the bone marrow, the glycophages, the macrophages, the leukocytes, to come here and fight this enemy or else even dissolve it. For every cell that is lost when a person is balanced, there is a cell that is created, and therefore life goes on. With all of the things from electronic smog and diseases to all the things we talked about tonight, we didn't even hit half of them again. This process is being slowed down. These antioxidant enzymes will help to get rid of those cells before they can become cancerous, detrimental to the system. As we speed up, and I must make this very clear because I don't think some of you understand this, if you take the oxygenating products, it will help your cells to work faster. There's nothing wrong with that. The point is, if they work faster, they will throw off poisons faster and may produce more free radicals, which if you take enough of the antioxidant enzymes, the pycnogenol, the BioGuard, things like this, you can still offset that. The good is worth it, but understand the discipline is that you must also then clean up the system as fast because these cells are only doing what they're supposed to do. Take in life, give off death. Don't fault them for what they're doing, fault yourself if you don't use the wisdom to take the complete line of products. And so, okay? Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Blair.
Good evening.
All of us who are children of the 40s and 50s, even 60s, have conscious now. Is there a deeper meaning to that?
I think, was that the question? I think so. And you open up a Pandora's box, which I will not make the whole box. I'll just address what you actually asked. I compare that to, in an interview, understand boilers or so. If you have a heating unit in your basement of your building or your home or wherever you live, and you have a safety shunt valve on that or a pressure release valve or pressure showing valve, when that pressure builds up in your boiler, the valve may loose what they call a shunt. It will cut off, automatic cut off, all kind of fuel from being, and oxygen from being given to that system, which will bank your heating system. Now, when that pressure release valve works, you don't go down with a sledgehammer and knock it off the top of the tank, do you? You don't do that because then the pressure will continue to build up until there is an explosion or worse. Consequently, the tonsils, like the appendix, only show when too many poisons are accumulating in the top part of your body or when too many poisons are accumulating in the lower part of the body. So when the tonsils begin to cause the palate to fall, we teach these in the classes, I'm going into the classes now, to fall over the esophagus and trachea here in the body, and you try to eat, you get a sore throat. If you continue to try to do it, the poisons begin to swell up on the thyroid or parathyroid glands per se, and you get worse than the sore throat. You may even get a goiter. It's not just brought on by the lack of iodine, by the way. When this happens, you cannot eat. And so, therefore, the throat is sore, so then they take and cut it out. You cut it out because it's doing what it's supposed to do. Tells you to change your diet, get rid of the poisons, and stop eating. Go on a fast. So it's as silly to knock the shunt valve and gauge off of a boiler as it is to remove that. Clean up your act, it'll go down, you'll have no pain in most cases, especially when it's young, when most of the glands are operating correctly. It's operating correctly. The person isn't. Welcome.
I enjoyed the session tonight.
Thank you.
I have one question. I would like to hear about the fact that you said this something each get a shade darker, and that can be very helpful. Could you explain that a little more?
Well, as we all know, dark people can tan. The melanin is called to the skin to fight all of these long parent rays that are now coming in. Therefore, the skin will get a little thicker and darker. Consequently, when this happens, you will have more melanin in an activated state. It behooves us to make that melanin of a good clear form, and of a good healthy form. The parent rays are going to come in no matter what anybody on this planet does, because it is coming from a sun that controls our sun. Consequently, this summer, when we go out into the ultraviolet light, for some people, it will seem like the warmest summer ever or the most radiant summer ever, even though the temperatures may still stay within the 80, 90, 95, 100 degree era, per se. It is because the intensity, the vibration of the rays coming in from our sun now are different. What they will tell you is that the ultraviolet radiant energy, which is very harmful, and you need to wear your blue blockers and all this kind of thing, is coming in. You block the blue, you block the ultraviolet, that's the thing that you need with melanin to produce your own ozone, to produce your own hydrogen peroxide, and so on and so forth. You don't have to block those rays. What you need to do is to shade yourself from some of the sun that will also activate the pineal gland, which will make you sometimes have heat strokes, or you feel a lot of energy there too. Meditation, healthful fruits and vegetable juices, oxygen products, all these things will help to take in those rays because you are a child of the Creator. Fight it, and you burn, get leukemia and melanocytes, or again, what we call cancerous growth. Go with it, the tanning won't even harm you, the clothes look better on you, and you'll still be living as a child of the Creator. One, okay. Good evening.
The question I have is in reference to your last lectures. Visitors to the Ladies is one of the books you mentioned, but you never mentioned the author.
What is the name? What's the name you said?
Visitors from the Ladies.
Visitors, that wasn't, well, if I said that, I didn't mean to say, I don't know of a book called Visitors from the
Something
Ladies.
you were shown in pictures. This is.
Okay, that's the one with Billy Meyer and the Palladian. Okay, all right, maybe that is the call of it. I call it, there's another one again, it's 1 and 2 of those books. Any rate, that is the Billy Meyer Chronicles. And what were you asking me about it now?
Visitors from the Ladies.
Oh, okay, now what were you asking me, what's in the book?
Who's the name of the author that you mentioned?
Oh, I don't remember firsthand. I had the book with me then. I don't have it with me now. But it is part of the thing on Billy Meyer. Most of your bookstores will have an ISBN chronicle number that relates to the Billy Meyer Chronicles again. I call it Palladian 1, Palladian 2. If you ask about that by title, they can probably give you the author. It's really edited by a number of people. It was put out, first of all, by, in Japan, a publishing company there, and I'm just not aware of the author right now.
I'm trying to get the response.
Well, I tell you what, if you phone me in Chicago, I have the book, I'll pull it out and read it off to you, okay? All right, thank you.
I just wanted to ask, you mentioned about violence in terms of pregnant women And I wanted to know about seizures. What effect does it have when you give it to an older man for seizures?
You see, I cannot answer that because I'm not aware of all of the ways that Dilantin can affect older people, elderly people, or male people. It was used and began to produce generally bad results with younger women of childbearing age. So I can't really answer all of that. All I know is it was designed, no, I'm saying it was written. I'm not really sure. I can't really answer that.
Okay.
Too many possibilities there that I don't have answers for.
And what about melatonin, like cows? What effect does that have on people?
Melatonin by cows, cow extraction? Okay, now you said cows, C-O-W-S?
K-A-L.
Calves. Oh, baby cows.
K-A-L.
Oh, cow. Oh, okay. I'm really not sure what melatonin by a cow, one of the many producers of melanated products. They even have, if I'm not mistaken, a glandular, pineal glandular extract again per se. I can't tell you particularly brand name what it is. All what they would call cytotropic extracts, and that's what that would be considered, are supposed to be state regulated, Federal Drug Administration regulated, and so on and so forth. I can only say as to that degree, possibly that's what they do. One thing is for sure, we eat meat, and if we eat meat, we also sometimes eat glands. And it's one thing to eat the gland au jus, another thing to eat the gland when it's had most of the poisons removed. I cannot speak about Cal because I'm not sure what their product will consist of when it does use the melanin.
The last question.
Leave it.
I'd like to know what the original purpose was for the study of alchemy for the European baptized into chemistry, and their correlation with that study and Meddling Kids. We had mentioned previously also, I think that's
Okay, in again, the course, this is why now it's getting down to maybe a few lectures once a month, but it's really time to study a course now to dig into these things. If we're going with the Kemetic, alchemic, Moorish, Nubian type of concept, the alchemy was that you would take both the vibrations from the air, the vibrations from land, the vibrations from the roots of plants, and the vibrations from the leaves of plants, and you'd have all of the 7 light rays present. That anything then decocted, infused, or taken from this kind of symbiosis, this kind of measurement, could help to maintain all 7 of our bodies. The key was that we had 5 other bodies, 5 other chakras, 5 other dimensions, which we could also go into us, but made us more than mortal, more than the planetary individuals, and made us again as the gods. Those keys to activate those are where they begin to hide it in the lost keys of the 12 kingdoms and so on like this. Pardon? Well, the Kabbalah. There are many who say, and I don't know why I'm even going to say this, but I will, that the actual Kabbalah in the diagram of the tree of life is nothing but a melanin molecule under its hyperboric state. That's as much as I say about it. I think I've said a lot.
Let's get back to
Dr. Blair, I want you to sign my list down there on AIC's list. If you want to be on our mailing list, we have many more speakers that are coming in, and I want you all to know about them too. You want to know about them. Thank you.
don't forget, this Saturday, after our quarter.
Okay, now we just finished the question, because that wasn't fair.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
All right, if you get the book Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man, written by Albert Churchward, he states, from here, these little men spread all over the world, north, east, south, and west. In other words, the pygmies, as they are called, in particular, the Twa, the Anu people, were not only in Africa, but in Europe, Asia, North and South America, and Oceania, which are the Pacific Islands, were populated by them. Was populated originally by all of them. So North and South America, they was there. Europe, Asia, which actually there is no such thing as Europe because that's Asia Minor. Asia Major, Asia Minor. They was there. Oceania, the Pacific Islands, they was there. He was the first, the little red man of the earth. From the pygmy, evolution continued progressively in the following order. From them came the Bushmen. 2, the Masaba Negro. 3, the Nilotic Negro. 4, Maasai from Kenya. And 5, Mongoloids, which actually extended from the Bushmen.
Fahim, to tam się nie obej.
You gotta tell what story.
I'll tell you what roisz.
The Mongolian, the Mongoloids, and then the so-called Aryanists. The so-called Aryanists. Now, so it's a commonly held belief that the human life evolved out of Africa millions of years ago. Many indigenous African tribes are direct descendants, some of the earliest modern human Homo sapien groups, and have unique DNA markers. These tribes also have unique genetic features, such as well as languages that are not closely related to any other that exist today. Additionally, these tribes have been able to maintain their cultural traditions for thousands of years despite European colonization in nearby regions. Remarkably, all of the tribes on this list are still around and practice their ancient traditions. So you go to Wikimedia Commons and look up African pygmies, are widely known around the world for their small stature and are not one tribe, but various smaller tribes that live in Central Africa, like the other older African tribes on this list, the Pygmies are thought to be descended from some of the earliest groups of humans. As we know, some dating back to more than 30 million years ago, according to W. Raymond Drake in his book. Several current Pygmy tribes have DNA markers closely related to one of the oldest groups of human ancestors. Okay? The San tribe, that's Khoisan, have been living in southern Africa for at least 30,000 years, of course more, and they are believed to be not only the oldest African tribe, but quite possibly the world's most ancient race. The San has the most diverse and distinct DNA than any other indigenous African group. This means that the San are direct descendants of one of the original ancestral human groups. This is the way that is broken down. All right, so I'm sorry about that. We went ahead. Got to get back to where I was. All right, so right here, this is the book by W. Raymond Drake, Gods and Spacemen in the Ancient West. We talked about this before, but now we're going to put it in perspective. Raymond Drake, he stated that the Pygmies inhabited Earth for 30 million years. Pygmy is a term used for the various ethnic groups worldwide whose average height is unusually low. Anthropologists define Pygmy as any group whose adult men grow to less than 150 centimeters, 4 feet 11 inches. In average height, a member of a slightly taller group is termed pygmioid. The best known pygmies are the Aka, Ife, and Mbuti of Central Africa. There are also pygmies in Australia, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Papua New Guinea, and Brazil. The term also includes the Negrito of Southeast Asia, the remains of at least 25 miniature humans who lived between 1,000 and 3,000 years ago, was found on the island of Palau in Micronesia. Of course, it goes much further back than that. But as you see here, Raymond Drake states that the Pygmies inhabited Earth for 30 million years. So this 1,000 to 3,000 years ago is probably just one of the last impacts. Because as we've seen from the previous documentation by Albert Churchward, they spread it throughout North America, South America, Africa, Asia, and Europe. We know they was here in this Western Hemisphere because, and that they all refer to about at least 30 million years ago because, and this is where Raymond Drake got his information from, because there's a 28 million year old human skeleton that was found in the British, which was in the British Museum. Now it's in the basement of the British Museum. from the Caribbean islands of Guadalupe. All right, Guadalupe. It says a 28 million year old human skeleton found in extremely hard 28 million year old limestone on the coast of French Caribbean island of Guadalupe in 1812. So they dismissed this because this messed up the whole timeline of what they're trying to do. So they hid these facts. And here it says, belonging to a woman about 5 feet 2 inches tall. So she would be related to the pygmioid group, which is slightly taller than the pygmies, which is 4'11". The fully human Guadalupe woman skeleton is complete in every respect except the feet and head are missing. It is an authentic discovery, which has been in the British Museum for over half a century. But because it doesn't fit the timeline, they had to put it in the basement. And when my wife and I went to the British Museum back in 2012, I believe it was 2012. Actually, it was before that, 2008, October 2008, the last week, if I'm not mistaken, it was the last week going towards the Halloween, October. So it says, when the 2-ton limestone block containing Guadalupe woman was first put on exhibit in the British Museum in 1812, it was first displayed as a proof of the Genesis flood. In 1881, however, what happened? The exhibit was quietly taken down to the basement and remained there to this day. So as I was stating, when we went there, my wife and I went to the British Museum in 2008, the week of October of the Halloween festivities. All right, and I'm being facetious. We asked the curator of the museum, can we go down into the basement? He said the head curator was not there that weekend or that week. However, if he was, he would petition for us to go. He said, however, what he can tell us is that this is only 20% in which that we're seeing that is above. In the basement is 80% more of the artifacts. This is one of them in which that is being quietly taken down to the basement and remains there to this day. All right? Now, right here it says, the recent epoch of geology begins. Ice Age ends. Human beings spread to all parts of the world. And this is 20 million years ago. Who is this? Once again, the Pygmies and the Pygmioids, known as the Twa people, the Anu people, the Tassetians, as they are also referred to as in ancient Kemet, Temeray, Egypt. Okay? Now, so when we read here within The Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man by Albert Churchward, that these little red men, as it was called, copper-colored skin tone beings, that not only were they in Africa, but in Europe, Asia, North and South America, and Oceania, this proves that the Negroids the Twa people, the Anu people, were already in North America. Does it not? So, when you look here, I went to gedmatch.com, GEDMATCH.com. There it says if I went to the ethnohelix K10 African only, it speaks of the fact of my relationship to the Kong people in the Nile or Nilo-Sahara Desert or Sahara or Saharan 3.16. We go to Mbuti Pygmies 2.06. East Africa 1.10. The Khoisan 76.96. West Africa 13.74. Biaka Pygmy 2.34. And the Omnitech 0.63. So these are the Kong people, the population. And the highest number is the Kyosan, or Khoisan, which as we've seen is one of the oldest beings or people on planet Earth with the most diverse DNA, 76.96. Then you come down to Bianca Pygmy. We got Bianca Pygmy under Bianca Pygmy, 99.99%. 99.99%. So, meaning that I have genetics definitely from the Bianca Pygmy and from the Khoisan. All right? And here it is. It says Mbuti Pygmy. Once again, Mbuti Pygmy, 99.99%. Once again, we have Pygmy, 99.99%. San, 1.24% on the East Africa 2. The Khoisan, 98.75%. Then you have the Sanep, which is on the Khoisan is 99.99%. Then you have Sandawa, or Sandawi, which is under Nilo-Saharan, 1.52, East African, 8.35, Mbuti Pygmy, 2.22, East African, 11.40, Khoisan, 6.83, West African, 17.88, Hadza, 5.02, Bianca Pygmy 3.46, North African 2.9, and Omnitic 41.22. So we definitely have the Twa people in our DNA. There's no doubt about that. And we are them and the San people are the oldest people on planet Earth. And who is the San or the San Bushman? As we see here, the hunter-gatherer or the African hunter-gatherers. All right, 200,000 years ago, the ancestors of the San people or San Bushmen began to go their own way from other humans. The San, along with the Hadza and the Pygmies of the Congo, remain witness to the ancient hunter-gatherer traditions of humanity. As the continent was overwhelmed by farmers and pastoralists, these ancient hunters abided, moving to less hospitable territory and achieving some sort of symbiosis with the outsiders. Okay? It wasn't the outsiders, it was their children. The hell are they talking about? No damn outsiders. It's their children. The division within African hunter-gatherers are judged on a scale of tens of thousands of years rather than thousands. This reflects the peculiar role of Africa in human evolutionary history, as African history is far longer than in other regions, at least that has been discovered. And the only reason why I use Africa as still the base is because of a book called Forbidden Archaeology and the Hidden History of the Human Race, both written by Michael Creedmoor and Dr. Richard L. Thompson. Both of the books states specifically, all right, that there was a blast that was carried out, all right, in South Africa, Stone, in which that disgorged nearly 200 circular spheres known as the Klukdrup bowls, in which they dated back to 2.8 billion years ago, the oldest relics found on the planet Earth thus far. So until we find older relics than 2.8 billion years ago, whether they're in North America, Central or South America, the adjoining islands, whether it's in Asia, Europe, Australia, Antarctica, if we can find older relics or older relics, antiques, whatever term that we want to use, if we can find older objects, items, or facts concerning something older than 2.8 billion years ago, I'm going to go with the fact that we're talking about 2.8 billion years ago in Africa. So I'm not so totally on everything came from America. I understand and understand that there was a blast that was carried out also that we've spoken about many times before in Dorchester, Massachusetts, in which that disgorged a metallic vase, a vessel, a bell-shaped vessel, in which that dated back to 600 million years ago. So America, in particular North America, is an old world. It's an old world. It is an old world, but it's not the old world as of yet. We need more evidence to verify that. So I'm not jumping on the bandwagon with these other people that is not going by historical facts, documentation, relics, artifacts, as we refer to them as, items, anything in which that can verify that is older, bring it forth. If you can't, please shut the noise up because you're confusing people. And you're trying to do something in which that try to put you outside of the greatest scholars in which that we have had, such as Dr. John Henry Clark, such as Dr. Yusuf bin Yakinen, such as Professor Ranoko Rashidi, such as Dr. Layla Africa, and I can go on and on with the list. So I don't have a problem with saying that we all come from Africa, which that's what they claim. What I have a problem with is the fact that they don't say they're African Europeans. They don't say that they're African Asians, but they refer to us as African Americans. That's bullshit. We're Americans. Because we've been here so long. Even Africans will tell you that. We've been here for more than 7 generations. Therefore, we are cut off from what they refer to as the motherland. We are descendants now from this land. And since we're talking about 600 million years ago, that is definitely showing some connections in which that can't be documented by way, obviously, of DNA, because it's so far back, they won't even know how to tally it, truthfully, nor would they want to. But they do give us clues, as I've shown in previous videos, of the 12,500 years ago of the Covis man from Montana, in which that states basically are the Paleo-Americans. That's the bloodline of the Paleo-Americans. So they show that we are the Paleo-Americans, dating back to more than 12,500 years ago, which would be 14,500 years ago, almost 15,000 years ago. We were in the Americas. In particularly, we was in North America. Then we had the Kennewick man, Washington State, in which that shows that we was here over 8,300 years ago. So that would be actually 10,000, because you add these 2,000 years on from the zero. So that would now become 10,000, over 10,322 years ago. Okay? So we was here before the last ice age, and we was here after the last ice age. The Covis man, as well as also the Kennewick man, in which that we have shown in previous videos, that was in my DNA as well as in your DNA, I'm sure, because as we said before, DNA speaks. It's not called intelligence for nothing. Intel is what? When you're gathering the intel, what is that? Somebody talk to me. When you gather intel, what is that? What are you doing?
Information.
Right, you're getting information. And then gent is what? From the word genes. So this is information from your genes. So intelligence means information from your genes. So the ancestor speaks.
That's what they call it, genealogy.
That's right. The study of the genes, the study of the ancestors. Okay? The study of the ancestors. Get the book, A History of the African Olmecs. Now, they're calling them African Olmecs, but yet, in another, if you go and do your research on the Olmecs, you'll find that the Olmecs are the Atlanteans, which was here over 50,000 years ago. You'll find out that the Olmecs also are the Indians. When you break down their DNA, they have A, B, C, D, X, and Q haplogroup. These are the beginning stages of who we refer to as the so-called Indians, Native Americans. So you can take it or leave it alone. We know our information. It's been proven. I've done too many videos on this. And not one so-called scholar has stepped to me yet. Not one. So here, the settling of the prehistoric Americas by blacks from Africa and Asia. All right? And because of that, they become known as the Americans. In fact, we find that the origin of the name American is America. America. But who were the America? The followers of Amen. They were the Olmecs, who are the Nubian Egyptians. Let's read. It is very likely that the very first inhabitants of the Americas were Negritic blacks from Africa and Asia, who arrived in the Americas earlier than 100,000 years before Christ. Now, if you don't know, that is 102,000 years, because we're talking about now this 2,000 years that we're in now, from 0 to 2022. So we're talking about 102,000 years before Christ. Thus, occurrences will have taken place during a period of human history when the only Homo sapiens were Negritic blacks. There was no one else here on planet Earth over 100,000 years ago, y'all. This is the problem that you have with the lies in which you're being told. And recent migration from Africa, who entered into a uninhabitable North and South America. Actually, it wasn't uninhabitable. We have already given proof that South America, North America, remember, we just talked about 28 million years ago in Guadalupe, which are the Caribbean islands, there was fossil. A whole skeleton was found without the head and the feet, but everything else was there 28 million years ago. So it wasn't uninhabitable. So that's a mistake that academia and scholars make. Hence, really makes them not so scholarly, doesn't it? Because they're trying to hide information based on academic pressures from the colleges and universities. You see, I'm not pressured. I'm going to tell you the goddamn truth. So here, we must consider the fact that the mitochondrial DNA studies done over the years have already fortified the evidence. We point to the monogenetic origin of all humans' presence to a source somewhere in Central Africa. Furthermore, all humans came from this African source and developed into distinct races only about 40,000 years ago. Actually, less than that. The Albion say that as far as the way that he looks presently, that only happened or occurred between 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. And the present Asians, the way that they look, only happened or occurred 2,000 years ago. Between 2,000 to 4,000 years ago. So this means you had the Cone people who was in Asia from out of the interior of Africa, or the Nubians, which has those info eyelids, and they mixed in with the Caucasians, in which that produced the Oriental or Asiatic or Asian Oriental race that we have, that we see today. This means that the black race, Negritic, existed far more than 100,000 years before all other races came into being. Get it? See, this is the science. Wherever there's corrections that need to be made, we'll correct that. We'll correct that. All right? Because that's what we do. We correct it. This is Paul Alfred Barton. Alayhi salam upon him for doing his best as he did to bring us up to speed as far as our heritage, as far as our ancestry. Now we go to East Africa. This is from my heritage. This is shared with 21 chromosomes, and it says millions of years ago, East Africa gave rise to the hominin lineage, with many human species coming and going around the edge of the Rift Valley. In Ethiopia, there exists some of the first atomically moderate human remains. dating to 200,000 years before the present. Now, this is quite conservative based on the fact that we just finished talking about a 28 million year old a 28 million year old fossil found in Guadalupe. 200,000 years is nothing as far as they say, they had to say moderate human remains, because there's ancient human remains in which that we just spoke about. It is likely that non-African humans derived from an East African population. Hold up, it is likely that non-African humans derived from an East African population. In other words, the Europeans, the Albions. All right, and we're talking about Europeans, we're talking about the Albions, because there's also so-called Moorish Europeans or European Moors. All right, which is also in the ancestry of many of us. But here, we know there's the Huguenots and so forth and so on. So, in the Habsburg, I won't go over all that today, but we seeing these connections here. And it says, perhaps a group which also gave rise to the Heza hunter-gatherers. All right, now, the moderate population of East Africa, or a fusion between disparate elements. First, there is a deep ancestry of which the Hadza are representative, which has roots in the region hundreds of thousands of years ago. Some of the ancestors of these people migrated out of Africa, but others moved westward, creating the fusion of West Africans. In time, with the Neolithic and pastoralism, Eurasian people migrated back to East Africa. This gave rise to the Afro-Asiatic and Neolithic people. About 3,000 years ago, Bantu agriculturalists moved eastward and mixed with the native hunter-gatherers and Neolithic agro-pastoralists. Now, modern East Africa is a cultural palimpsest, but it has always been thus. One of the major heaths of the human race, East Africa has been a source and target for our species. Pregrenation, all right, or pregrenation, pregrenation, all right. Hopefully I said that properly there. All right, so as we see, we're looking at timelines. All right. Ancient Ethiopia, 2500 BC. From there, we get the ancient Egyptian bloodline from out of Ethiopia, which correlates perfectly with what Dr. Ben stated, what Dr. John Henry Clark stated. This is DNA. Everything about DNA is not a lie. Let me say that again. Everything about DNA is not a lie. It's your interpretation of it. As long as you don't have Henry Louis Gates, then you won't mess up. You'll mess up with Skip. Oh, because Skip will skip a whole lot of shit. Right here, your closest ancient populations. Anything at 10 and below means that I am directly related. So here it is, ancient Egyptian, Amorites, Canaanites, and Semites, the Pontic Empire. And you see there, ancient Egyptian. Don't let the picture fool you. They always got to put themselves in it somewhere. But this is about you right here and now. As you see, ancient Egyptian plus Amorite is 6.956. In other words, less than 7% distant, meaning that I am directly related and in connection to the ancient Egyptians. As you see here, ancient Egyptian, 7.133%. Ancient Egyptian plus Canaanite, Semite, 7.94. Canaanite, Semite, 9.567. Canaanite, Semite plus Amorite, 10.557. Now, all of these are at 10 and below, meaning that I am ancient Egyptian, meaning I am Canaanite, meaning I'm Semite, which is Hebrew, Israelite. All of that is connected. As we have said before in a previous video, and this is all connected once again. You have Pontic plus Canaanite, Semite, 12.24. You have ancient Egyptian plus Pontic, 12.58, and Amorite, 12.94. All right? Meaning, once again, that this is direct connections. So we find that sample match is to the ancient Egyptian. His name is Nekat Ankh. They don't know his Y DNA, allegedly, but they have his mitochondrial DNA, M1A1. M1A1. Now, hold on. Let me see if I can find M1A1. Let's see if I can find that connection here. Now, M1A1. Okay. Let's see if we can find a connection, because remember, there's something in which that was very profound, in which that was said by an archaeologist from South Carolina. His name is Albert Goodyear. Albert Goodyear. Remember, he said something very phenomenal, and I want to add that into the mix. Albert Goodyear. All right. Now.
Okay. Watch
AIT, what's your age? How y'all doing today?
We doing great. How you doing, Dr.
Excellent. All right, so I'm going to find what Albert Goodyear stated. So just bear with me for a second here, y'all. All right, just bear with me for a second or so. We're going to find it. I got so much information. It's all right, but you know, as usual, we always get through it and we build on it, grow from it. All right, so let me see if this is it here. It might be up here. But remember, the haplogroup is M1, all right? M1, all right?
Dr. Alim, I think you were talking about that in your last class.
Right, I did speak about it, but now I definitely got to show these connections here, you know. Yeah, I think I might be in that region now. Let's see here. All right, so we're speaking about M1, which is based from something in which that was stated by Albert Churchward and Albert Vigier, I should say. It actually was repeated by both of them, but in particular, Albert Goodyear, South Carolina professor, but she speaks about these connections here. All right, so let me see if I can find them. And of course, if there's any question before I can get to it, please ask. So you have several, matter of fact, you have out of the, most of us have at least these 7 haplogroups or less. All right, 7 haplogroups or less, because they're known as the 7 daughters of Eve. All right, there's a book called The 7 Daughters of Eve. All right, and you can look up the origin of these particular haplogroups. All right, and understanding these various haplogroups is all part of your genetic structure. Help you to understand the travel in which that has occurred throughout the world. All right. And these travels are very important because they help to document who you actually are as far as your various nationalities, as compared to them just calling you Negro, Black, and Colored, which is no nationality at all. All right. So that is the reason for this.
Dr. Alim, question.
Yes.
What part of the mystery does poverty point to your part?
Poverty point?
Yeah.
What about it, God?
So where does that fit in? Like what that was like after the sinking of Atlantis, right?
Yes. Poverty point is one of the is actually the oldest, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, structure of mounds in North America. And of course, we talk about the remnants of 20,000 mounds as compared to originally the infrastructure had over 200,000 mounds, but because of the infrastructure was built over on top of them, there was many cities that was flooded, that is now under lakes, that are now under rivers, and so forth and so on. So this is done purposely in order to hide the information from us concerning who we are and our ancestry, and keep us looking and depending upon their reconstructed history and information. Okay. Now, the original inhabitants of that land mass, of course, are known as the Olmecs, as they came from out of the interior of Mexico, from Tabasco, San Lorenzo, and La Venta. They went up into Mississippi area, in which the Mississippi Delta, and now we see them along that path there, in which that, of course, covers the south, covers the east, across into California, and on around into the Great Lake area. Here's the book, The 7 Daughters of Eve. This is by Brian Sykes. The 7 Daughters of Eve, the science that reveals our genetic ancestry. You want to get your hands on that book to understand more of this information. All right. You definitely want to get your hands on that. That's the book that will help you understand the 7 mitochondrial DNA of the women, particularly. All right. I think I'm about in that area now. Sorry, y'all. All right, so let me see here. The point is, once again, is M1. M1.
Peace, Arlene. How you doing?
Yes, peace.
What's up? You said that was by Brian Sykes, right?
Yeah, Brian Sykes.
Okay.
Sykes.
Thank you.
Sykes. Sykes. Brian Bryan. You know, we spell it BR IAN.
IAN.
Right, that's how we spell it, but he's BRYAN. All right.
What's the name of that book again?
The Seven Daughters of Eve.
The seven
Daughters of Eve.
Okay, I got it.
So now we showed you that the ancient Egyptians, Neket Ankh, one of my ancient relatives, and I'm pretty sure probably yours too, the way that genetics break down. Because you choose yourselves because the ancestor speaks through your DNA into this information. So the M1 that we just seen correlates to the M1 in which that I'll take a snapshot of and go back up, and we'll see how it is combines here. And you'll see it too. All right, so that M1, that's what we want to focus on here. Very important because it correlates to the ancient. Once again, Neket Ankh. Neket Ankh. Ancient Egypt. This is the 12th dynastic period, y'all. This is mitochondrial DNA, M1A1. All right? Age is 1800 BC. So we're talking about almost 4,000 years ago. 38,022 years ago. So the DNA is M1A1. So here we find, according to Albert Goodyear, a South Carolina University professor, humans lived along the east banks of the Savannah River 50,000 years ago. Now, that same M1 blood, haplogroup or genetics, all right, check this out. 51,700 years ago, North American site found in Allentown County, South Carolina, by the Savannah River is less than 30 miles away from the Atlantic Ocean. The evidence for the ancient African migration came in multiple forms: skulls, skeletons, footprints in lava, campsites, and genetic M174. So the same M1 genetics that is found in ancient Egypt ruling the throne is the same M1 genetics that's in South Carolina in the Savannah River, near the Savannah River, Atlantic Ocean, dating back to 51,700 years ago. So we're talking about from 3,800 years to 51,700 years ago, the same genetic M1 haplogroup was in America, is in Egypt, Africa, Kemet, Tamaray. And this is what he says. He says linguistics, paintings, carvings, architecture, Egyptian writing. So what did they do? Did they take zeros off of the age? Because you know they have done that. But here it is. Mitochondrial DNA M1. So that means that the Y DNA had to be D DNA. I mean DNA. Y DNA had to be D haplogroup. Because this is what he said he found. M1, 74, and D haplogroups. Do you know that Y DNA, D haplogroup, is Native American? Uh-oh. So, M1A1, this M174, and this D haplogroup. So, 51,700 years ago, that is way before the Ice Age, which was 12,500 years ago, before the Ice Age, and then after the melting of the Ice Age was approximately 10,000 years ago, or 8,300 years ago. So this is all between and beyond, y'all. So genetics M174, the same M1 is the same haplogroup, which that is found in Egypt, which is found in America, which he states here is Egyptian writing. He tells you that these Africans are Egyptians. So not only did we have the ancient Egyptians here 51,700 years ago, but we also ruled our throne or kingdoms in ancient Egypt with the same haplogroup. Who was during the 12th dynastic period? Let's look at that. Here it is. M1A1. Haplogroup M1A1 is a branch on the maternal tree of humankind. Its age is between 9,600 years and 16,300 years. Well, excuse me, but he found genetic M174 site dating back to 51,700 years ago. So it's older than some damn 16,300 years ago. All right? So here, haplogroup M1A1 about 13,000 years ago. Origin, Northeast Africa, Mediterranean. Blurred. This branch was born around 13,000 years ago. Descendants of this legacy or lineage spread across much of North Africa and the shores of the Mediterranean and reaching the Levant region. Obviously, it reached further than that. If it's in America, 51,700 years ago. See, somebody's lying. Today, this line is more common in Ethiopian Jews. In other words, the Falashin Jews, the black Jews, or the black Hebrew, or the black Israelites. And I'm using the term black because this is what they refer to them in history. But we know them as Jewish Moors or Moorish Jews, or Nubian Islamic Hebrews. Algeria, 14%, and Somalia, 11%. So this M1A1 is connected in all of them, as well as in myself. So here, there's a late period ancient Egypt. This is around 650 BC. And this distance is 29.86, which means I'm related to this line. And we can see here Egyptian mother, Sayasi Lebanon, 500 BC, 29.19, mitochondrial DNA, T2C1 plus 146. Now, that dates back to over 4,000 years ago. So here it says 4,000 years in contact, conflict, and cultural change has little genetic impact in Near East. The studies reveals that some people did mix and form families with people from other cultures. One burial site was found to contain the remains of an Egyptian mother and her son, whose father had Egyptian and Lebanese ancestry. However, this cosmopolitan mixing did not seem to be widespread. So we look Syro-Lebanese in Egypt. It's known as what? The Levantan Egyptian. The Levantan Egyptian, or an ethnic minority group in Egypt. They are Egyptian who have descended from the Levant, mostly who is now Syria and Lebanon. The majority of Egyptian history or historic Syro-Lebanese communities is Christian, mainly Eastern Catholic and Eastern Orthodox. All right. So a lot of these wars was between between religions, not per se nationality. Negroes get caught up into Christianity, get caught up into Islam, get caught up into Judaism or Hebrew teachings, and begin to start fighting each other over doctrine, as we still do today. Due to the rise of nationalism, along with the loss of economic freedoms during the 1950s, a part of Egypt, Syro-Lebanese communities left the country, immigrating to America, Europe, and Australia, as well as many returning to their native Lebanon, especially Beirut in Syria. Many believe descendants of Egyptian, Syro-Lebanese communities includes the world-renowned Egyptian actor Omar Sharif and Egyptian film director Youssef Kahane. All right, so here we have the Ptolemaic Egypt, dating back to 50 BC. We have mitochondrial DNA U6A2 and Y DNA E1B1B1A1B2 -V22. We have here the Ptolemaic Egypt, 50 BC, genetic descent or distance 228.85. All right, same thing. All right, we have here the Nubian, which is the Kulu Norti, Malkulian, Nubia. Also the French royalty, English royalty. So those who came upon the French throne, those who came upon the English throne, are descended from the Nubians. So when they tell you that these are Europeans, Albions, on the French throne or on the English throne, we know that that's a lie, because DNA tells you right here that it was Nubians that sat on the French royalty throne, on the English royalty throne, and had the Y DNA G2A and mitochondrial DNA L1B1A2A. Age was 825 AD. Genetic distance is 20.45. Now, what is the kingdom of Malkulia? Well, genetic difference or distance is 72.860. All right. We have genetic distance of 69.6 870. And as you see here, they don't want to tell you about how close that is. But here, it says Faros was a major city located in Lower Nubia along the Nile River near the border of modern Egypt and Sudan. All right, so we talk about the Nubians. So we come to find out is that the same Nubians, same Nubian Egyptians, known as the Olmecs, was also the Atlanteans. So if you get the book by Benelli, Atlantis, it says he speaks about the Atlantis story told by Plato in the Timaeus and Critias dialogues is not a legend but verifiable history. Atlantis was the region where men first rose from the state of barbarism to civilization. Well, in the Americas. It says Atlantis was the source of civilization in Egypt, South America, Mexico, Europe, and North America. Now, this makes so much sense because we just showed you that 51,700 years ago, that same M1 haplogroup was in America. But yet, at the same time, it was sitting on the throne in ancient Africa during the 12th dynastic period. All right, with the governor, Nekat Ankh. Okay, so we know that the Nubian Egyptians or Egyptian Nubians, who are the Olmecs, were also the Atlanteans, and this was going back and forth. They had the capability of sail. They have the capability of ships and going back and forth. I get the book New Atlantis, began by the Lord Verulam. All right, a platform of a monarchical government. And it says here, how the great Atlantis, which we call America, abound once in tall ships. How the people of Peru through the South Sea, all right, and those of Mexico through the Atlantic to the Mediterranean seas did both in 10 years. All right. You have a hard time understanding about the Atlantis being America? Well, here's a map. It's called Historic Map, Atlantis Insula, 1669 by Nicholas Sanson. Here it is, and it's showing you North, Central, and South America, the adjoining islands, is actually known as Atlantis. In fact, if you can go to the Bahamas now, to Nassau, Bahamas, and you will find where they actually have areas closed off, saying that these are water holes for mermaids. Now, get the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. Will help you understand the symbology, the allegorical science of the Bible. Get the Holy Quran of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, divinely prepared by Noble Drew Ali. In chapter 47, it says, Egypt, the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. So this capital empire called Egypt actually was also Atlantis. How do you know? Because it tells you right here. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Now, I showed you that I have Canaanite ancestry. Same thing. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was on point. Oman Kush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. His father Ham and his father family was second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the domain of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa. the dividing of the land between father and son, the dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of his brethren from Asia and the Holy Land joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab will receive permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. So, Atlantis Empire, Egypt Empire, the Moroccan Empire, or the same empire. With their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion and habitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across Great Atlantis. And even unto present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands. Before the great earthquake, which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. Okay? So, Prophet Nebuchadnezzar already told us the science. We just got to get it right ourselves. So right here, ancient Egypt, Y chromosome, E1B1. All right, A1, and then mitochondrial DNA, LOD3B1, 900B AD. Now, all right, we come on down. We spoke about before. All right, for y'all can see connectors. All right, let's read about the M1. Or come down from the M1, I should say, because we already read that part. So, all right, we have ancient Egypt, 96.1%. All right, 96.1%. All right, that's quite a bit. That shows direct ancestry. That's what that shows. All right, direct ancestry. All right. Now, 96.1% ancient Egyptian, and where's the bloodline, or in this case, DNA, mitochondrial DNA is LOD361, and Y DNA E1B1A1. Now, if you notice, this is the face of King Tut. Now, we come down with the E1B1A, as you see here, ancient Egypt, and that, of course, is E1B1A, is Ramesses III, 1217 BC to 1155 BC. So, Ursa Mayat, Ra, Mary Amen, Ramesses III, also written Ramesses or Ramesses, was the second pharaoh of the 20th dynastic period in ancient Egypt. He is thought to have reigned from March 26, 1186 to April 15, 1155 BC, and is considered to be the last great monarch of the New Kingdom to wield a substantial authority over Egypt. His long reign saw the decline of Egyptian politics and economic power, linked to a series of invasions and internal economic problems that also plagued pharaohs before him. He had also been described as war pharaoh due to his strong military strategies. He led the way by defeating the invasions known as the Sea Peoples, who had caused destruction in other civilizations and empires. He was able to save Egypt from collapsing at the time when many other empires fell due to the last Bronze Age. However, the damage of the invasions took a toll on Egypt. All right, so this is Ramses III, and this is a picture of Ramses III with his son. Well, further on, I'm going to show that, but this is Ramses III, who was the son of King Senatic and Queen Tai Mereness. Although little is known of Ramses' father, Egyptologists believe Ramses III to be the grandson of the great Ramses II. He became king at the death of his father on March 1187 BC. He would rule for over 31 years until approximately 1151 BC. The next three rulers of Egypt, Ramses IV, Ramses V, Ramses VI, were all his sons. Despite a long rule, little is known of the royal family in the house of Ramses III. He had many wives, including Isis, Titi, and Tai. He had at least 10 sons and one daughter. Many of his sons died before him and were buried in the Valley of the Queens. Okay. King Ramses III held many names meant to identify him as close to the gods. His birth name of Ramses meant Ra has fashioned me, or Re has fashioned him. Adding to his name was Hakati Anu, meaning ruler of Heliopolis, or Anu. His throne name was Ursamayatra, Mary Amun. A powerful is the justice of Re, beloved of Amun. Egyptologists spelled his name in many ways, including Ramesses III. Now, this is the picture I was talking about, Ramesses and Prince Amen Heru Kepera Chef before Heru, which is Hathor. All right. This is in the Valley of the Queens. Now, if you see Y DNA matches, you see E1B1A. All right. And what does it mean? Right here, it says ancient Egypt, ancestral seed, Valley of the King, Ramses III. So it shows the relationship between my DNA and Ramses III. And remember, it was 96.1% connection. So basically, it's direct male ancestry bloodline. So we can actually resurrect the Egyptian throne, being that, as we've seen, it was dominion of Egypt. Meaning it wasn't, you see the dominion, it was in where? Africa, but it was also in America, as you see, North, Central, and South America, and the adjoining islands, Mexico. Remember, they called it Atlantis. We just read that in the Holy Quran, Circle 7. So we can actually resurrect, because there's many who have the same genetic connection. We just have to find the people who have this genetic connection to Ramses III, and we can actually resurrect this bloodline right here in the Americas. All right, so this is the purpose why we're trying to do this, because we got an end game here, a game changer here, which that can't be denied. We already showed you that Albert Goodyear said that, no, we're talking about 51,700 years ago. This M1 bloodline was here with Egyptian writings. And we show you who was on the throne during the 12th dynastic period. It was Neket, All right, Ankh, Naket Ankh, who was the governor. He was one of the governors. Means he was from that royal bloodline. And that royal bloodline was here in the Americas many years before, hundreds and thousands of years before. And this can't be denied. In the Americas. Okay? So, let's continue on. This is what I'm talking about. We got a lot to do, but we can't do it if we got Negroes trying to upset and distract us from our end game, from our goals. So here, paternal haplogroup. So Sarah Arlene, your paternal haplogroup is E-M263.2. As our ancestors ventured out of Eastern Africa, they branched off into diverse groups that crossed and recrossed the globe over tens of thousands of years. Some of these migrations can be traced through haplogroups, families of lineage that descend from a common ancestor. Your paternal haplogroup can reveal the path followed by the men of your paternal line. So we know that the men, here it is, E-M263.2. Your paternal haplogroup traces back to a man who lived approximately 10,000 years ago. That's nearly 400 generations ago. What happened between then and now? As researchers and citizen scientists discover more about your haplogroup, new details may be added to the story of your paternal line. So right here, this E-M263.2, which is actually ELB1 A, which actually that's what it was before. Now this is the new name that they have given to is E-M263.2. Is relatively common among 23andMe customers. So it's relatively common. It's 1 in 600. But everyone is not going to have 96.1% connection to it. So today you share a haplogroup with all the men who are paternal line descendants of the common ancestors of E-M263.2, including other 23andMe customers, which will make us actually cousins down the line. So here, haplogroup A, the story of all of our paternal lines can be traced back over 275,000 years ago to just one man, the common ancestor of haplogroup A. Remember I told you in the previous class that the Olmecs were part of haplogroup A. So that same haplogroup A that was in Africa that ranged from out of 275,000 years ago was in the Americas over 51,700 years ago among the Olmecs, the Nubian Egyptians, the Atlanteans. However, while his male line descendants passed down their Y chromosome generations after generations, the lineage from one man or men died out. Well, obviously the ancient Egyptian line didn't die out because that's 96.1%. If we rounded that off, that would be 100%, y'all. If we rounded that off. Now everybody got taught how to round off numerals in school. Over time, his lineage alone gave rise to all other haplogroups that exist today. All right? So, The origin of migration of haplogroup E-M180 dominates south of the Sahara. Then that came to E-M263-2, or 0.2, which is mine. And as it says, many of yours. So here it says you share an ancient paternal lineage with Pharaoh Ramesses III, which is E-V38. All right. Says right here, Pharaoh Ramesses III defended Egypt in 3 consecutive wars during his approximately 30-year reign, but provoked dissent within his administration, catalyzing his mounting internal strife. One of his Ramesses' lesser wives, Tai, hatched a plot to have her son, Petawar, usurp the throne by having Ramesses III murdered along with his appointed heir. A papyrus record of the resulting trial explains that the plot failed and that all involved was tried and convicted. However, a modern CT scan of Ramesses III mummies revealed a deep slit in his throat, reopening a case long thought closed. The embalmers went to great lengths to cover up other wounds, including fashioning a fake toe out of resin because Ramesses' real one had been hacked off, likely during a fatal attack. For thousands of years, Ramesses' burial adornment concealed the wounds, the mark, one of the most famous royal dramas in history. Ramesses III paternal lineage belongs to haplogroup E-V38, from which your line also stems. You and Ramesses III shares a ancient paternal line ancestor who probably lived in North Africa or West Asia. Okay. And as I said before, he was melanated then, and I'm melanated now. So we find that Ramesses III, father of ancient America. So he's the father of ancient America. This is by R.A. Joras Boy. Now, this is what it said here. Valley of the Kings, also known as Valley of the Gates of the Kings, is a valley in Egypt where from a period of 500 years from 16th to the 11th century BC, rock-cut tombs were excavated for the pharaohs and powerful nobles of the New Kingdom, the 18th to the 20th dynasties of ancient Egypt. All right. The valley stands on the west bank of the Nile, opposite Thebes, modern Luxor, within the heart of Theban necropolis, Necro, or the city of the dead, as it's called. The Wadi consists of 2 valleys. The East Valley, which the majority of the royal tombs were situated, and the West Valley, which is called the Valley of the Monkeys, which is actually the Valley of Tahuti. Of course, the monkeys was actually Tahuti, the baboons. All right, symbols. That was Tahuti's symbol. So it's the Valley of Wisdom. All right. Now, since the 1920s, the valley has been famous for the discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun. So this is where they found Tutankhamun at. All right. Now, this is how the Valley of the Kings look. Inside, these are the vaults, or how it looks. Outside, of course, it looks as though there was an actual pyramid there on top, and the bottom, the parts was cut. Of course, you know that this had to look magnificent back in the days, because you can look and tell from just the inside of it that it was not playing. Right? This was the send off the pharaohs to heaven, as you can see here. Beautiful inside. Right, here's another way of looking at it. So we find that R.A. Jarasboy speaks that Ramses III, father of ancient America, all right, Cornac, Egyptology, history, and African studies, in a bold attempt to rescue and restore American history to its rightful place. R.A. Jarasboy, the world's leading authority on cross-cultural Egypto-American civilizations, reconstructs the realization of Ramses III's wish to find an earthly paradise. This adventure led him to the Americas. In this detailed, comprehensive text, the author demonstrates through the use of 134 illustrations and religious, artistic, methodological, and other cultural correspondence, the precedents of ancient Egyptian influence on the formative development of Mexico and on the United States. The evidence is convincing. The ideas cogently presented and argued will leave no stone unturned. Y.A. Jarasboy is the foremost scholar alive today on Mesoamerican civilization. He is the author of Ancient Egyptians in the Pacific and a third volume work on Old World influences in the Americas. Old World influences in the Americas. Now, so we know he's showing the Nubian Egyptians, and we're going over the fact, and I've shown you our tour guide, who is a Mayan, back in 2013, March 2013, he told us on several different occasions, on many different occasions, that we were the Nubian Egyptians and that the Nubian Egyptians were the Olmecs. And he said that some stayed. We are those who stayed. So whether it was 5,000 years ago or 50,000 years ago and they just simply took off a zero, it doesn't matter because we're here. So he says the chief claim to fame of Ramses III has been his conquest of the sea peoples. His temple walls at Medinet Hapo depict the naval battle, the first such pictured momentarily. If Egypt had fallen into the combined Mediterranean powers, its history might have been very different. But again, had he not sent the expedition to the far west of the world, the transformation of Mesoamerica would not have come about and take the turn that it did. When stock is taken in the achievement of the pharaoh, all right, you got to pay attention here because he breaks it down. The achievements of the pharaohs, Ramses III will have to be accorded the double distinction, savior of Egypt, all right, and the father of Olmec, Mexico. So the ancient Egyptians with helmets on prior to the Olmecs, she people, as they are called, here is the illustration of them having the same helmets on, the little Twa people, and we showed you was in North America, was in South America, was in Mexico. The same places that Noble Drew Ali stated they were is the same exact places that Albert Churchward claimed that they were in Origin of Primitive Man in his book. Here's a face of the ancient Arabs, Yemen, which is the exact same faces as we see, all right? This is the Kushite Arabians, carved monuments directly in the rock in many places throughout Arabia. Here we see a rock carved monument with that face that looks like an Olmec head. The features shown below a shadow of a doubt that he is one of our ancestors. This was built by the ancient Kushites of Arabia, who built many megalithic structures throughout Arabia. It is beginning to become clear that Cush had begat Nimrod was the Cush located in Arabia. And here's the same face as we see here. Nubian Egyptians or Egyptian Nubians. Olmecs had 1500 to 1000 BC. Notice that the dates of these heads correspond exactly with the date of the destruction of Atlantis, 1500 BC. So, let's look at the DNA. Right here, I'm going to read the last sentence. This pioneering study of mitochondrial DNA in 2018 was carried out on 2 Olmec individuals, one from Santo Lorenzo and the other from Lomas de Sepult, resulting in both cases in an unequivocal presence of the distinct mutation of the haplogroup A. A, B, C? Okay. Maternal lineage. They share the most abundant of the 5 mitochondrial haplogroups characteristics of the indigenous population of the Americas. A, B, C, D, and X. A, B, C, D, and X. I have all of these. And I'm pretty sure you have these same ones in your test. This is the point. Because this verifies that you are of the Olmecs, the Egyptian Nubians, who was here 5 to 50,000 and more years ago. Verified. And it's part of the indigenous population of the Americas. More than 7 generations ago. Thus, you are indigenous Aboriginal Americans, not Negro, black, and colored. Proof. This is proof beyond a shadow of a doubt.
That's right. And nobody argue with you on that.
Exactly.
It's not arguable.
No, it's not.
Non-disputable. It cannot be disputed.
Exactly. Ambiguous among the Olmecs or Africoid types, nowhere but in Egypt at the time was Levantines and black African intermingled. The Colossus Olmec heads clearly represents Africans. This is one of over a dozen so far excavated. All of them have broad nose and thick fleshy lips and quite unlike the Native Americans, or Native Indians, excuse me. The examination of Olmec skulls by a Polish anthropologist has independently detected a strong Africoid element, proof that they are not just African, but blacks from Egypt, and is that nowhere else at the time was African heads. Okay, as you see here, you go an aisle of African heads without their helmets, but we showed you where the helmets came from. And it says, or what? Ramessid Nubian heads from Tanis, which was the port from which expeditions were sent on the Mediterranean. In other words, where's this at? This is Libya. All right, into the Mediterranean, on into, so they did not go all the way around as many speculate. They went one nation over into Libya, into the Mediterranean, and came between Africa and Iberia, and came into the Americas. They did not go all the way around from Egypt all the way down into the Horn of Africa, down into South Africa, on up into America in that way. They didn't do that. They said there was the port from whence expeditions were sent on the Mediterranean. The resemblance extends from the incise parallel line on the leather helmets. The other undoubted stamp of Egypt is that nowhere else at the time was colossus sculptures being carved and transported miles from their quandaries. Here they was brought 50 miles, through some of them weighed as much as 40 tons. The powerful portraits identify that they are persons in authority. The technique of monument to stone carvings did not exist in Mexico before the Olmecs of it. I now think that some among the Nubian crew may have been ship captains. Of course they were. Remember that the leader of Hatshepsut punt expedition, right? And when you kick a football, you punt the ball. And these helmets are the same helmets in which they showed you that was worn by the earlier football players back in the 1900s, early 1900s, before they went to these plastic helmets that they have now. Was called, now it was punt. Punt was also Libya. All right? Tripoli, the capital. And you know about Tripoli. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Punt expedition was called Nahasi, the Nubian. We know also that on Ramesses III punt expedition were ships, captains, inspectors, and petty officers. To conclude, with the aid of texts and comprehensive evidence from both sides, I have been able to surmise who were some of the people that took part in the great voyage to the west. They included Egyptian priests, Nubians, and Levantins. Egyptian priests. So I stated in my book, it is an archaeological fact that the ancient Cushites were a colony of Ethiopia, and the Egyptians that colonized portion of West Africa, Samaria, and China, as well as also North and South America, was from this same bloodline. So, the question was asked, how many people in the world are estimated to have E1B1A? And it says, it's a genetic marker of the ancient Hebrew Israelites. The ancient Hebrew Israelites. So not only is it the ancient Egyptian, it's also the ancient Hebrew Israelites. So when they talk about that the Native Americans or Native Indians had Jewish or Hebrew Israelite ancestry, then that came by way of the Olmecs, Nubian Hebrews, who were the Egyptian priests, who was also the Levite priests. Haplogroup E1B1A, Hebrew Israelite DNA haplogroup. This haplogroup is found predominantly among Bantu Negroes, descended to include, but not limited to, the African Lingba. My ancestry also. Many West African tribes, Igbo Jew, Yoruba Jew, same ancestry. African American, of course, same ancestry. West Indian, same ancestry. Brazilian, same ancestry. Haitian, same ancestry. And other Negro influenced races throughout the Caribbean and scattered across all different nations, contrary to false DNA reporting. This is not a sub-Sahara or Hamitic haplogroup. It is a Semitic in origin. Negroes have been identified as being exempt from the bloodline of Ham per the Serdevan Compact Dictionary, Bible Dictionary. This haplogroup represents the Y DNA of Jacob, the father of the 12 tribes of Israel. So Ramesses III has the exact same haplogroup as the Hebrew Israelites. Y DNA of Jacob, the father of the 12 tribes of Israel. This is by Dr. Yashua ben Ephraim. is where we get the book, The Jew, a Negro, being a study of Jewish ancestry from an impartial standpoint, author Talmage Abernathy. And it specifically states right here, writers affirms that the Amuni were originally a colony of the Egyptian and Ethiopians, and that they spoke a language composed of words from both those nations. It is elsewhere shown that the Jews and Egyptians had intermarried. And this is the reason why we got Ramesses III on the throne. And he has the same blood type as the Hebrews, the Hebrew Israelites. Here we have another instance of Egyptians in turn being interwed to the Ethiopians. So, this is where we verify the fact also that the same haplogroup is the same that we find within the Moors of Cordoba, the Caliphate. As you see, E1B1A, 1A1. So E1B1 A is the same group. So the same group in which that passes through the Egyptians, passes through the Hebrew Israelites, passes through the Moors. As I said before, thus there's no debate. And as I've always said before, I'm all that and more. This is shown through the DNA. So, all right, genetic distance measures how close you are to a given moderate population. Many moderate populations are surprisingly close to one another, which is often due to true common ancestry. 5 means that you're close to this population. 10 means that you can fit into this population. 15 means a related population. So, let's look at it. Coptic Egyptian, where we get Egyptian, 11.27. Palestinian, 1319. Sumerian, tribe, 1427. Bedouin, 14.55. Jordan, 1458. Sumerian Levi tribe, 1469. So that means that this is from the high priest of the Levites, Old Testament. Mennonite Jewish, 1557 or 53, and Samaritan, 1595. All right. Once again, coming from the same group, E-M2, formerly E1B1A. All right. So, right here, 10 means you can fit into this population. 15 means a related population. So I can fit into the population of the ancient Egyptians, 11.27. And then a related population for the Levite tribes, the Mennonite Jewish and Samaritans. All right. All right. So right here, okay, so let's look once again at the tribal connections. We got Bedouin, 9.853. Coptic Egyptian, as we said, 11.27. We come down, Lebanon Jewish, 1581. We see the Tunisian Jewish, 17.32. And the Samaritan Levi tribe, 17.49. The ancient Egyptian, 7.822. So as we see, we are very close. We are in that genetic bloodline right there. Of course, that is due to Ramesses III is what is to, the other was due to Nakti Ankh. You have ancient Egyptian plus Canaanite Semite, 7.246. So when I say, we are Canaanites. Prophet Nabadrali was not lying. This bears witness right here to him stating that we Canaanites. And he didn't even have DNA kits. Okay? Ancient Egyptian, 7.822. Once again, Ancient Egyptian plus Amorites, 8.342. Ancient Egyptian plus Hittite, 12.83. Minoan, all right? This is the pre-Greeks. Before the Greeks, freaks, with the Minoans, plus Ancient Egyptian, 13.32. Canaanite Semite plus Amorite, 14.6. Canaanite Semite, 14.62. Amorites, 19.81. Minoans, 26.81. Hittite, 27.24. Okay? This is to the closest ancient group, Coptic Egyptian. All right? We come down. We go closer. We go to the Algerian Jewish, Italian Jewish, 3.931. Tunisian Jewish, 6.507. South Italian, Southern Italian, so Sicilian, 9.011. Liberian Jewish, 9.386. East Sicilian, 10.85. West Sicilian, 11.63. Maltese, 11.71. Ashkenazin, 12.19. So I have all these Jewish, and I'm sure you, once again, you do too. Here it is for Ethiopian, Amhara, 2.964. It means I'm definitely in the group of the Falashan Hebrews. Ethiopian, Oromo, 12.18. Somalian, 4.66. Ethiopian, Walata, 17.41. Maasai, 37.63. Ethiopian, Adi Cultivator, 38.69. Sandovi, 42.88. And Hassa, 44.61. These are names in which that we went over earlier. All right, you combine that information. All right, here it is. The closest ancient group again. And this is Ethiopian, Amhara. Who do you see? The Bantu, 10.78. Bantu plus Makurian, which is Nubians, 10.4. Bantu, 10.78. Bantu plus Moor, 11.33. So I am a Moor. Moor, again, 22.38. Makuria plus Moor, 0.39. Makurian, 25.04. So who are the Moors? The Moors are Ethiopians. It just shows you the genetic line of the Moors is that from the Ethiopians. This is what it is, the Bantu Ethiopians or the Moors. Direct bloodline.
All I can say about that is that Nabi didn't know at the time.
Right. He didn't have no DNA test to prove this. We do. So this is why I'm proving it through my DNA, because this proves everything the Prophet Nabadrali stated. It proves it, that he was not lying to us, that he told us correct, verifiable information that can be proven nowadays. And no matter what other Negroes want to say, they can't dismiss this. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Okay?
And we are true Moors.
Right. Right. Even Hitler had E1B1A. And there's a video in mine. Check this out. Let's see if I can pull that up. All right, let me put in YouTube, because we got to get that on here too. Okay, here it is. This is a parody, all right? Let's see here. Right. Let me go back and go out of share, and then I can select items, and I want to select Hitler on the desktop joint and make those changes. And can everybody see the screen now? Can everybody see?
Yes.
All right, this is. Make sure you read what's going on.
Der Feind operiert jetzt am nördlichen Stadtrand zwischen Frohnau und Pankow. Und im Osten ist der Feind bis zur Linie Lichtenberg, Marsdorf, Kaufshaus gelangt.
Mit dem Angriff wird das alles in Ordnung kommt.
Mein Führer, Steiner konnte nicht genügend Kräfte für einen Angriff produzieren. Der Angriff Steiner ist nicht erfolgt.
Festbleiben im Raum, Titel, Loge, Krebs und Foto.
Like this is not it. Let me find the one, because they make a mockery of it now.
Wants to ban us from owning AR-15. Just handed.
Hello, everyone. We're in the home stretch of our crowdfunding campaign for 16 days in Berlin, and we're so thankful to those of you who have helped us reach our initial goal, and we're super excited to start production. Together, we can make the biggest ever crowdfunded history documentary. And to thank you for the support so far, we came up with something special. Here's our historical breakdown of the famous scene from the movie Downfall, because so many of you have commented about it so far. Now remember, Downfall is an artistic interpretation, so not everything about the scene is totally accurate, and it condenses different historical events together and leaves others out. It's late April, and the Red Army is at or already within the city limits of Berlin. We're in the Reichschancellery bunker in Berlin's Wilhelmstrasse, and that means there is less than 40 kilometers between the Red Army and Hitler's headquarters.
Es ist dem Feind gelungen, die Front in weiter Formation zu durchbrechen.
Generalleutnant der Waffen-SS Hermann Fegelein enters the packed planning room. He was the brother-in-law of Hitler's soon-to-be wife Eva Braun and a devoted Nazi.
Im Süden hat der Gegner Zossen genommen und stößt auf Stahnsdorf vor.
On the map, we can see that the Soviets have already surrounded the city on 3 sides. Their armored spearheads are racing to close the ring and cut off any chance of reinforcement from the outside. The last few reinforcements for Berlin are about to arrive from the northwest. They are members of the 33rd Waffen-Grenadier Division der SS Charlemagne and are mainly French soldiers fighting for the Germans.
Der Feind operiert jetzt am nördlichen Stadtrand zwischen Frohnau und Pankow. Und im Osten ist der Feind bis zur Linie Lichtenberg, Marsdorf, Kaufshaus gelangt.
The man explaining the Soviet advance on the map is Generalleutnant Hans Krebs, Chief of the Army General Staff. He would play a key role in the fighting to come.
Mit dem Angriff Steiners wird das alles in Ordnung kommen.
Hitler responds to the threat by saying that Waffen-SS General Felix Steiner will counterattack, relieve the city, and turn the tide of the war. Hitler is portrayed here as still being in control, giving orders and drawing lines on battle maps. But Steiner's 3rd Germanic SS Panzer Corps and the other understrength units that comprise the Armeegruppe Steiner only properly existed on paper.
All right, this isn't it. It's on here because I've seen it, and for some reason I can't find it. Let me see. Nah. All right, I'm gonna have to find it again. Oh boy. Let me see. If someone has some questions, y'all can ask when I'm trying to find this.
I was listening to your tape you had talking about the Battle of Berlin. The Hitler was going to send some troops to turn the tide. So that man didn't have the reality of what was going on, did he?
He was going to do what, brother? Say that again.
Hitler was going to send some SS troops, but it's SS general, and maybe they're going to turn the tide of the war, in their favor.
Right.
That man he didn't have no reality, no kind of reality.
Right,
man,
right.
You out of touch, man. Were you saying that Hitler had some kind of some kind of bloodline or something?
Yeah, he had the bloodline of E1B1A. But not just him, several. Nelson Mandela, the origin center of the University of Witwatersrand, and tested the DNA of Nelson Mandela, who lived from 1918 to 2013. The famous South African anti-apartheid revolutionary, politician, and philanthropist, was served as president of South Africa from 1994 to 1999, determined that he belonged to a haplogroup E1B1A, the same exact haplogroup as myself and Ramesses III. But so did Adolf Hitler.
When did he know?
Well, yeah, these are the names, brother. Check this out: Ramesses III, Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu, Adolf Hitler, Lyndon B. Johnson, David Attenborough, Richard Attenborough, Orville Wright, Wilbur Wright. These are the ones who did the airplanes. Albert Einstein, William Harvey, and Napoleon Bonaparte.
You said Mary Cuomo?
No. Check out the last name. Napoleon Bonaparte. You know who Napoleon is? So they had the same exact haplogroup. Okay. So, so that's what we're showing y'all. I'm going to end class. Is there any questions about anything that we're going over today?
No, I was just I just finished those two volumes by Chavez L. Bay,
Right, right.
Good. Very good, very good.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
They had the Phoenix Moon last night on YouTube. She was talking about the oldest cranial was 200 million years ago or something like that.
The oldest one?
I don't know how true that is.
Hold on, say it again, Brother Al, what she said?
She's talking about 200 million years ago. One of the oldest cranial
cranial
bus. That's what she said.
What type of bus?
She mentioned the name. The name was with a B.
Bernie. But do me a favor, go back and watch it again and write it down, Brother L, and that way, let's go research and verify that.
Okay.
You know, because I would love that. I'm always adding information into the lesson so that we can continue tying this information together. So if she done says somebody done found a cranial or bust or whatever it is from 200 million years ago, then let's get that documented.
Right. She said she's federally recognized. So that told me, I said, oh.
You said she's what? Federally recognized?
Federally recognized, yeah.
Okay, well, that's beautiful. I'm glad she's getting her monthly check.
To get the check, Eileen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Yeah, monthly check. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens when you they got to pay you to shut the hell up about the truth.
But she ain't got no business saying that then.
Right. Yeah, that was a little too much. But if you watch it again, Brother L, just write it down.
I'm watching it again.
Yeah, we can take a look at it and see what she's talking about here.
Some Sinetta was given.
Okay. She was on Sinetta?
Yeah, Sinetta. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
It was between her and Dr. Reggie.
Oh, okay.
Rosborn. Whatever the name is. Rosborn.
Okay.
Them two clowns.
Okay.
I never see her really debate anymore, though.
Right.
Outside of the Moore Science Temple, that is.
Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't want to go outside because shit, I'm the one who brought it from outside the temple. In 2009 with the debate between me and SETI. That's what popularized this Native American information. When I was dropping it on the people at that time period. Nobody else was dropping that information on that large of a venue from Sinetta's TV or anywhere else.
No, nobody.
You know?
Nobody else but us.
Yeah. So, you know, that's how we popularized it. So all these Negroes out here talking about they Native American this, they indigenous that, they didn't know none of that until we did that video. Now all of a sudden they act like they know something. But it was from our video in 2009, that debate with me and SETI, in which that sparked this whole conscious movement of these dang calories and everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Many of these people existed before 2009. Go back and check.
They weren't around.
Right, they wasn't even around. They wasn't even thought of. They didn't even have a thought in their head concerning indigenous, aboriginal matters, or anything else.
No Dan Calloway, no Carey.
Right.
No Langley.
None of them. Right. Not even Taj was on the scene popularized at that time. Taj wasn't out like that.
Not like that, no.
Mm-mm. Not in 2009. Not like that anyway. Later on, you know, Taj became headliner type of thing, and we had SETI upset because during that time period, the Moors were selling more than the Pan-African information. That's what made him come out allegedly out the woodwork. So that was really Hakeem Bey, myself, C. Freeman L, You know, that was us who was selling more because I was Sarnetta's largest seller at that time period. There's nobody else selling, and we can call and ask Sarnetta right now, who is the largest VHS seller and CD seller in 2009, and he'll tell you that, oh, that was Arlene. Arlene shit for like 10 years strong. Arlene was #1 seller. So that means I outsold Bobby, I outsold Phil, I outsold Taj, I outsold everybody. My videos did that. So, you know, Sarnetta will tell you that. So we know that came because of the jealousy of the Moors, because of the popularity that we was getting concerning the information. And that's the sad part, you know.
That is the sad part.
You know, just because we get information out, they get upset because the Afrocentric movement wasn't moving as many VHS and CDs and DVDs as they once did. You know, so you know that was the craziness of it. But still, we still here. You know, that was 11 years ago, 12 years ago now. Shit. You know, 11 and 12 years ago, going on. You know, and we still here. From 2009, and hell, I was teaching in 2005. 2004 when I first began teaching in New York. Before that, from 1997 to 1998, I was teaching in Atlanta, Georgia. So there's people who have my videos from 1997, 1998 in Atlanta, Georgia. 2004 is when New York learned about me on a grand scale. But I'm pretty sure some people had my tapes in New York by that time from Atlanta, Georgia, from 1997 and 1998. You know, so we've been at this for a long time and still going.
Long time, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down for 20 years.
Yeah, 97, and here it is 2002. You know, as far as on VHS tapes, I was teaching 10 years before that. 1988, I started teaching in front of people. You know, but it wasn't until the mid-90s to the late 90s that we started getting it on videotape. Before that, I was just teaching.
Oh, another thing, somebody asked them about the Olmecs, and they said, "What about the Olmecs?" Yeah, what about them? You know, so they said, "Well, what the Olmecs was the forerunners of our ancestors here in the Americas, wasn't they? You know." And they said, "No, you know, they no, they the
Well, who
Olmecs
was it?
from Africa."
It wasn't them. Who was it?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That was Phoenix Moon was saying.
Mm.
Talking about they one of the Olmecs sculpted heads over there in Africa.
Well, I just proved that wrong because I showed the pictures.
I know they had some Olmecs over there in Africa.
Well, that's why I showed the pictures, Brother Al. When you go back and watch this, I'm going to upload this. When you go back and watch it, you'll see the heads in Africa.
Okay. So that cleaned that shit, what she was saying then.
Well, other than talk about opinion, notice they will never show it. I'm one of the few that shows the information because they think that they're just simply Native American, and that's a lie.
Right.
There's no 100% Native American.
That's what she's saying.
Right.
Originated here in America.
Right. There's no 100% Native American. I even showed people, the Native Americans, in which that all the Native Americans in hell, even they got 22% or more African in them.
Right.
I showed this already. You know? In fact, let's show it again to clear up any problems before we go. The problem is that they're just going off of interpretation, and they ain't done no real research, no DNA test, no nothing, just saying all types of nonsense to confuse the people. And that's really what the problem is. They don't know how to tie all this information back in to prove that as was told to us by the general, Khalid Muhammad, he stated specifically that, do you want to claim a spot or the whole thing?
Right.
I'm here to reclaim the whole thing. Not just Africa, not just America. I'm here to claim the whole goddamn thing. That's Europe, Australia, Pacific Islands, Caribbean,
right.
North, Central, South America, the whole goddamn thing. Because all of it is in our DNA. Okay, all of it is in our DNA, y'all. So these niggas talking about they just Native American, they lying. Do a DNA test on their asses and you see how much they got of this and how much they got of that. They're not just Native American. Sorry.
Ain't nobody on this planet just made up anything.
Exactly.
No one know the truth about it.
Right, that's the truth of the matter. And I showed how we are at least 40% Native American. At least I showed through my own bloodline and showed how we can tally up the numbers and verify that information.
To everybody, Europeans, Asians, Koreans, Chinese, whatever.
Right. Hell, even they not 100% Chinese. They're gonna have Mongolian. They're gonna have Mongoloid or Mongolian in them. They're gonna have Korean or Japanese. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even a large part of them is gonna have that by now. Because they done spread it out beyond China. Negroes just didn't stay in America. Negroes just didn't stay in Africa. As shown, we spread it out. We spread it out. So these Negroes who's teaching all of this are delusional. They're narcissistic. They're liars. They don't talk about haplogroup or one. They don't talk about none of this information. And I showed this before with the young brother who hit me up. Okay. Here he is. Brother Akaku. Akaku. That's brother him. That's the brother right there. You'll see him. And he tells you right here, I have haplotype A, and it comes from the Middle East of Africa, 275,000 years ago. Wow. Then he tells you that he has haplotype L, which dates back to 180,000 years ago. And where does it come from? East Africa. So here you have a Native American who's verifying that he has African, and how much? He has 22%, 21 to 22% African in him. And he ain't got no problem saying, he said, on GeneLink, I have 22% African.
Because they mix with us so heavily.
Right. So here he is.
So heavy.
Can you tell that he has 22% African?
I think we mixed in a bit. We mixed in the Asian so much that
right.
Probably the most mixed nation of people on the planet.
Yep.
Them.
Well, here he is. He has 22% African, 21 to 22% African in him. Verified by GeneLink. And he even sends me the photo of it. And here it is, your global ancestry. West African, 21%. Balkan, 24%. So he's more Balkan than he is West African, which is almost close enough. And Native, he's more than Native people of Andes, 12%. Native people of Amazon and Caribbean, 10%. Japanese Korean, 9%. Chinese, or China, 6%. West Asian, 4%. So the way that he looks, he's more Balkan, which is 24%. Where's the Balkans located at? Let's see, because people don't know how to do this studies. Research. Balkan, also known as the Balkan Peninsula, is a geographical area in southeast with Europe. 24% Europe.
Balkan. American.
Balkan. Yeah, not Spokane, as in Spokane, but Balkan. Okay? In Europe, here it is. Here it is. Balkan. Where's that? What is that? That's Greece, above Greece, in Bulgaria. Okay? That's what that is. Croatia. You see that? That's Balkan. That's it. Okay? Stop the madness. So, he is 24% / Greek. But hell, they don't talk about the Greeks coming over here in the Americas. Have you heard that in your history books? How do you get to be more percentage than anything else? But yeah, he's still considered Cree, C-R-E-E. He's still considered Cree. Yeah, he got Greek, Balkan, 24%. Next is West African, 21%. So he's more African than he is Native people of Andes, which is only 12%. He's more West African than he is of Native people of Amazon and Caribbean, which is only 10%. He's more West African than he is of Japanese and Korean, which is 9%. He's more West African than Chinese, which is only 6%. God damn. So he should be called African American, shouldn't he?
Should be.
Okay. Do y'all get this shit?
When you say we were broke up 600,000 years, broke ties with Africa.
Well, Greek African, he should be Greek African, shouldn't he? Not Native American.
Yeah, that's what he should be.
He should be Greek African. That's what he says. But see, his haplogroup is Y is A, as I showed you, come from out of Africa, and then his haplogroup maternally is L, which comes from out of Africa. So you have two haplogroups that come from out of Africa, but yet he's Balkan, 24%. Okay. Here he is once again. Look at him. Somebody speak to me, damn it. Somebody speak. Give me some damn opinions here.
Shut a lot of those just Aborigines down, or the indigenous, whoever, Black Indians, whatever they want to call themselves, American Indian.
It's funny because I've been watching that brother. He's connecting the science, connecting the so-called native indigenous to the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
Trying to say we all that, no.
That's the point.
They just think the one the Hebrew Israelites just think they just Hebrew Israelites and that's it. No, more than that.
Exactly. But he is considered Cree. Right here, Meddling Kids, Meddling from the Cree tribe. The Cree tribe, or the Greek tribe. Okay. Let's show that. And then the Kennewick Man, Washington State, and ancient ancestors of tribes with the Salish, Cree, and Sioux nations. So the Kennewick Man is the progenitor Y-DNA of the Cree. Okay? And he's X chromosome or X haplogroup. Well, I got X haplogroup too, 0.83, so almost 1%. So when you look at it, and we said the Kennewick Man, and you look up the Kennewick Man, and this is what I was talking about earlier, and this is the last for the class. Let's see it. The Kennewick Man. Let me see if I can find it. All right, the Kennewick Man. Let's see if we can find the Kennewick Man. Kennewick Man. All right, so here, get the book. Why a spectacular new find is changing our understanding of the peopling of America. Ancient Encounters, Kennewick Man, and the First Americans by James C. Chatters. So we find that. We find out, within our DNA, we have, here it is, Kennewick Man. Bam. Here it is, Kennewick Man, or Kennewick, United States, 8,300 years ago. Here it is. KY means 1,000 years ago. So 8.3 KY means that a person lived 8,300 years ago. So who was that? The Kennewick man, United States. That is in my DNA. And most of you also have that same connection. We already proved that we have the Covis man. Now we also proven that we have the Kennewick man, which is who? The beginning of the Cree, the people of the Cree, right? The same people of the Cree. So that means in the line, he's my distant cousin. Akaku is my distant cousin. Of course, he is from the Kennewick man. I'm from the Kennewick man, and most of you are from the Kennewick man. For those that have the ancestry here in the Americas. Right here. If you go to the haplo group, let's break it down. All right, it's shown right here in the Haplapa world admixture portion. It's shown in the Denal K10 ancient admixture proportions. Is found in the Euro genes K13, the admixture portion, and is in the NDLP K11 moderate admixture proportions. All right. This all demonstrates connection to the Covis man in Montana dating back 12,500 BC, which is 14.5, all right, 1,000 years ago. And the Kennewick man dating back to 8,300 years ago. Okay, or to 10,300 years ago. Before the last ice age, after the last ice age.
That's a lot of history.
And it's right here in our DNA. This is why it's important to get it done, because it verifies that you are indigenous. And none of these Negroes or Europeans, Albions, or $5 Indians or Native Americans can state otherwise, that you're not indigenous. When it's in your DNA, it's in your DNA. It's in my DNA, so I know it's in your DNA.
Yep.
I just use mine as verification to demonstrate that we are. So when we say that we're Washington, and we see the Kennewick man, we see 70% Lumbee, we see the last names of my family tribes as being Choctaw, Creek, Seminole, Cherokee, and Inuit, Chickasaw. Then it start to make sense that you are who you state you are, and you have a right to be proud about it. They can't lie to you, state that you're not Native American when you have all this ancestry proof stating otherwise. That's the key. Okay, so I'll tell you Washington East to everyone.
I'll tell you Washington East, Dr. Arlene.
And all right, we'll see everybody here next week. Peace.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some words to
Around the same time that John D. Rockefeller seized U.S. media, he also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard. After buying a German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the third leading cause of death in America. This is not an indictment against doctors. More than anyone, they are under the stranglehold of the single largest lobbying power in Washington. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception. Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
He offered cures for incurable diseases. He offered hope and life to those about to die. Today, a Brooklyn man who masqueraded as a doctor has been arrested by the state attorney general. Can you cure AIDS?
I have cured AIDS many times, sir, and I can cure AIDS again.
Immigrant from Honduras who never went to school, college, or medical school.
Has not objectively shown what he does. I would say he either deserves a Nobel Prize or a term in jail, and I vote for the latter.
I'm Dr. Sebi, born in Honduras, Central America. What do I do? My position today is one of serving and addressing disease and nutrition from a natural perspective.
This is the Rock Newman Show. Herbalist Dr. Sebi has worked with Michael Jackson and Lisa Left Eye Lopez. And he says his line of soul food cures everything from chapped skin to AIDS. He'll talk about his life growing up in Honduras to winning a case before the New York Supreme Court. Dr. Sebi has cured himself and others of addiction, obesity, and depression. But when he claimed to cure AIDS, he found himself arguing in his own defense before the New York Supreme Court, a case he won. You have a baby on the way now.
Yeah. She's pregnant.
Okay. You're 82 years old, and I'm putting some emphasis on this because it is highly unusual.
What I did was to depart from the usual diet that most men indulges, changing the diet, because remember, I was impotent. I was impotent at 30.
Mm-hmm.
How was it that I could have been impotent at 30 and I'm making babies in my 80s?
A whole lot of viewers out there want to know.
Sure. But see what happened? The information that I got in 1964, many brothers and sisters may not have received that message yet.
And that message is what?
That message came from a Mexican. The message was showing gene food consistency, meaning your cellular predisposition determines what you should eat. So when I went to Mexico, I had already traveled to Russia. I was in St. Petersburg. I was in London. I've been to Spain. I've been to many places in Africa. I was asthmatic. I was impotent. I had diabetes. I was in fact crazy. I was placed in an insane asylum in New Jersey in 1961. Schizophrenia and paranoia. So I'm schizophrenic, paranoia, I'm impotent, I'm diabetic, I'm asthmatic from birth. So I go to Mexico. And the man asked me, where are you from? I said, I am from Honduras. He said, we cannot talk. I said, why? Because black folks doesn't come from Honduras.
Okay.
Maya come from Honduras. Maya and Paya and Lenca.
Yeah.
So where you from? Oh, I'm from Africa. Now we're talking. Now, because you are from Africa, do you believe that God was drunk when he put black people in Africa? I said, no. Well, do you believe that he put a diet there for you? I said, sure. And what's the diet? Rice and beans and potatoes and yams and cows and hogs and lamb. He said, not so. That's not the diet of an African. What is the diet of an African? He said, the same as the Toltec and the Olmec. All that which is native. But I didn't know these things because I was a Muslim.
Okay.
You know, I was in Islam. I love Islam.
Yes.
Islam gave me a whole lot of good things. I mean, I met Elijah Muhammad.
Okay.
I met the messenger, talking to him like I'm talking to you.
Okay.
But the messenger's information at the time needed a little bit more help. So he told me that I could not eat meat any longer, no lamb. I could not drink any milk. And I abstained from all these things. And here I am now at 82. I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Chemotherapy is an approach that destroys cells. Chemotherapy doesn't distinguish between good cells and bad cells. It destroys cells. It's an acid approach.
What kind of approach?
Acid.
Oh, acid approach. Okay.
My approach is an intracellular cleansing. What causes disease in the first place? An acid condition. Well, let us sweep it out. Let us find the plants that are consistent with cleansing. You see, we just begin to wake up. We just begin to realize that we are way in a deep deficit.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that we have never spent time in analyzing or even trying to understand the difference in our genetic predisposition. We have never understood the science of biochemistry. All of the folks that have came to us, they came to us with history, bunch of history, a lot of religion, a lot of philosophy, but none of them came with a food that would help me to live as healthy as I possibly can. Look carefully. We're not going to make excuses no more. Because if we continue to make excuses, we're going to go deeper into the deficit. Just recently, a report came out that the Christian diet need to be examined, re-examined. Because in the Christian diet, you have people eating hog, potatoes, rice, and beans. But if we take these substances to a biochemist, he's not going to find any food in any of these substances. So why do we eat these things? Then we get sick. I always use that black woman in the jungle. For some reason, she keeps showing up. This black woman in the jungle keeps showing up as setting the standards and raising the bar.
Tell me what you refer to when you say this black woman in the jungle.
Oh, I mean, this woman was the woman that set the standards. This woman didn't die because of disease. She didn't have any hospitals in the jungle. She didn't have any doctors. She didn't have any medicine. That's why Hippocrates said that your medicine should be your food, or your food should be your medicine, because the African people didn't have a doctor. They didn't need him because they didn't have any of the substance that would violate the biology of the individual. So how long did they live? Do you and I know how long those Africans lived in the forests of Africa before the chemical people came? Furthermore, my mama wasn't naked. She was natural. Because to say that my mama was naked in the forest is to say that God made clothes.
So what is a whole food? What would you say a food that includes all the minerals that we need in one?
Everything that is not
something.
Okay, right now we eat quinoa as a grain, teff as a grain, amaranth as a grain, also the other one which is the spelt as a grain. These are grains. The African have a grain that is natural and a very good one. The Dogons used to eat it. A Frenchman wrote about it. Fonio. Fonio is good. Fonio is natural, not starch.
What does fonio look like?
Fonio is a small little grain that look like quinoa. We had some with the president of Guinea.
Is it white?
Is it white? The secretary to the president, I mean.
It's white, the grain?
It's white, and it's very good. So now, that's the grain, because we like grains, right? We like to feed full.
And then the vegetables.
And the vegetable now, you could eat any of the leafy green vegetables. They aren't going to nourish you. The only one going to nourish you that is green is lamb squatters and dandelion. The Texas mustard and the colored greens and all that stuff doesn't have any nourishment because they were all made. Now, you could eat them. They would not offer as much injury to you as would do garlic or anything like potatoes, which is starch. In the meat part, you could select from the mushrooms. You could eat portobello mushrooms. You could also eat the oyster mushrooms. And you could eat the chow as meat.
But excuse me, don't they say mushrooms is a fungus?
Well, that's what they say. A fungus is something that eats away on you and on things. Mushroom does not eat away on anything. Mushrooms are the product of the mycelium network. They come to the earth and they are very alkaline. The lower side of the pH scale is acid, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the lower you go on the scale, the more acid the substance. Garlic is 3.3. Cow milk is 6. At least cow milk is not as bad as garlic. And everybody thinks that garlic is a cure for the body. Now, if you go above 7, 8, 9, 10 to 14, that's alkali. Okay. Now we are talking about...
What things are we talking about when we say alkali?
Alkali means electric food. Anything that is alkali is non-starch. It's electrical. What is occurring in Africa today is this. And I spent over 25 years in looking at Africa, visiting Africa, studying what the conditions are. And I see that the one thing that stands out, not only with the African, but primarily the African doesn't know the food of his fathers. It is said, and we have read and heard, honor thy mother and thy father, that thy days may be long upon the land. Well, when we listen to that, this Mexican told me those words are true, but the elephant doesn't need to be told that because he followed his mother and see what she eat. But an African or the black race today, the black race in general, we don't know what our mothers and fathers ate in the forests of Africa. We don't even have the slightest clue. But what I did know and what I know now is that the African didn't eat rice. They didn't eat beans. They didn't eat any yams or cassava. These things were not consumed by the African. They didn't have hogs. They didn't have chickens. They didn't have goats, lambs, or cows. The food that we find the African eating today, not only it is deteriorating his body to a very accelerated rate, but his brain power is completely gone. So why? Because the food that the Africans are eating today, opposed to the food that he was eating hundreds of years ago, the difference is the food of 500 years prior were all alkali. It was the food that God made. The African only ate what God made. But when the religions came to Africa, such as the Muslims and the Christians, they brought their goods. But their goods was blood and starch. So now the Africans, whether you are a Muslim or whether you are a Christian, you are eating blood and starch without even knowing the detrimental of consuming, or the detriment of consuming these things.
A man known as Dr. Sebi claims to have found a cure for several life-threatening diseases, including AIDS. Too good to be true? Well, you be the judge. The lump in Myrtle Rick's left breast is gone.
I haven't had any symptoms or problems or anything.
Sabrina Peterson's son no longer disabled by sickle cell anemia.
He has a lot of energy. I have to make him rest.
Disease is cured by this man. His name is Dr. Sebi, but you won't find a medical degree hanging from his wall. Instead, a certificate of healing.
How do I arrive at what? At the food?
On the nutritional guide.
From the nutritional guide?
Yes.
Very good question. In fact, that is key question. What we have yet to understand, that there has been a gross violation in the cosmic arrangement of things, how things originally were put together by life itself. We call that nature. In nature, you did not find Arabs in Alaska, nor Africans in Europe. The line of demarcation was clearly drawn, meaning that each cell that represent human beings on this planet, we represent a cell as African people. I am not an Eskimo. I am not
an Arab, neither am I a Chinese. Understanding that, there comes a food with the gene structure of the individual. And you know, this occurs in the human body. The human body could easily be considered a prototype of this whole arrangement, this human body. In the human body, you have iron cells, you have calcium cells, you have cells that are made up of phosphorus and zinc, cells that are made up of carbon and copper. So as we look at this difference in genetical predispositions, we find that there's a food that is also associated with that cell. You do not feed the cells of the blood calcium, you feed it iron. So when you feed black people, you have to understand his gene. What is it that is found or was found in his environment originally? You did not find rice and beans and chicken and hogs and pigs. So understanding that these things didn't exist on the continent, I decided to look into the organic world. And as I traveled to various countries in Africa, I find that the food is still there, but we have been invaded with foreign substances and foreign philosophies that was diffused. But yes, I arrived at the nutritional guide by selecting the food that is most consistent with the human body.
Excellent.
But there are specifics within that arrangement. Like in the case of Caucasian people could digest lactose. Not so for African people. We cannot.
Right.
And the reason for that is not that we are better or worse. We just happen to be different. We haven't treated that difference. We have not.
Yes.
We talk in terms of good and bad, up and down. We never talk in difference when I am different. My food should be different.
Yes.
That's how I arrive at it.
Excellent. Thanks for that. So following on from the nutritional guide, agave has a really bad rap. We want to know, why is that included?
Agave may have a very bad reputation by many. It's like moringa have a very high reputation by many, yes. But it is a hybrid.
Yes.
Agave is not a hybrid. Agave is a cactus that comes from the desert.
Yes.
And they process the resin. So I want to know, in fact, I remember reading on the agave label that it was the only glucose free.
Yes.
Okay. It's not like sugar,
right,
which has glycerinic acid.
Yes.
So agave coming from a natural source cannot have glycerinic acid. That only comes from cane.
Okay. So young coconuts are on the list and mature coconuts are not. It says the soft jelly coconuts. Why not mature coconuts? There's a lot of us make milk from mature coconuts growing up like in the Caribbean.
If you make the milk from the mature coconut, the hard coconut, you make the milk and you drink it, it will be good.
Okay.
But when you add fire to it,
you
begin to change the molecular structure.
Gotcha.
And you break it down, the oil surface, and it's going to hurt you.
Right. So raw coconut milk is okay.
Right. If you want to make a good coconut oil and you want to get the result of it, it's easy. All you have to do take the mature coconut, put it in the sun. In fact, last night I had a dream with copra.
Really?
You know what copra is?
No, I don't know copra.
Copra is when you take the mature coconut and you split it in half and you put it in the sun for 15 days. It dries up and it's sweet. Then you grate it and you squeeze the juice out of it, the oil.
Right.
But when you boil it to get the oil when it's fresh,
Yes.
you're going to hurt yourself.
Okay, so it's fresh raw coconut oil and fresh. So cold pressed coconut oil is fine.
Coconut oil is very good.
Yes.
But after you have extracted coconut oil from the coconut, you cannot use it on hot food. You got to make the food cool, and then you pour it on it.
Gotcha. Oh, that's excellent.
Do you know that I have been to Nepal? No, I have been to India, Pakistan. I have been to Burma. I have been to Japan. I've been to many places where you would assume people know about the cosmic reconnection. You got to go to Mexico. You would never associate Mexico with this type of understanding or level of understanding. I mean, pardon me. But guess what?
That's where the magic is.
They, and they alone, they healed me. When I had gone to Russia, I was in England, I was in Africa, I went to Chinese medicine. Nobody healed me. I go to Mexico, and this Mexican healed me in 90 days. But when I begin to look at the Mexican integrity, I begin to see something very beautiful. Something that I never seen anywhere in the world. And I'm going to give you a taste of it. There's a man selling herbs, but he's bare feet, like I am, bare feet. But it's drizzling. This is in a place named Cuautla. Well, I'm looking at this man selling his herbs, but I don't know what these herbs are because I don't know. I don't know every herb in the world. There are trillions of them. I said, sir, what herb is that? He said, that is Tila trompetia. And what's that for? He said, that is for crazy people like you. I said, but why am I crazy? He said, because your license plate says California. And this is Cuautla, Morelos. Where are you going? I said, I'm going to Honduras. He said, that's not the question. I'm asking you, where are you going in life? Because I'm a Mexican. And I don't even know Mexico City. And you left Mexico City yesterday. I said, yes, I did. He said, that's why I said, you're crazy. I said, well, he said, that's right. You got to obey nature. I said, yes, I have to. So he said, I asked him, how do you know that this herb is good for crazy people? He said, because it has a lot of oxygen. I said, but how do you know have a lot of oxygen? He said, I'll show you. He took a glass of water, he took a handful of the herbs, and he put it in the water, and in 2 seconds, oxygen. Wait. The herb is good for crazy people because it gives you oxygen to the brain. What herb is that? He said, that is Cenizo de Monterrey. Did Pablo find it? Last week? He found it. Because I've been talking about this herb for 15 years to Pablo. He just found it. But this Mexican in Cuautla said, that's Cenizo de Monterrey, meaning ashes of Monterrey. I speak Spanish. He said, ashes of Monterrey. I said, what's that for? He said, that is for people that cannot walk because the foot has swollen. The liver is bad. Because I asked him, how do you know that the liver is bad? He said, the feet swells. Oh, this is going to really crack your side. This is a journey I took in 1979. I'm going to take it again. The last herb now. that's when he's going to trick me again. I said, what herb is that? That's Damiana. Oh, I said, that's for woman. He said, yes. They call it Yerba del Venado, the herb of the deer. I said, well, I know that herb. He said, yeah. I said, may I have a kilo? He said, no. I said, why? Because of your license plate. And what did my license plate have to do with this herb? He said, your license plate telling me you come from California. And the best Damiana come from California. If I sell you this, I'm not being truthful. And the man is bad feet. He could have made money off of me, but his level of integrity would not allow him to sell me that herb. This is what I always find in Mexico. Mexico have a sensation that when I go across the border, I feel it. You've been to Mexico?
I've been to Mexico.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Would you say that there's the culture there, that they have a different value system?
I can't hear you too well.
Would you say that the culture in Mexico, that in general, they have a different value system?
The Toltecs?
Yes.
Let me tell you something. This is where the Peruvian got to me. Because the Peruvian came to me in Cusco. He said, hey, black man, come here. So I said, I wonder what I'm going to hear now from this dude. He said, do you know what you represent? I said, man, I may represent many things that I don't know about. He said, well, you're a member of the organic family. The organic family. I said, what is that? You don't know? I said, no. And you're black and you don't know this? I said, yes, I don't know. Then, are you aware of Ubuntu? The blueprint for human prosperity, which started in Africa many thousands of years ago, and this white man just found it, Ubuntu? Mm-hmm. He said, oh my God. The banking system came and destroyed Ubuntu. So when you talk about the Toltecs and the Olmecs, or you talking about some ancient society that lived by the laws of life, it is from the Toltecs that I learned the usage of the teosinte. The teosinte is a plant that you're going to experience in Honduras next week. It's a plant that they use to make tamales instead of corn. Corn is a hybrid. Corn is extremely dangerous. The Toltec use teosinte. I love Mexico. Like the pyramids of Mexico in Teotihuacan, they are 4 times larger than one in Egypt. There is such thing as food gene consistency. But the black man of America doesn't know these things, nor the black man of the world. So when I presented my argument that whatever we're being fed through the American Medical Association or any other association is directly in opposition to our cellular predisposition. The FDA cannot, under any circumstances, be the director or the controller of the diet of black people, because the FDA has no idea as to the food that is consistent with us. That was the question that brought the court to my attention. When the FDA made the statement that I should not sell my products, the judge asked me, what is your response? I said, well, the FDA is 100% right, providing they know the food that is consistent with our cellular predisposition. The judge said, what is that? I said, for break it down, it means this. When you remove the black man from Africa, did you bring his food with him? He said, no. I said, thank you very much. Meaning that the white race is in direct violation of the genetic structure of the black race. Yet we believe that by reading 1 million books and having 1,000 degrees, that everything is A-okay. No, it's not. Because the one thing that we should have known and maintained was the substance that kept our family, our ancestors in Africa, as healthy as they was found We are not that healthy today. We have lost the connection with Africa. We don't know how to get back home. And I'm not talking about on a ship. We're talking about psychologically. We're talking about knowing those substances, those things that we're eating, that we would be healthier, because today, Black America is sick. Black America is very sick.
1987.
87, not 79, 87.
The 10th of February.
Okay.
My mother knew they were coming. When I told my mama that I had cured my 13 AIDS patient, she said, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you.
So let me stop you there. You said I cured my 13 AIDS patients.
Yeah.
So you had 13 patients
Yeah.
who had AIDS.
Yeah.
And then you say
cured.
you cured them.
Sure.
Keep talking.
So my mother said, they're gonna get you. I said, but Mom, why are they gonna get me? Because you must remember that you live in a society that support a certain philosophy and a certain system. You being the color that you are, Black, and then you're going against the grain, they're gonna get you. So when I'm in my office on February the 10th, here come the detectives. You are charged with practicing medicine without a license, selling product not approved by the FDA, and claiming to cure AIDS and other diseases. I said, yes. Well, you are making a fraudulent claim. I asked the detective, how do you know that?
Because you were advertising in newspapers.
Of course, I advertised in the Village Voice, the Amsterdam News, and the New York Post.
And you were telling people through your advertising that you can cure
AIDS, sickle cell, lupus, herpes, blindness, diabetes, paralysis, and others.
Okay, so they come knocking on the door and
so knocked on my door and took me to jail. But the funny thing about it, I was happy. I was very, very, extremely happy. When everybody in my office was crying, I was happy because my mama told me they were coming. And I knew that I had sufficient evidence to prove my position, not only scientifically, empirically, historically, and whatever way they would desire. So while I was in jail, I'm saying, I wonder what defense they would have against me.
Yeah.
I would like to know. But I didn't blame the Attorney General, Mr. Robert Abrams, because why should he accept from me the statement that I cure AIDS and sickle cell and blindness when no one else has ever made those claims? The man had a right to arrest me, but he was making a mistake. So I'm sitting in jail, and I'm happy. When I got out of jail and when I went in front of the judge, I asked 3 questions.
And they were?
They were, Your Honor.
You defended yourself?
Of course I did.
Okay.
Your Honor, is it a fact that the Holy Bible teaches that the herbs are for the healing of the nations? She said, yes. Is it a fact that science shows that the human body is carbon-based, and to complement a carbon-based body, you must have a carbon-based substance to complement it, because the body only accepts a substance through the process of chemical affinity. Chemical affinity is important. It's an electrical transfer. Chemical affinity. Okay. The body could only accept what it is made of, not something new or alien to it. Last question. Your Honor, is it a fact that the father of medicine, Mr. Hippocrates, the man that established the principle of medical science today, cured every disease known to man? Did he use herbs or chemicals? She said, herbs. I said, thank you very much. I rest my case.
Okay, go ahead.
So I understood that the state were unprepared to defend itself. They were unprepared because in the past there was 2,781 cases that came before the Supreme Court and lost. I won. Not only did I prove scientifically, but I had the diagnostic sheets, and I do have them today. And those diagnostic sheets didn't come from me. They came from their school, their American accredited, medical accredited school. Yes. We have to remember this, that whenever you make a statement that goes against the grain, you better be prepared. You better be prepared. The judge said that I had to bring one of every patient that I had cured, and there was one that said others. The other was a man that came from Italy. He was paralyzed. But I took I was supposed to take 9. I took 77.
You took 77 patients in court with you?
That's correct. But I knew that my brain was not the same as your brain or any other brain, right? We're unique.
Yeah.
So when I make a statement, they're going to take my statement and pit it against philosophy. It doesn't fit. I represent an entity that isn't philosophical.
And that entity is?
Well, it's an African one. I'm an African. And we have to remember that. You see, we think that we could take a philosophy out of Europe or China and inculcate that into the African brain. It does not resonate. It cannot resonate. You cannot be yourself when you've been adulterated. Being that I am an African, I'm going to look at things the African way. And the African way seems to reduce things to the least common denominator. And guess what I found? That there's only one disease, not 2, not 3, 1. When I opened my big black mouth and told the judge that, oh my God. What did you say? I said, Your Honor, there's only one disease.
And what is
Could
that?
you substantiate that?
Okay.
Of course, I'm not going to just deploy a bunch of empty words. I represent a country. I represent a people. I represent a race. And I represent myself. I'm not going to undermine myself. There's only one disease. The judge said, What is it? I said, You already know. She said, Try me. It was a woman, Ann Feldman. I said, Your Honor, when someone has sinusitis, what is obstructing the nasal passage? She said, Mucus. And when another has bronchitis, what is obstructing the bronchial tubes? She said, Mucus. And when another has pneumonia, what's covering the cells of the lungs? She said, mucus. Dr. Victor Herbert, who is defending the state of New York, jumped up and said, What about AIDS? You and your one disease theory? I said, Your Honor, this doctor is saying that I believe in a theory. I am the last individual on earth that could believe in a theory. I do not lend myself to theories or philosophy. Either I know or I don't know.
Okay.
He's talking about theories.
Yeah. You talking about the real deal.
I'm talking about reality, not theories, not philosophy.
So please share with us.
So she said, And what about AIDS?
Yeah.
So, well, he asked about what about AIDS? He want to know where the mucus. I said, Your Honor, have you been to an AIDS ward? She said, yes. I said, what is it that the AIDS spits up every 5 minutes? She said, mucus. Where is the mucus? It's in the skin, it's in the blood, and the lymphatic system that makes up the immunological system. That is where you find the mucus, Mr. Victor Herbert. How could you agree with, how can you disagree with truth? You see, what happened, I didn't go to school. I have never been to school. I have never attended any school, kindergarten, grade school, high school, or anything. But I had parents that kept me anchored to the African way, not to the Chinese way, not to the European way, not to the Japanese way. I am an African.
Were your patients all of color?
No, no. I have patients that are white. I have more white patients than I have black.
How long ago did you cure the first?
1984.
Okay.
1984. These documents, what they show is that we cure AIDS from a positive to a negative HIV level. Here is one. This is from the Italian hospital. HIV positive, Hospital Vicente di Antoni. He is positive. In the next page, from the same hospital, the same young man, Oswald Zavala, he is negative. The Attorney General, Mr. Robert Abraham, went on the air and said that he would have put me not in jail. He would have put me under the jail. I was looking at him saying that right here in New York on television. I watched him say that. But I knew that this white man didn't know that there was one black man stashed away someplace that has never been to school and doesn't read books. And that black man, by not going to school, is coming with a different premise, a different foundation. He was totally unaware. I knew that. I knew he was helpless. So when he said that you're going to put me under the jail, I said he's in for a big surprise. When I went to court on the Thursday, the judge said that I will have to bring one of every patient. AIDS, blindness, diabetes, lupus, herpes, sickle cell, impotence, paralysis, and others. 9. I didn't take 9 to the Supreme Court. I took 77 people with accredited medical documents, diagnostic sheets, and the judge go like this: I only want 9. Well, needless to say, with that kind of presentation and giving and exhibiting this, the Jews came back and said, practicing medicine without a license, not guilty, because he doesn't sell medicine. The Lancaster laboratories identify our product as being natural vegetation cell food. Not guilty for claiming that he cures AIDS, because he does, and he has proven it. One of the things that we found in the treatment of AIDS is this: 2 things we have to do simultaneously. One of them is to remove the cause of the presence of the mucus, which there is something in the intestines that need to be removed. Simultaneously, we have to nourish the body back to health, which requires 2 substances. It's a compound of calcium, and the other is iron. But when we talk about iron, we have to be very careful.
Why?
Because there are 2 forms of iron. One that is ferrous sulfate. That iron will cause you to bind and prevent you from using the toilet.
More iron is good.
But the other iron is a vegetable iron, one that is obtained from plants, such as the sarsaparilla, the burdock, the yellow dock, such as the one that we get from Honduras, the guaco, the contrigo, the hombre grande. All these herbs are heavily laden with iron. Upon giving this to the patient, you will see that the condition will be changing immediately. One patient was reversed in 17 days. Alex Suarez in Honduras.
And was the AIDS at a level of almost dying?
What they call HIV positive, he was at Kaposi sarcoma. So you know you're on the way out. You see, again, when I make the statement that I cure AIDS, it is impossible, virtually impossible, to believe that the statement is correct and true. Two reasons. First reason, the physician claims that there is no cure for AIDS.
Yes.
But why should we take the word of the physician? What disease have you cured in 500 years using inorganic and carcinogenic chemicals? He has not cured anyone. So when he tells us that there is no cure for AIDS, well, what's new?
So you cured AIDS by cleaning the body first and
by cleansing the cause of AIDS, which is the mucous membrane. The second reason why it is difficult for my brothers, especially my brothers and sisters, to understand and to believe it, is because if a white man doesn't do it, how could you? And if you're doing it, how come they're not promoting you? Yeah. But I ask you the question, my black race, why should the white man promote me or us? Who should be the promoting, them or us? And because we have been so compromised, we begin to see that the prejudices that we have against each other's ain't working.
I take his products for sure. I'm working on doing a documentary on the trial in 1985.
I was in what you call a psychiatric ward, schizophrenic and paranoia. Later to walk out of it, to heal that.
Every disease begins right here. I mean, right here. I don't care if you're blind.
or if you're insane, is right here. That acid state influences the brain and the central nervous system. It changes the image in your eyes. You do not see with your eyes. Your eyes is only the lens that the brain looks through. And what the brain sees is what you're going to see. I had a lady from Mexico, and that lady would say, no, don't let them take me. No. And there was nobody there. I made an extract from the Cascara Sagrada. She said that when she went to the bathroom upon taking the Cascara Sagrada extract, she looked in the commode and she saw some berries that she ate 12 years prior. They were lost and they became molded and sent off that negative message. Again, the mucous membrane in the intestine were compromised. She no longer crazy.
I know that you have you reference a compound in Honduras. You also operate out of
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles also. So when you get a patient now, do you, if you have a DC patient, does that DC patient need to go to LA or Honduras? Or?
No, we treat them. In fact, we send 1,000 packages a day throughout the world right now. Israel, Hong Kong, China, Russia. We have people in the village now from Russia. We have people from all over the world. We send packages all over the world. You don't have to even be in Honduras. But it is good to go to Honduras because the thermal waters are there.
Yeah.
And they accelerate the process of healing. Once you immerse your body in it and you drink it.
You speak of Honduras.
Now, about the medical science saying that I'm a quack.
Yeah.
I do not blame medical science for making that statement because my race has never done anything on that level of endeavor to express itself able to cure diseases on that level, in other words. So, sure, I'm a quack, but I don't care what they say.
Yeah.
What I was concerned with, not medical science, because I know that they're the one that is violating. I am not the violator. Hippocrates did not establish the school of medicine by using chemicals because the chemicals cannot assimilate. A chemical cannot assimilate with the human body. An herb can because they are electrical.
Okay.
Herbs are electrical, and we have yet to understand that. I was concerned with the Black leadership of America, not medical science. When I had cured these people of sickle cell and lupus and herpes and blindness, I was happy. I said, now I could go to all the leaders. I could go to Minister Farrakhan. I could go to Jesse Jackson. I could go to Al Sharpton. I could go to Oprah Winfrey. But what I found out, I was mistaken. I was wrong. They are not interested in the healing of any Black people.
That's an explosive claim.
That is not an explosive statement. That is a reality. There isn't a Black leader in America that is interested in the health of the Black race.
You say that because they refuse to interact with you?
They are not in the position to respond. If they were, my first case of AIDS was cured in 1984. And since then, we've been curing people of lupus and herpes and cancer, blindness. Not one Black leader ever said, well, let us help the brother.
Dealing with African governments and African leaders, that after you have presented your body of work and these different people that you have healed, and Africa, many countries in Africa being so desperately in need of a way to address, just start and stop with AIDS. But for the most part, they've rejected your approach.
Of course, and they were right to reject me. Not only Africa, I quit my job as an engineer to go to Dominica. I went to Dominica and, oh, I was happy. Beautiful island, beautiful people. And people were cured of blindness, diabetes, and a whole lot of other stuff.
You said people were cured. You helped.
Yes, while I was there. And Miss Mary Eugenia Charles said, you got to go. I said, but Miss Charles, I'm doing a service here. Look, you got to go. Okay, she kicked me out. Me and my crazy self, I went to South Africa under the leadership of Mr. Nelson Mandela. I said, well, I went to the Board of Health. I said, this is what I have done. And I showed them all my documents and diagnostic sheets. AIDS is devastating South Africa. So I thought that because I could do this job, that I would be received with love. That's all I wanted. Love, right? Understood. Mandela said, get out of here. Nelson Mandela, wait. Another one. Mr. Mugabe from Zimbabwe. Oh, I got to Zimbabwe. I took all these boxes of compounds and, oh, I was happy. I'm going to do some work in Africa. I said, get out. I said, wow, what's wrong with me? What have I done wrong? But when I look at it carefully, the African were right to kick me out. They are right to reject me. Every African country is 100% right.
Why do you say that?
They are right because the African people are totally unaware that what they are eating is undermining their struggle, undermining their own existence. Africa is eating starch and blood. Starch and blood. Now, let us take that to the laboratory and see if there's food there. No, there's no food.
I'm not doing anything but allowing myself to be the servant I always want to be. I didn't want to be in anything but that. And now I'm leaving that. I want to be a good servant. I want to do something good. And I did that. I cure AIDS, I cure diabetes, I cure sickle cell, I cure lupus, herpes, blindness. Now that is like gone. That was the easiest thing to do, curing AIDS and the rest of those diseases. Now I have embarked on organic, electric agriculture. And what is that? Well, what I'm going to do, if you plant a tomato plant or an okra plant or cucumber or broccoli, these plants are artificial plants. They cannot send their root into the soil and extract from the soil the minerals because they're hybrid. They are non-electrical. They only could use the sun rays and the wind, water. They cannot convert the minerals from the soil into a food. That could only be done by a natural plant that is non-starch. That process is called, the conversion is called iontrophoresis, according to Edward Schultz. Iontrophoresis is the process in which you convert from a solid to a liquid. That could only be done by a natural plant. Is the process in which you convert from a solid to a liquid. That could only be done by a natural plant. But since an okra is artificial, so are tomatoes and cucumbers and broccoli, what I'm going to do, knowing that they have the ability to absorb water, to digest water, then I'm going to boil the natural plants, which are electrical, and feed them that and electrify that plant.
So what are natural plants? What are natural vegetables?
All natural vegetables are those that you find in the forest. I know some from Africa, the cancansa, the marula, the julia, the popa, the sia. In Honduras, I know the guaco, the contrivo, the hombre grande, the sarsaparilla, and many more. So I know plants from all over the world because I travel. So what I'm going to do is boil them, remove the energy, which is electrical, and feed that to their natural plants because they do have the ability to suck up moisture, and there you electrify the plant. Electric food, you ask if we are electrical. If we were not electrical, if we weren't electrical, we would not be able to move. Just by the movement of our heart, the palpitation of the heart, which is 6,000 pounds per square inch pressure. They push it again. What moves the heart? There could be no movement unless that movement is electrical. So the food should be electrical, which is nutrition. Food we all eat. You know what is food? McDonald's, some Cheerios, that's food. And some rice and beans, that's food. But nutrition is electrical, and there's a difference.
Something is of usefulness in my structure, in my biological structure. It must necessarily be electrical. And the only substance that is electrical are those substances that come from the forest we call the jungle. Because the molecular structure is complete, it's not broken. How I found out that black people should be vegetarians, because when I begin to remove you from that meat and that stuff, that grease, you begin to say in 1 week, how the pain that you had for years begin to disappear.
Michael Jackson took me to Hawaii, right? So Michael, he's famous. I'm not. I'm just another nigga there that nobody knows about. So I'm driving the car all through Maui. But I love Maui, girl. Maui's pretty. I'm gonna go back to Maui. Maui is nice.
Guess what I saw? I saw callaloo growing thickness, like from this wall to this little wall here, for miles and miles and miles and miles. And the only person in my way that's eating the callaloo is a Jamaican from Montego Bay.
Wow.
So I asked him, I said, hey, how come nobody eating the callaloo? He said, man, don't tell nobody that stuff is done good. So I said, but what the Hawaiian eat? They eat spam. Do you know that the U.S. government, that company Hormel meat, they make spam special for Hawaii.
You're kidding.
And yet they got callaloo right there. You know about callaloo? I know you bad, girl.
Oh, I love callaloo.
I know you are bad. Callaloo is one of the most nourishing substances there is on the planet. And you want me to tell you something about callaloo? Do you know that in the Caribbean, callaloo seeds made a fool out of me?
Amaranth?
Callaloo made a fool out of me right in New York. I'm going to show you. In my very wise years, I used to grow wheatgrass. And an old lady came and said, you're dumb. I said, oh God. Mrs. Harleman, why did you say I'm dumb? Because you're dumb. You using that wheatgrass, that's wheat. That's acid. I said, oh shit. I got rid of wheat, right? So when I'm in New York, I noticed that callaloo growing all over the place. It grows in New York and Philadelphia and New Jersey. It grows here. But what the callaloo gonna show me that it will not show you in Grenada, in Trinidad, or in Barbados, or anywhere else but United States? Around November, the latter part of November, look for it. The flowers of the callaloo are going to produce some very small little seeds. They're pretty. They're red, blue, pink, all colors. They're beautiful. So now the wise me, I'm going to say, yeah, I stopped eating the wheatgrass, so I'm going to eat callaloo sprouts. So I got my little tray, I put the medium, then I sprinkle the seeds on it. How long it take you for wheatgrass to grow? 3 weeks? And you got a nice grass? Callaloo ain't sprung yet. 1 month passed, no callaloo sprout. 2 months passed, no callaloo sprout. I goes in my bed in Brooklyn and I lay there. The damn callaloo isn't sprouting. And the callaloo say, you're stupid. I'm natural. I'm electrical. I sprout in the spring. Oh my God. Excuse me 1 second. Oh God. When the callaloo sprout, it was all over. Look at the callaloo. And what it did to me, I said, you know, you never know how much you know until you confront reality. And then you know how much you don't know. And I love it. Then another one that tricked me was not the callaloo, was the blue vervain.
I've heard you talk about the blue vervain.
You know the blue vervain, right? That's a pretty plant.
You commented about finding blue vervain and someone tricked you into thinking it was blue vervain, but it was not blue vervain. Is that true?
That's right. The blue vervain home is Florida. Like when I saw the blue vervain in Florida, I said, oh God, this is not true. The blue vervain, anywhere else in the world grow this tall the highest. In Florida, it's way up there. The blue vervain in another country, the flowers falls off at noon, not in Florida. So plants take on this character like everything else in life. They behave with nature. You know, they behave with nature. But when you mention callaloo, as a chef, I know you know what you're doing. I know you know what you're doing.
Thank you.
Callaloo, the Spanish government used to kill you if they catch you eating callaloo. In Spanish, they call it blelo. It's powerful. It's delicious. I love callaloo. When they were occupying Central America, they didn't want you eating callaloo because they know that callaloo gives you so much energy. I have to eat your food, girl.
It would be an honor to prepare some
I gotta eat your food. Well, these three here, Marina, Yesenia, and Jordanos, they represent the Bolingo development, which is the African biomineral balance. But when you mentioned callaloo, I went straight to Hawaii. I went straight to Hawaii. You been to Hawaii?
I've never been.
You got to go to Maui. I went in with Michael. I was there 2 months.
Wow.
Michael Jackson. And we were eating callaloo. They experienced something. Jonjon. You know jonjon? Jonjon is a mushroom that only comes from one country, Haiti. It's a little mushroom this size. And when you take wild rice and you cook jonjon with the wild rice, oh God, you think you're eating the best thing you ever had in your life. If you take the jonjon and you cook it with the white rice, it will change the white rice from dextrose to dextrin. It changes the molecular structure. It's no longer acid because the mushrooms, as you know, the mushroom world is the highest electrical world there is in the vegetable kingdom. This is why the Russians used the mushroom to clean up Chernobyl, the nuclear waste in Chernobyl. Mushroom clean it up, and the hogs are eating the mushroom and getting high.
Really? Sammy, there's a lot of people asking about the mushrooms. They ask me every day, Aki, can we eat mushrooms? Is it electrical? It doesn't have a seed. It looks like a fungus. What is this? Can we really eat it?
You see, when they talk about fungus and fungi, there's a difference. The mushroom come from a world they call the mycelium network. I learned that in Mexico. The mycelium network is a network that grows about a foot under the top of the soil out there, just a foot under. It grows like a web, spider web, and when the ozone level is right, they spring up. There is an ant in Brazil. He's a stupid ant. The ant knows the strength and the power of the mycelia, and he eat it anyway. But the mycelia are going to trick the ants, because when he eat the mycelia, they're going to die. But the ants find his way all the way up to the top of the tree, and his head bursts open, and the mycelia uses him to spread himself throughout the valley.
Wow.
They recorded that, and that was strange. The mushroom world is the most electrifying world.
Even outside of growing in the sun, they grow in the dark, yes?
How is that?
The shrooms, they grow in the dark, right?
That's right.
So how are they absorbing sunlight?
What was the question?
The shrooms, how are they absorbing sun?
They don't need that, so it doesn't matter. You could take something natural, a natural root, and you could eat it raw and you get the energy. You could boil it, you get the energy. You could burn it to an ash and grind the powder and you put it in water and you still get energy.
Gotcha.
As long as it is native. Geology call that native plants. Because the plants like carrots and beets and turnips, they grow through the process of photosynthesis. Not a natural plant. He's photovoltaic.
He's electrical. He's come on a different category altogether. So yes, if it's natural, you could eat it raw or cooked, you're going to get the same amount of energy. If it's unnatural, if you cook it or not, you're not going to get any energy. Young man, I say, yes, sir. I heard that you've been experimenting with herbs. Said, yes. Well, I'm blind. I'm blind for 10, 11 years. Could you help me? I said, I'll try. If you make me see, I give you $1 million. I gave the man the substance. When am I going to see? I said, about Friday. Now, why did I select Friday until this day? I don't know. But I was so sure of myself. But how could a boy that didn't go to school be so sure of himself? The man went home with the medicine. And the Wednesday, good morning, young man. I raised my right hand. You say you raise your right hand. I wink my left eye. You say you wink your left eye. I said, the man is seeing. At that point of my journey, I couldn't explain that. I know it's a bunch of herbs that cleanse the man's body, but they were all alkali plants.
Okay, thank you. Some females report that when they're eating from the nutritional guides, their menses stop. Should they be worried about fertility?
When they said that when they eat from the nutritional guide, that the menses stop.
Some menses stop, and some feel no more pain, which is good, but some people just stop altogether. So they're worried about, well, am I fertile?
Wait, what again? Menses. Are we supposed to see, a woman supposed to see her menses every month according to the norm? Yes, not according to life. History didn't show that, doesn't show that. I am told by many ancient people that the woman used to menstruate once every 4 years.
Wow. What?
And only for 10 minutes.
Right.
But her body was clean.
Of course.
And my sperm wasn't white, it was green.
Wow.
Now my sperm is white, and you have a mens every month. You're releasing an ovum every month that is unnatural because you're accelerating the body. High metabolism. No. So when some of them says that the menses stop, there could be a good reason, there could be a good thing.
That sounds good. So they're still fertile, you think?
Sure.
I recognize that the black woman, I repeat, the black woman is from whom we all came that are black. So if I came out of a black woman, how could I be as smart as her? I don't understand how I could be. I believe that I'm few of the black men or males that understand that the black woman is of a greater equity to the union than I am, because she and she alone is what trains the cubs. You will never see a cub following a lion. Cubs follow the mama, because the daddy can't teach the cubs anything. It is the mama that teaches everything. But we have grown into this philosophical man that we have to compound the problem by putting our woman down.
So did
I
some of
am
that
not
from
one of
slavery
them.
too?
That had to come from slavery. Because if I ask the religious people, they're going to say, God said that. But if God said that, maybe God was talking to some other folks instead of some black folks in the parts of Africa. Because in the parts of Africa, we were one. The resonance of a black woman ovum is of a higher vibration than that of a white man's sperm. The ovum of a black woman and the sperm of a black man is of the same vibratory rate. They come from the same genetic structure. Now, whenever a black woman ovulates, in the first days of his ovulation, that black sperm is going to find it and impregnate, and there's the result of a baby. But when the black woman is ovulating and she's married to a white man The white man's sperm does not have the same vibration as that of a black woman's ovum. So what's going to happen here? The sperm is not going to be able to penetrate because the resonance is greater from here, pushing it back. So when does the white man's sperm impregnate a black woman ovum? When the ovum is on the second or third day dying, then it goes in. Because it is not black with black and white with white. If a white man make a baby with a white woman, that is affinity. When a black man make baby with a black woman, that is also affinity. You see, gorillas doesn't have babies with polar bears, and buzzards doesn't have babies with pelicans. But human beings believe, but it's okay, another human being. Yeah, maybe so, but of different genetic structure.
So
that is forbidden in the laws of life. That never happened. Within the cosmic arrangement, animals doesn't crossbreed. Only human beings in the name of love.
About you having worked with Michael Jackson.
Yes.
Can you tell us about how that came about and what kind of work you did with him?
I was home a Sunday afternoon in Los Angeles on La Cienega. Somebody threw a rock at my window. When I look outside, it was Randy. Well, I had known Randy over the years, Randy Jackson.
Yes.
Michael Jackson brother. So he came upstairs. What's it? My brother want to see you. I said, who? Michael. Michael? Michael want to see me? I'm the least of the individual that people want to see. I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. I went to see him. And he said he was in agreement with me traveling with him. And I told him that I would be able to help him. Yeah. He couldn't sleep. He was in a very bad emotional state.
What time frame, what time period was this? Do you remember?
2004.
Okay.
I was with him from February until September.
2004.
At the ending of September, I told him, I said, you know, you're singing, you feel good, you're looking good. I'm leaving. He said, don't leave me. I said, why? He said, I want you by my side, but I have a business to build. But I love Michael. Michael's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful brother.
What did you do for him?
What I did for him was this. I gave Michael an intracellular chelation. An intracellular chelation means that I'm going to clean every cell that makes up every organ that total his biological structure. Because he was full of a whole lot of drugs, you know, the pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah.
Couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
His nerve was shattered. So I began treating him.
Yeah.
And at the ending of the period, he was doing good, and I left.
Well, we have Mr. Michael Jackson.
What was his problem? Sorry.
Well, everything with his nervous system. Just name it, he had it. I had Mr. Steven Seagal, which had a headache for many years, and the llamas didn't cure it.
The llamas from where?
Tibet.
Oh, he was in Tibet?
Kathmandu, he's a llama. So I cured his headache, and the llamas didn't.
Where did he get the headache from?
From inside of his head. He had a lot of inflammation in his head.
So how did you cure his headache?
I gave him a composition of iron and phosphorus, and his headache was gone in less than 5 minutes. The other one that I treated was Mr. Eddie Murphy family and his mother. Well, you know, these are things that, you know, patient, doctor, confidential. You cannot say that, but I treated Eddie Murphy mother. I treated Mr. Cicely Tyson brother. He had his disease, and well, I treated him.
I just could not believe that there was not a cure for, I don't care what disease, especially AIDS. I could not believe it. And about a week later, I was in the studio talking to a producer friend of mine named Michael Anthony, and he just decided to tell me about a man that he knew who had the cure, and that man was Dr. Sabi.
In the tiny village, Lisa sought guidance for body and soul from an herbal guru named Dr. Sabi.
Dr. Sabi, you know, according to him, can cure anything. Everything from trying to lose weight to, you know, looking for a cure for AIDS. People go there with hopes and dreams that Dr. Sabi can somehow save them.
She had been through so many intense problems in her career and in her life and in her personal life that she didn't know where to turn. And this doctor, she said, had shown her how to really open up and cleanse all of the negativity out of her.
She told me she was suffering with alcoholism and that she was smoking excessively, cigarettes, drinking and smoking. She asked me, what do I need to do to stay on the side of peace? I said, fast, do what Jesus did. She said, what did Jesus do? He fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. At the end of the fasting, she came to me. I heard the door opening at 2 o'clock in the morning. She said, I completed my fast this morning. I said, what did you see? I saw God. She said, I'm going to make you famous. I said, how? Because I'm going to talk about you. Does everyone know you cure AIDS and cancer?
There's just a lot of people in the world who are suffering. They're sick. They're not happy. They're looking for answers. They don't know where to turn. Well, I know a man who's been curing AIDS since 1987. This guy has taught me a lot, and I need to share my knowledge, with the world.
Can you please tell us what your experience was with her? Because
Lisa.
she said, we have the footage, that she was committed to spreading the word of Dr. Sebi. What did you do with her and for her?
I don't know why Lisa would say that she was spreading the word of Dr. Sebi, because she healed Dr. Sebi.
She healed you?
That's right. This young lady came to me because she needed help, right?
Yes.
Her eyes were blinking really fast, and she had a little thing that she was suffering with that she wanted to get rid of, and she got rid of them. And one day she said to me, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. She's in a 21 days fast. No, sorry, 42 days fast.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa came in the hut where I was living with these 2 cups of sea moss. Sea moss is known as chondroscriptus. I had her drinking sea moss. She said, you have helped me, but you need healing. And she was right. I was in a state of disarray, and I didn't know it. It took a woman to show me that. And Lisa was the one that showed me that.
And what do you mean that you were in a state of disarray?
Well, at the time, I was involved with 3 different wives. I had 3 wives then, Matum, Annette, and Ma'a.
Mm-hmm.
And my life was not as stable because I had other women pregnant. A young girl, 19 years old, was pregnant.
Outside of those 3?
Yeah, outside of those 3 wives. Mm-hmm. Her name was Fanny. She had my little girl now that run the village named Sama. She's 20. Mm-hmm. So Lisa said to me that I needed help. And I didn't realize how much help I needed until Lisa told me that morning, and she was right.
What was the kind of help you needed?
I was like emotionally out of it. I mean, I was out of it.
And were you finding, did you realize that you were finding temporary security, affection, or love through the act of these other women? Is that what it was?
Love. No. Love is something that I never depended on from a woman. In fact, I don't even like it. You see, look, listen carefully.
I am.
The thing that moves Sebi is that object on the horizon that always keeps showing up.
Every morning.
Not the love of a woman. Mm-hmm. And this was given to me by my mother. My mother said, look, when you were born into the world, you didn't born with a twin. Okay? So you remember this, that the love that's going to secure you through life is the love that you offer yourself, not the love of a woman. That could come and go. I've been married 4 times. I came home and found my wife in bed with another man. I didn't even feel bad. I felt good. My grandfather always said, get another quick.
Oh, wow.
It's beautiful. Look, these are the things that we need to cultivate, not the dependency of another. Why should you be dependent on me for love? On yourself. That love that you have for you, that love would never die. But if you depend on me, why would you want to do that? I mean, why would I even want the love of a woman when one day she tells me, well, I don't love you no more? Well, that's fine. Keep on stepping. But my friend John, he didn't do that. He killed himself. Miguel Angel Cruz on the ship. I was a merchant seaman. He killed himself. He jumped over the side of the
Over
ship.
that thing called love.
So your love, this word love, we need to re-examine that. I love women. Every woman I've been with, I love now, but I do not depend on their love. You ask about the young lady with us, she says she loves me. She's 25. Ask her. I'm 82. I'm supposed to be jumping for joy. Not so. My eyes is on the prize, which is Africa. I don't believe that I would ever feel as comfortable as I would like to feel if I do not accomplish the goal that I'm pursuing.
And it is. And that
helping Africa to get out of
my conversation with Lisa Lopez one night in the village, she said to me, you know what I found out in my 42 days past? That we really don't know anything. I said, you're right, Lisa. We don't know anything. And what all these books are for? I said, I don't know. I don't read them. I don't read any books. I don't read nobody's book. I don't care whose book is this. I said, but then it's only left one thing. We should only offer compassion to each other to receive great benefits from the treatment. And she told me to mention it, which I had not mentioned it ever. I think I'm going to say it now. Lisa came with all of the little maladies, superficial, you know, maybe some alcoholism, little light too, not much. And she was kind of nervous, and her eyes were blinking really fast. And that stopped, everything stopped. And one day we were in a conversation, and she said, you know, Dr. Sabi, when I came to you, I had herpes, and I didn't tell you, it's all gone. I said, thank you. Thank you very much. Because it showed the value of the intracellular chelation. You don't have to tell me what you have. It's gonna be relief of your body. It will be, because you're gonna search out. It goes into the bloodstream and goes to every part of you and remove what you didn't tell me you had. So I'm satisfied with the process. Lisa Lopez, Teddy Pendergrass, he was moving everything that was never supposed to move.
Yeah.
But he, like Sister Tyson, they both didn't pay me.
Wow.
So that was okay. And Michael Jackson didn't pay me either.
Wow.
And that was okay. I could understand.
Village was open right after the court case. You know, my father had his court case in 1988. And then right after that, you know, we went out there, my mother, my father, you know, the whole family, and he founded the Usha Village. And we didn't take out loans for that. That was funded directly out of his pocket, out of the victor's pocket.
Dr. Sabi put together the new compound, such as the chelation 1. The chelation 1 is designed to enter the body and remove maximum amount of debris from the colon. The other one we put together is the electrocell. It's self-identity, self-explanatory. Electrocell, to electrify the body. Meaning that we have selected from the forest the plants that are highest in electrical impulses, put them together in a tablet form. So as you begin to cleanse with the chelation 1, you're being nourished with the electrocell. Simultaneously, we're going to give you another one, which is the E-card. The E-card is to remove fluid from the system. Fluids from your system, unwarranted fluids. At the same time, simultaneously, nourishing the muscles. So the other one, which makes up the package of intracellular cleansing and rebuilding, is the central nerve system. That is the first system that gives way once it enters the body. In strengthening these systems, we find that people with AIDS, diabetes, leukemia, sickle cell, in less than 48 hours begin to show you where their health has improved. And many who had AIDS, I have diagnostic sheet to show you, the world, that we have cured AIDS in 14 to 17 days. On the average, we cure AIDS 3 months, 90 days. They wiped me out in February last year. When I went to my shop, there was nothing in there. My wife, my manager, my daughter, the manager's daughter, and everybody else wiped and took everything away. A business that I had now for 15 years. Pablo, the Mexican, said, what you gonna do? I said, well, I'm gonna take my tail and put between my legs and I'm gonna roll over and play dead. You say you're out of your mind? Called Jenny. That's a Mexican. Jenny came, what's wrong? I said, well, they took out everything. She called her mom and borrowed some money and taught me her computer. That very day, this one showed up. Your nano showed up. What happened? I said, I don't know. Your nano showed up with her boyfriend. Said, in a car. And I'm looking at this girl. I know she was like Ethiopian, but she came to buy something. You came to buy, right? And it's clean. Guess what your nano said? I want to help you. Your dad would drive from San Bernardino to LA, which is about an hour and a half for free working for me. Then came her. These two and Jenny and Pablo, and we started the business all over again. Now the business is like, wow. How many people work there now? Is she number one, you see her number two, Jessica number three, Brenda number four. Who is number five?
Beatriz.
Beverly number five. Sonia. Mario.
Valeria and Kevin, right?
And what about the other Jenny?
Jennifer.
Jennifer. Yeah. So how many of you are there now? 11 or 10?
10 of us.
10.
10 running.
But these two started it. But when she came, when Jenny hired her, I said, no, I wonder why Jenny hired her. She's so fragile, so small.
Wow.
But when she opened her mouth and started talking, I tell her phone, I said, oh God, I better shut the fuck up. You see, you messed me up. This one here, she came in there like she knew everything from the start. But that's that African behavior. I told her one day, you being an Africanist to me, girl. And she did. But she's good. She's good at it. She's very swift. She's very fast. She's fast too, but she's shy. This one isn't. So you have all these various expressions of human beings.
Yes.
And it's so beautiful, girl. I love you guys.
Where are you from, sister? I'm from Eritrea. I was thinking Eritrean, Somalian, something Ethiopian, and you are from?
I'm from California, but my parents are Mexican.
Rainbow. I'm from Oklahoma.
And you, where you from?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Yeah.
My family is Choctaw.
The first time I came in contact with a plant that I hated, this low plant, and boy, that plant come back on me one day. I have this hate-love relationship with certain plants, and this was one of them because I was growing with it. Burdock. You got a lot of burdock in Oklahoma, and it stick on you, right?
A lot of burdock, a lot of wild berries, persimmon, wild persimmon.
Oklahoma got everything.
Yeah, I grew up with my grandmother also.
That's me.
And I was living on her land with my grandfather where we grew everything. And so growing up now, I'm 35.
You're 35?
Yes, sir.
Wow, you're much younger.
Thank you. But I had an affinity for the taste. I knew what food tastes like. You know, when I got older and I tasted the McDonald's and all of the processed Kroger Mart food and the regular, conventional things, I knew what food's supposed to taste like because my grandfather grew it and I helped him in the garden every year. So my grandmother would send us to bake pies out of the berries in our yard or the persimmon in our trees or the pears in our trees. So I understood what food's supposed to taste like. So for me, it was very, I felt the ancestral call when I heard your message and listened to you talk about indigenous food, Aboriginal foods, talking about electricity and how we're connected to the sun as a people of the earth. And I understood that these 4 elements are the simple ways in which we can maintain our health, just returning back to nature. Very, very simple. And your message was simple. Yeah. And that's what I think resonates.
I want to taste your food.
I want you to taste it. I brought some
I
callaloo.
want to taste your
I
food,
said, what
girl.
if Sabi would come into the kitchen with me and we may make some callaloo. But I brought you some callaloo.
Callaloo?
I want to inquire about something that I think maybe you also have come into contact with, and that is ayahuasca. If that's something you would be open to discussing. Are you familiar with the plant?
You mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
What sign are you?
Pisces.
Pisces?
Yes, sir.
You low down. What date?
February 23rd.
The what?
February the 23rd.
The 24th?
Third.
First.
Third. The third. 23rd.
23rd?
23. Yes.
I have a little girl.
Okay.
She's 3 years old.
Oh, wow.
Her mom is crazy. Her mama is out of her mind. I mean, she got to be out of her mind. I'm with Pablo in the mall in Honduras. This little girl, 23 years old, came up to me and said, "Are you Dr. Sabi?" I said, "Yep." She said, "You know, I've been watching you for months. And I don't know why I want you to be the father of my baby." I said, "You're crazy. How old are you?" She said, "I'm 23. I said, "I'm 77. I said, "I could be your grandfather." She said, "I know that. Not only you could be my grandfather, you're black, you're old, and you're ugly. But I still want you to be my baby's father. So what you gonna do?" I said, "I don't want no baby with you." So I walk away from Pamela. Pamela insisted and insisted and insisted. And one night, Pamela got pissed off and came to the village for the first time. Came in my hut and said to me, "I want you to tell me what is wrong with me that you don't want to make love to me." And she break me down and we made love once. She got pregnant and she was the happiest 23 years old. And when she was pregnant, she dreamt every night with my mother. But I said, "My mama been dead 4 years now. You don't know my mother." "I know your mother." I said, "How are you going to connect with my mother and she died?" She said, "Well, I know your mother. She come in my dream every night. And my baby going to look like your mother." And my baby was born the 26th of March. No, the 26th of February. She's Pisces. The same day with my mama, and the baby looked just like my mama.
Wow.
Pisces woman. Pisces, I see. That's Pisces. You guys are vigilant. Taiwa was only 3 years old. She was given to me when she was 8 months because the poor little mother came down with postpartum depression, Pamela. I have to take care of this baby, but I'm 78 with an 8-month-old baby in the bed. So I have to put the pillows, I sleep that time with hair, I put the pillows over her head so she wouldn't roll off. Me and Taiwa. I got a baby at 8 months. And she didn't get a babysitter until she was 1 year and 8 months. But Taiwa grew up drinking sea moss and hemp milk. Sea moss and hemp milk. Sea moss and hemp milk. My baby now, Taiwa, where's your brain? Taiwa, where's your liver? She knows every part of her body. And she's 3. She tell me. So she got a baby's telescope and she put it in my heart. She go like this. "You sick." Pisces, you guys have beautiful eyes. You guys are dangerous woman too. My mama, I hate her for that. My mama born the 26th. Erica Badu born the 26th of February too, right? I just called her a couple yesterday. Where is she right now?
I haven't spoken to her in probably 2 months. And she's been in Dallas, Texas in her home, but she tours so much. So much.
But you know, I got healing from your girl.
From America?
I'm going to talk about it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Lisa Lopez.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Lisa came to me for healing and wound up healing me.
Mm.
That's the power of you woman. We were talking about that today, right? The power of the woman that the men never had, never will have, or don't even know about. But we men have a tendency to deny that, to negate that, to want to suppress that, to control that, when it wasn't about that. It wasn't about that ever. This Russian that's in the village now, that's taking his treatment, he said, you know, man, I grew up in a house that is gypsy. And all I remember is the voice of a woman. I never heard the voice of my father. He better not open his mouth. No, he better not.
Wow.
Not a gypsy. But the gypsy male enjoy life better than the average man because he knows that the woman is the boss. And he have no problem with it. That's you guys. I love you guys. Now, Chef Aki, we want your food, girl.
Our time is coming. Our time is here, actually.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you.
You
know, wait, let me tell you what's been happening. Orel and his wife and Mr. G, Dr. Sebi, Chef Aki's coming. Is she okay? She's coming.
Oh.
So wait, guess what they did? This one had said, are you going to change your clothes? I said, no. That's what they for. And Chef Aki came there, she is. Did I have to change my clothes?
No, sir.
But she thought so.
No, sir. No, I want you just.
But you know what I like about it? That Orel, Mr. G, and all of them, and including myself, we were waiting for a very special person. And they thought that I was supposed to put my bow tie on and look presentable and watch your mouth, Sadie, when she comes.
Oh, no.
I know.
I don't watch my mouth. I'm known for not watching my mouth.
That's me, loose cannon.
Yeah.
But I saw a flick of you that he showed me that you were, or you, where you fixing the soil.
Oh.
That is so good.
What was I doing?
You were working in the garden on your Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope one day you get opportunity to go to the village of Usha in Honduras.
Love to.
Because we're developing organic electric agriculture. Let me go back to it a little bit, that you would see what we're doing. If you take a natural plant is electrical. It's electrical. Why? Because it has carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen as part of the structure of that plant. It has the ability. This is the soil. It sends the root all the way down in the ground. A natural plant. It takes all the natural minerals and convert it into a liquid. Only a natural plant could do that. A natural plant root convert the solid mineral into a liquid. What? Do you know that man hasn't made a laboratory to do that? Only a plant that is natural could do that. The process is called iontrophoresis. The ability to convert from a solid to a liquid. Okay. That's burdock. That's yellow dock. That's like the other one, which is the red clover. That's also the sarsaparilla. That's also the guaco, the contrivo, the hombre grande, the cancansa, the popa, the sia, the marula. All these plants are electrical. Why? Because they are native. Now, when you take a carrot plant, well, just put the carrot out of the way because we don't use that. But when we use like turnips or squashes or tomatoes, they send their root
about this high, inch only. And they do not have the ability to convert the solid to a liquid. And I struggled with that for years. Guess what I found out though? That the unnatural plant has the ability to absorb water or liquid, right? You absorb liquid. Tomato plant does. Cucumber does, right? When you put the water on it, it absorbs it. I said, oh yeah? So what I would do then is get the plants that are organic and electrical and deionize them by boiling them and pouring that electric liquid as a nourisher for the tomato, the cucumber, the okras, and you get a product that when you eat it, you say, oh God, I can't believe this.
That has to be amazing.
You have electrified a hybrid plant. And the product is sweet. The okras were large because, you know, I was influenced by Louisiana. I didn't eat okras in Honduras. I ate okra in Louisiana. Because those niggas in Louisiana, they know how to cook stuff. They cook stuff to kill you, but it tastes so good. God, I miss my poor boy sandwich.
Very rich food.
You know what I did? This nigga here is crazy. When I go to New Orleans, I buy 2 pounds of oyster mushroom. And I go to the lizard field by Jaegers. I say, hey, I want y'all to take these mushrooms and you prepare them that day when you prepare the other oysters. These are mushrooms. And make me an oyster sandwich. Except it's not the animal, it's the mushroom.
The mushroom. Oh, I know that was delicious.
And I would buy my draft beer and go to City Park and sit down and pretend I'm in New Orleans in 1954 with my friends, or the Jean Jean, or here is Jean Jean. Here it is. Smell them, you see.
Thank you.
Smell them.
Ooh.
Yeah, girl. These, thank you, Aurel. I'm taking these to Honduras to cook. Look, these things,
oh my goodness.
These are very good. These are like nourishing. You had them before, right? Jean Jean is powerful.
Almost. Like if you made an oil, like oil with it. Oh my. It's very strong.
They're strong.
Sheesh.
I was with Michael Jackson when there's a woman in Orlando, Florida. They came in the room and she's talking English, but the English is kind of broken. But she's very light skinned, looked like white. I said to her, where you from? She said, I'm from Morocco. Oh yeah? How many languages you speak? 5? She said, yes. Because everybody in Morocco speaks 5 languages. Everybody. Kids, 5 languages, no less.
Wow.
I said, where you from? She said, I'm from Haiti. I said, you know Jean Jean? She said, yeah. I said, could you cook me a pot of Jean Jean? She did, and brought it 2 days later. Michael Jackson ate half the pot by himself. This stuff is so delicious.
Wow.
Oh God, Jean Jean is delicious. So we learn every day, right?
Yes.
We learn every day. But I'm glad to meet this grand chef.
I'm more glad to meet you. And it's so timely because I'm just now
Like
about
everything
to.
else.
Indeed. I'm launching my first book, and I was just writing the foreword in the book, and I gave honor to some of my honored ancestors who have passed and some of my living elders now who have kind of been the cornerstone for my research and my work and my passion. And I said, I have to stop and give honor to Dr. Sebi before I can go any further in this work, because listening to him since 2002, I flew from Texas to Atlanta to come and see you. And since that time, I was researching hybrid food. And I said, I can't put this book out without giving honor to him. And in the past 3 weeks, I've had pressure to put it out. And when I heard you were coming, I said, okay, this is why this hasn't happened yet, because I have to see my elder before I can release this book. And to let you know that your work has spearheaded a movement with young people all over, and that indigenous cultures all over the world, Native American women like myself, my Native family, my Cree family, my Seminole family that I'm very much in contact with, I'm teaching them about indigenous and Aboriginal foods, and as well as a lot of the Hispanic brothers and sisters and the Eritrean brothers and sisters, the young people. We are getting the message, and we're teaching the young, and we're moving that message forward. So we honor you. And I was sitting in a circle last night of about 30 people, and I got dressed and I hurried up and came here. But I spent my night in a prayer and in a meditation. And in my prayer, I was singing some of my native songs. And my grandmother came to me and she said, "You are not going to do an interview today. You're going to have a chit chat with your elder, and just to honor him and to listen."
You're so humble. But this work is woman. You laughing, but it's the truth. Girl, everything about me is about women. Everything.
Awesome.
I never had a father.
Hmm.
Never had a male voice in my ear as a child. Had a mom and a grandmother. Then I came into the world. And then the people that women are married, they were always controlling me. The woman that gave me the name Sabi, it was a woman that said I was a healer. And when they took me to this crazy woman on Adams Street, you been to LA?
Yes.
Right, Adams and La Brea, there's a woman there that used to sell all kind of stuff that belongs in the spiritual world. And she looked at me and said, "Why don't you do what you're supposed to be doing?" I said, "Why don't you go to hell?" I was pissed off because I couldn't see it. But they were messing with me. And they were women. And there was one that really messed me up. I took her to Mexico. Because Mexico is my favorite place in the world. Beside Africa, Mexico is the shit. When I got to Mexico, this woman is going to buy a robe. I saw about the robe. Beautiful robe. And the woman that sell her the robe named Josefa. Josefa is so bad. She made one dress, and it is 4 dresses in one. You put the dress on right side up, backwards, and frontward. You put inside out, backwards, and front. And it looked like 4 different dresses, one dress. This Mexican woman is so creative. She told Patricia. She sold Patricia the robe. Patricia, when I get to LA, Patricia, you're a healer. And you're going to wear this robe in front of me as a healer till you're full of shit. And I threw the herb in the corner in a trunk. 1975. 1982. A Sagittarius male, like this nigga here, Mr. G, says, "From Honduras, we have Dr. Sabi in Washington, 1982. The healer from Honduras." And when I came on stage and I look at the audience, Patricia Yates, who said that I was a healer, was sitting right there.
Wow.
I want to cry. I want to go to the floor. She looking at me like, so she knew. See, your woman has an energy that responds spontaneously in the moment without being preconceived. And you guys don't even know you have it until you have to face a situation where you have to act. And then it comes out. You guys are cosmically in tune, not we. We are to a certain degree, but you guys are the one. That's why when I heard the thing about the lion and the king of the jungle, yeah, he may be, but his mama taught him everything he knows. Who is she? In the elephant kingdom,
The largest animal in the world. When that male gets to a certain age, they kick him out the pack. Because this is a woman thing here. And they kick him out. And he better leave. And he be bitching. But they kick him out anyway. When I was growing up, there's one person, if you ever come to Honduras, you'll meet him. You know him, Marcel. He's the only one alive that I grew up with. I'm 82, he's 80, he's 81. Miss Gambo, Miss Marin, Miss Wright, Miss Phillip, that's my grandmother, Miss Roulette, Miss Patterson, Miss B.B. Simmons. These are the women that control the society. So I grew up in a matriarch society. You understand? And it was beautiful. But the men of the day, they allowed the woman that privilege, that particular energy or that position. The men didn't have any problems. And Mr. Miller, he was the ugliest man, they say, and he married the prettiest woman they were in the city. Mr. Miller didn't care about no ugly or pretty or good looking. He didn't play that. He was a sharp man. I love him. So I grew up in a matriarch society. So it was easy for me to see the strength of the woman. So you tell me that you were chef, oh, I would love for the village to have your food.
I'd love to.
That's right.
How long are you here?
Well, I'm leaving on Tuesday for Honduras with Marina.
Okay, that's plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm going to Honduras. We're going to the village because we be developing the organic electric food. Yeah.
I have some clients who I cook for who are on your program currently. And I have a bunch of followers who are dying to hear from you today. And they've sent me a couple questions. So one of the first questions that comes from a brother named Lazan. His name is Lazan.
Yeah.
Okay, Lazan, I believe he's from Alabama, and he wants to know, he is pre-diabetic. Brother's about 6 foot, 200 pounds, and he's had a life of maybe 36 years of eating really horrible food, and he is now taking maybe 40 pills a day from Cell Food company, your company, and he wants to know, is there a way that he can take all that liquid and put it into his water and drink it that way, because he's overwhelmed by all of the pills and all of the liquids every day, the AM, the PM, all of the pills.
He's diabetic.
He's pre-diabetic.
Huh?
He's pre-diabetic.
Pre-diabetic. Not exactly yet.
Almost.
But he doesn't have to do much, because we had people to come with diabetes up to 600. 4 days, no more diabetic. No more diabetes. He's pre-diabetic, meaning he could change his diet. Liquid, yes, he could do what he said, providing it's all natural.
Okay. So if he's taking, say, some of the electrical elixir, the liquid compounds that you provide, he wants to know if he can, instead of taking 1 teaspoon of 10 different liquids, he wants to know if he can put it in his water and drink the jug of water that way.
He could do that.
He could do that.
Yes, he could do that.
He was afraid of mixing the compounds.
Yeah, he could do that.
Okay. That was his question. Second question. Got a sister who is also on your program and wants to know, is it better for her to do completely raw, non-hybrid food diet, or cook vegan foods is just as well for her?
Raw foods and cooked foods. There's a little boy in Washington, D.C. His name is Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr is 10 years old when he went to the village. I designed a glass house in which I live now. I think you know the house, right, Marina?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I designed a glass house. The little boy went there with a little sister named Amina. She's autistic. That little boy saw his sister from dragging her feet to walking normal and understanding everything her mama was telling her, or most things. He looked at me and said, I know how you build this house.
I said, how? You drew 3 circles and you joined them together. And that's what I did. But nobody see that. But that little boy brought something out. What was the question that you asked?
She's on your program. She wants to know if she should do raw or cooked.
Yeah. So the little boy said, you know, I took that compound that you gave Amina. I call it the intelligent tonic. And his mama showed me the grades. Didn't show me the grade, but he brought grades home that was A's. She lived in DC. She was there with him. What I saw was this, that this little boy is seeing the benefit of all of this, but everything that I gave them was cooked. She went, wait just a minute now. It is said that if you eat something raw, it will be better than cooked, because when you cook it, it loses its energy. Not so. Never that. If you take something raw, like Brother Aris, Brother Aris used the sun-dried food, sun-fried food, but he got turnips, he got carrots, beets, but these things are hybrid. Whether you cook them or you eat them raw, you're not going to get any benefit from them because they're hybrids. But if you take something natural, like the teosinte, which is a plant that's natural, you cook it, you get energy. If you don't cook it, you get energy. Why? Because anything that's natural has energy, and you cannot kill energy. It's displaced from one state to another. Next question.
This question comes from a sister in Ohio. She wants to know, she's biracial, and so is her son, who is actually been sent home, 13 years old, basically sent home to die of brain cancer. And she wants to know if this electrical diet and electrical cell food is for her and her son, being that she is multi-ethnic, biracial. I get this question a lot about DNA and how it affects, I guess, indigenous food or electric food affects the biracial community.
The vibration of the body.
Biracial. Yeah, how does it affect them in general?
But it's a brain problem.
That's a brain problem.
Now, when you talk about brain, or you talk of any part of the human body, you talk about minerals, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I learned this from your brother, Benjamin Banneker, the man that built the White House and many other things. If someone want to run in a race, then you treat the muscles. You talk about mannitol. That's a natural substance that comes from the potassium iodide world, that comes from the ocean. But if you want calcium, you go to sea moss for the bones. But this other person here has leukemia. I got to go to the blood. So I have to find the herb that has the same cellular vibration of the blood. That's iron. But now you're talking about brain. I cannot talk about iron or calcium. I got to talk about what? Carbon and copper. That is what the brain is made of, carbon and copper. So the minute that someone talk about brain or any part of the human body, I already know what mineral to associate it with. But copper and carbon has 2 expressions. You could go to the mine in Oklahoma and find copper. Oh, but you go to a plant and find copper. Which one you want? The plant, because it has carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and copper. The copper by itself is a protoplasmic poison. It's what you call an oxide. You see, every mineral on the planet, there is a plant that represents that mineral. Like gold There's a plant that has gold. There's a plant that has silver. There's a plant that has iron. There's a plant that has phosphorus. And there's a plant that has sulfur. So we get the composition, we get the plant that has the composition of what? Carbon and copper. No, carbon and copper, right? And you got it. Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have something for that condition.
Wonderful.
And how does it affect the body? It doesn't affect the body. It assimilates because it is one. They're both electrical. The human body is electrical. The plants are electrical. There is chemical affinity. That's it.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Last question. I was recently asked to be a part of a documentary I think you're familiar with called Urban Kryptonite.
What?
Urban Kryptonite food documentary. I believe the last one had Queen Vita, Eris Latham, Dr. Ali Muhammad, a few other people. I was recently asked to be a part of this next documentary, Urban Kryptonite. And I asked, I said, I saw the first one. Where's Dr. Sebi? Why isn't he in Urban Kryptonite film? This is the film that is supposed to enlighten our community on health. And they said, well, he declined.
He's what?
He declined. So I wanted to ask you, did you decline to be a part of the Urban Kryptonite film?
I decline.
That's the rumor. Chef Aki's here to get down to the bottom.
You know why they would say that? I want you to please follow me.
I will.
In the field of science, what is the purpose of science? To find the answer to the prevailing problems, whatever, on what level of expression.
Yes.
Okay. In the art of healing, I respect the doctors and the allopathic over the alternative doctors. Why? Because the allopathic doctor, if you are in Russia and you are a member of the American Medical Association or the Medical Association, and you discover something that raises the standards and cure the disease that in which you are pursuing, what is the duty of all the other doctors if this one found it? To come up to his level.
Yes.
To share with him. That everybody would afford the same thing over the board, that everybody would be receiving the research of science. Okay. What one doctor would give you in China, the same thing would be given to you in America, in Russia, or anywhere you go. Right? But with the alternative medicine, each one, you got the Ayurvedic, you got the yin yang, you got the macrobiotic, you got the
paleo, and etc.
Dr. Sebi came last. He proved to the world and the Supreme Court that we cure AIDS, we cure sickle cell, we cure blind, we cure diabetes, we cured everything that we have that were brought to us. When I did that in 1988, what was the duty of the rest of the healers who were offering a substandard approach or method? They were supposed to come to me, right?
That's right.
But did they come?
I don't know.
No, they didn't. And they couldn't come. And I see why. And my mama told me that. She said, don't expect that. I said, why, Mom? Because they've been practicing for 20 plus or 30, 40 years, and they're going to come to you admitting that they were wrong. Are you out of your mind? I said, oh, shit. So they say that I declined. The kryptonite said that. Only because I know for certain that my platform, the African biomineral balance, eclipse the American Medical Association, the FDA, and the judicial system. They are not offering what the African biomineral balance is offering. They're not. So if they had invite me, there would be no kryptonite. They would have to bend to the standard that has been set. I didn't set the standards. I didn't raise the bar. Nature did that. You did that, the black woman, not me. Everything I'm doing is only an expression of the black woman. And they never would understand that because the healers in America, 10% are men. But the people that I learned from, they were all women, except for the man that healed me. So they would say, in protection of themselves, he declined. Why would I decline if I have something to share that is so valuable? They are not sharing anything that really showed that they healed people of the diseases that we have cured. We set the standards. We raised the bar. So it meant then, if they, the healer, had come to Dr. Sebi would be compelled and obligated to share with them the latest research, and we got it, but it didn't come. But I'm glad it didn't. Why? Because I'm going to give it to who it belongs to. It belongs to you, the woman. I'm glad that it didn't come, but I didn't decline that. No. But that was okay, because they look at me and they criticize me. Dr. Ali said some very ugly things about me, and that was okay because he had that right. He's part of a group that I remember 50 years ago that indulges in literature. Healing is not about literature. Healing is not about science. It's about a reconnection to the vibration of life. And they have not visited that particular place because they're still offering golden seal, aloe vera. They're offering soybeans. They're offering echinacea. They're offering garlic. And these things are deadly. So when Dr. Ali said things about me that he said, well, I didn't feel bad because Dr. Ali haven't cured the disease that we have cured with the African biomineral balance. So why should you give him any energy? He's talking. We're not about talking. It's not about talking anymore. It's not about condemning. It's not about finding faults in anyone. I had to stick my neck out in their favor, but they thought that I was doing the wrong thing. When I placed the ad in the papers in New York, AIDS has been cured by the Usha Research Institute, and we specialize in cures for diabetes, sickle cell, lupus, herpes, blindness, paralysis, impotence, cancer, and others. We meant that. When I went to the healers such as Dr. Ali and Dr. Dick Gregory and Dr. Kanya and Dr. Phil Valentine, when all of them knew about this, they didn't support me. They ran away. Why? Because the Attorney General, Mr. Robert Abraham, said, I got the biggest mouth in New York in jail. And when I'm through with him, I'm going to put him under the jail. I heard the Attorney General said that Wednesday. On the Thursday, I'm supposed to take 9 patients to the Supreme Court, proving that I cured these diseases. I took 77. When the Attorney General heard and saw that by his spies, that Thursday afternoon, he sent
his man to tell me, tell Dr. Sebi that if he stopped doing what he's doing, that I would drop all the charges. But then he's saying that after there was overwhelming proof that I did it, I wasn't going to back up. I'm not into this thing because I am a healer. I am not a healer. I never tell the world that I was a healer. Never have I ever said that. I always let you know I am the messenger that come with the message of healing to be delivered to the owners of it. And that is the one that you know as a nurturer. Could a male be a nurturer? No, that's a female thing. So I am the conduit, not the healer. Because if I was so much of a healer as they think, and they have ostracized me, Lisa Lopez wound up healing me. So they, the healers, were happy when I was arrested. They all left New York. And when I won, the Attorney General said, this one won, but there would never be another. Now, these healers that exist today in America, and I am not going to hold it back, it is the truth. Which one of them have healed the disease that we have healed? None of them. So why aren't they sharing that research? Because they are ashamed. They are embarrassed to know that they have been healing or presenting themselves as a healer for many years, and they have not healed those things. But the healing that I come with, again, came from women. I'm not ashamed to say the truth. I'm not the healer. I'm something else. I want to be a musician. And the nigga want to be a musician. But nature said, shut up. You're to bring this message. So now I'm delivering the message to you sisters. Right now, we got Sister Marina, we got Yesenia, and we got the great Jordanos. And there would be some more that we're going to select to be part of this healing journey. I'm not a healer. I'm the messenger. So Dr. Ali, poor fella, he got to keep on talking. And he will keep on talking. And I've been around for 47 years doing this. And all the people that I remember were talking, they're still talking. And they will continue to talk. I don't like to talk. I like to do things. Right now, we are on the Bolingo development, the $200 million project. Health centers throughout the United States, Caribbean, and in Africa. We can develop a cereal out of the natural banana. They call it the chata ceniza, which has no starch. We can develop a coffee that has no caffeine, that's good for your kidneys. We can develop a whole bunch of other things. Right now, we have to develop the organic electric agriculture. So you see, they who were saying that I declined, they have to protect themselves. They didn't ask me. They are not telling the truth. They're not exhibiting the level of integrity that they should. You don't do that. You don't do that. I would never say anything about anybody in America. And I have never said anything about anyone in America that would demean them, because it isn't necessary. We got some work to do.
Indeed. Thank you, sir.
And it's beautiful. But I'm glad I met you. Do you know Lauren Vanderpool?
Yes. Good friend.
You know Lauren?
Yes.
She's another one of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Beautiful.
She's beautiful.
Beautiful.
She could cook.
Oh, yeah.
She made a soup one day. Oh, God, what a soup. I want to try your food, though.
Oh, I can't wait.
Would you be able to go to the village one day?
I would love to go.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
Years.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Love
because Marina's going on Tuesday with me. And I promise that these sisters that work in the office in LA, starting June, each one would take a week off and go to the village. Each one, that they would experience the village. They have to. So I said, Mama, I said, why don't you eat these mushrooms? She was in Florida. So I gave her some. My mama locked the door. And she was in there for about 20 hours. And when she came out, guess what this woman gonna tell me? Son, I said, yes, Mom. Do you give this to all your patients? I said, no. She said, you should give them this before they begin the treatment. Look at her. My mama saw stuff. My mama saw herself being born. I gave it to a white boy named Preston Barrett. I charged him $200 for the treatment. Barrett gave me $4,000. So when I ate it, I was in Chicago. And I saw the devil. And the devil said, why you go around telling folks you love me? I said, because they told me that God made everything. And that everything God made is good. The devil said, you low down. You tell that to the Christians that always run away from me. I'm God's best friend. I know that. Satan. You push people to God. Say, why aren't you afraid of me? I said, well, God, if God is my savior, why should I be afraid of you? That happened in Chicago, in that park on 48th Street. Look, these mushrooms, I'll tell you, Jules, look at that. And Africa. Africa has some from the Congo. They're purple. When you eat them, you will see tomorrow. These mushrooms are so powerful. Look, we could tell you stories. I want to hear your side. I want to hear
The reports came in after he was arrested and locked up that he died of pneumonia. Now, of course, a lot of people aren't believing that because, you know, Dr. Sebi was a man that a lot of people wanted to take over. They wanted the money, the notoriety, everything that he had worked for. And so is it true that he died from pneumonia? Because you said you spoke to your father the night before he died.
I spoke to him about 3 days before he had passed.
Okay.
You know, and I wouldn't be able to say from that conversation that he passed from pneumonia. No, that's not my belief. Mom may attest to something different, but no, not based on the information that I've obtained.
So he wasn't coughing. He didn't have problems breathing when you spoke to him 3 days prior to the report of his death.
He was cold, and so yes, there was a cough. I did hear a cough.
Okay.
But he was cold. He was like he was freezing in there, and he couldn't take it anymore. He said he had been on a 2-week fast at the time, and so he was feeling low, and he needed something, and you can tell, you know. But I wouldn't be able to attest that he died of pneumonia. Besides, we had a confession, and so no, I don't believe that.
You had a confession?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A confession as to like how he actually died, or
As to how someone participated in his death. But we don't want to speak names, times, things of that nature because it's an ongoing investigation right now. And I'm very happy that that person came to us to let us know what their part was in it and why. And we appreciate that. But it's an ongoing investigation as to what happened. And no, it wasn't pneumonia.
Wow.
It may have been the symptom of from what was done, no doubt. But there was intrusive factors.
Wow. So as rumors were spread about him being murdered, this was a murder.
In my book.
Okay. And Ma, may I ask, like, did you, I mean, you don't have to give out any information, of course, because it's an ongoing investigation, but had you spoken to him as well when he was
I hadn't spoken
locked
to
up?
him, no.
Okay, so
Mm-mm.
your information that you got, it was from Usha being in contact with Dr. Sebi?
Exactly.
And how did you take the news when you found out? Did you believe it?
No, it's hard to believe, to find out. Just her speaking on it now, it's hard to believe that. It's hard to believe that, you know, that kind of thing. But there's, with this investigation, there's evidence. So it's still hard to believe. And it's still so hurting. It's just painful. The whole thing is painful. It's real painful, like the kind of pain you just can't even believe exists. It's kind of. every time, just the thought of it. And that way for Sadie, like, okay, why would
He
you?
was locked up with another person. I want to say, was it Pablo, or if I'm not mistaken? And he was released, I guess, a week later or a couple days later after Dr. Sabi had passed.
That is correct.
Just walked out. Like, so it was literally 2 weeks of those two being locked up together. And Dr. Sabi was stripped of his cash and every single thing. And we saw the video of him being taken away. And he was on the back of the truck. And he looked, you could tell he was just over it, what was going on. And when I saw the video of him, what it looked like to me, appearing to kind of call out those who were, I guess, betraying him.
Yeah. It's a very sad video to see. It's a very sad thing to see because you can see that he was broken. You can see that he was hurt, not broken as a man, but his heart was broken because he has a big heart. He's like me. When you're betrayed and you find out someone is doing something behind your back that you have no idea about, that hurts. It hurts and it breaks your heart when you find out that people are doing things against you to prevent you from sharing what you share with the world.
And give what you give.
And to give of yourself your whole heart. I don't care about this money thing. Forget this money thing, the product and selling it on the internet. And well, he gave of himself, him. We as his children, we got the short end of the stick because daddy had to be the one to be out there to push this, to talk about this. We have to understand that. But we got the short end of the stick. We had to allow that because we knew the importance of this and the fact that he had to give this message. So to sit back and see his hard work, everything he did, everything he worked for, to just turn such a corner for him. We were not part of his chapter at this juncture. This was his final chapter, his third chapter. We were not part of his chapter by this time. They had already separated. And so there was a lot that went on in his life that I'm sure he was speaking on, but we can't attest to that because we weren't part of that, part of his journey.
What were his last words to you on that phone call when he was locked up?
I know someone's trying to kill me, so I refuse to eat the food in here. I'm not touching this food. That's why I'm fasting. A lot of this. I'm sorry, Mommy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's in the bathroom, some tissue.
She's emotional at this moment because a lot of this I don't share. A lot of this I don't talk to people about. I don't even tell my mother. I don't talk to my sisters and brothers about it. I've gathered a lot of information since his passing and before his passing because I had canceled my whole trip just to go to try to assist him. And unfortunately, there was things I couldn't end up going and I feel terrible. I will always feel, I'm not a person that carries guilt, but I know that that's something that I'll always carry.
Thank you so much.
As my sister's hand coming through the door, trying to take care of the mom.
Thank you.
And so, there's a lot that I just didn't share. People will call, confess, talk about, and I didn't share it with her because I know how much she loved him, how much she could never let that love go. It's 30 years. It's the love of her life. She's never loved again. She's not even thinking about that because that's the love of her life. She's through. So for her, it's so much more than what it is for the audience or people or his fans or even his clients, the ones he's healed. For her, this is a love journey. That was the love of her life. And whether they were separated at the time by distance was irrelevant. That is her soulmate. And when you find your soulmate, there's no letting that go, So to hear someone that he had said that he went through that, I never shared it because I knew that it would break her up, I guess I'm saying it today because you're asking, and the factor that I want the truth to be known and not to hurt anybody by all means, especially not my siblings, not their mothers, not my mother. I'm not here to hurt anybody. We're not here to do that, but we do want to call to action. Let's just be honest. Let's be honest, and so that's the desire to be honest right now. That's the reason for being honest right now, which I really haven't been in the past because I never wanted to judge anything up. I love my siblings. I love my mother. I love their mothers, but we do want people at this time to be honest. We want them to be honest about their journey.
And with that being said, and I want to give your mom a chance to kind of, because I know this is the first you're hearing of this. So am I, and so is everyone that's going to be listening to this. And everyone has speculated that there was who was going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, okay, and went through the things that he went through, and you were there by his side for 30 years, and of course you were his child. The village is named after you, Usha.
Why do they kill all holistic doctors?
messing up the medical industry.
You shortstopping that grind. Why do you get killed for hustling in front of a spot? You shortstopping the grind. And that check is billions. You got that get flipped for a couple $100,000.
They felt that he was a threat to their agenda. And what I was told is that the incoming president, her name was Eugenia Charles, the United States had decided that they were going to sell the island of Dominica, which has 365 rivers of some of the fresh, most living water on the earth. It was selling them on buying fluoride to fluorinate the water. Wow. And Sadie was there, and everybody knows Sadie's going to be a whistleblower. He's going to expose the point.
He was arrested along with his associate Pablo Medina for being in the possession of $37,000 in cash in an airport on a Caribbean island off the coast of Honduras. Authorities stated he was suspected of laundering money. His friends, family, and patients vehemently denied the charges. After Dr. Sebi's death, the charges were dropped and Pablo Medina was released from prison.
No, we're not involved in the Usha village at all. That's something that's definitely important to clarify to people, because that's being ran by my father's ex-business partners, which reside out in Los Angeles, which operate different entities.
Welcome to the new perspective of healing. New, I said. But in reality, it is as old as creation. Yeah. The subject is healing. You see, it has to be as old as creation, because the components that is going to address healing or bring about healing has to be one that is considered native geologically. Native plants are natural plants. Natural plants are electrical. Why? The base of natural plant, the very foundation, is what the Chinese call the CHO arrangement. Carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So in life, to life expression, for life to express itself or to exist, there has to be what? Carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. The Chinese call it the Cho. I agree. What does Cho have to do with healing? It is the structure that would allow a substance to readily assimilate biologically. Without carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, that substance is non-electrical. It is non-organic. So, as we take a look at life, we want to clear the air. We want to dismiss that myth. We want to dispel the myth that this and that is incurable, and that this and that disease came through the process of what? Germ, virus, or bacteria. Well, you see, this is the philosophy of medicine. As you can see, I am of a genetical predisposition that is African.
So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to zero. And that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
The second factor is the services we use. This encompasses everything: the food we eat, clothing, TV, heating. These are very good things. Getting rid of poverty means providing these services to almost everyone on the planet.
Getting rid of poverty means providing these services to almost everyone on the planet.
Now, how we're going to go forward on this? What's the right approach? Is it a Manhattan Project? What's the thing that can get us there? Well, we need lots of companies working on this. Hundreds. In each of these 5 paths, we need at least 100 people. And a lot of them you'll look at and say, they're crazy. That's good. And I think here in the TED group, we have many people who are already pursuing this. The idea with TerraPower is that instead of burning the part of uranium, the 1%, the U-235, we decided, well, let's burn the 99%, the U-238.
Let's burn the 99%, the U-238.
Because you're burning that 99%, you have greatly improved cost profile. You actually burn up the waste, and you can actually use as fuel all the leftover waste from today's reactors. And so instead of worrying about them, you just take that. It's a great thing. It breeds this uranium as it goes along. So it's kind of like a candle. You see it's a log there, often referred to as a traveling wave reactor. In terms of fuel, this really solves the problem. I've got a picture here of a place in Kentucky. This is the leftover, the 99%, where they've taken out the part they burn now. So it's called depleted uranium. That would power the US for hundreds of years. So let's think, how should we measure ourselves? What should our report card look like? Well, it should have the 2 elements. We should go through these efficiency measures to start getting reductions. The less we emit, the less that sum will be of CO2, and therefore the less the temperature. But in some ways, the grade we get there, doing things that don't get us all the way to the big reductions, is only equally or maybe even slightly less important than the other. If you gave me only one wish for the next 50 years, I can pick who's president, I can pick the vaccine, which is something I love, or I could pick that this thing that's half the cost with no CO2 gets invented. This is the wish I would pick. This is the one with the greatest impact. If we don't get this wish, the division between the people who think short-term and long-term will be terrible, between the US and China, between poor countries and rich, and most of all, the lives of those 2 billion will be far worse.
To understand more about TerraPower, right? I mean, first of all, can you give a sense of what sort of scale of investment this is?
Well, to actually do this software, buy the supercomputer, hire all the great scientists, which we've done, that's only tens of millions. And even once we test our materials out in a Russian reactor to make sure that our materials work properly, then you'll only be up in hundreds of millions.
It is the greatest thing that ever happened to me to be born an African. Or, like, if I was a Chinaman, I would have loved to be a Chinaman, or a Caucasian, or an Arab, or an Eskimo. So, we are talking this way to show that whatever you are, that is what you were supposed to be. And as we are that expression that life made, like light expression carved out this image you called Sebi. I had no control of that. So as we travel on the journey of healing, we want to ask one question that hasn't been asked in my lifetime that I know about, and probably it has been asked. And I am totally unaware of it. It doesn't mean that it wasn't asked. Why do we get sick? The body was not designed to be sick. Bird doesn't get sick. Elephant doesn't get sick. He needs no vet. The lion doesn't need a vet. Neither is a giraffe or any of the natural animals. Why do we get sick? There has been a violation that is costing us our life today. And it would have been okay if I live happy until I die because of the violation, but that isn't what's happening. Because of the violation, I become stressed. I become extremely stressed until I die. Why do we get sick? What is the violation? The violation comes with creation, the understanding of it. The violation is when we have forgot or dismissed the Ecclesiastics when it is said, the herbs are for the healing of the nations. But we don't care about that. God, you make your statement that the herbs are good. We are conditioned for a chemical, God. So God, whatever you have to say is in trouble today, because I, Pastor Gale, I'm referring to my brother. I'm a preacher for 30 years, God. And my brother Sebi, known as Dr. Sebi, came and showed me in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, Ezekiel, and Revelation, that the herbs are for the healing of the nation. But what my brother Sebi didn't know, that the food that I have been trained to eat have turned me against the very God that I claim to worship. I am compelled to violate that greatest image, that greatest structure, God and the organic world. So now, I don't want to take you into a crazy maze of a bunch of words that I am deploying to you. I want to make sense because you make sense. We all make sense. Why are we sick? And where is the violation? Oh, I want to say this before we get into the subject, that the reason for the violation, and the violation didn't come to me until I was about 50 years of age. But I was born here in Honduras, in Ilanga, a little village with 7 houses. And that little boy is going to grow up in that village until the age of 8 And you mean to tell me that from that position, which the house in which I was born was ground, it was the dirt. We didn't have any ceramic or wood. Mama didn't have that. Mama had the dirt floor. It was always clean. So from that level of being born in Ilanga, Honduras, to have made this leap into the understanding of things, that I would arrive at deploying these words to you about health. The boy never been to school. The boy didn't read any books. I was least of the candidate that could think about occupying a position that could be credible. Well, guess what? Nature designs and decides that. The violation, you're going to see it. You see, I said we're going to travel on this journey. It's a beautiful journey. It's a beautiful path. It's peaceful because it brings understanding. Look carefully about the way the African live in the jungles. Look at the way the Inca live in the desert of Nazca. Look at the way the Maya lived in Central America. And then we go to the Toltecs and the Olmecs in Mexico. Then we go to the Cheyenne and the Sioux, those American Indians. Carefully, we're going to begin with that. The African, the Inca from South America, the Maya Central America, the Toltecs and the Olmecs from Mexico, and the American brothers and sisters, natives. You know what we are called by on certain levels of understanding? We are called the organic family. The organic family, all families are organic, not so. I was in Nazca, Peru, which I travel once in a while. I love Peru. I've been going to Peru since 1955. And I enjoy going to Peru like I enjoy going to Mexico. It was in Peru that I became aware of the organic family through a Peruvian Inca descendant. He said, "Black man, are you aware or do you have any idea what you represent?" I said, "No, Paul." He said, "Well, we have something in common. We are a member of the organic family." What do you mean by that? You see, the organic family is exactly what we say it is. Organic. What we ate was products that are considered native. No starch, no uric acid, no blood. No blood, no starch. Uric acid, blood. Carbonic acid, starch. You see, when we ate electric food. That's all we had in our environment. The organic family only had electric food as part of their diet. So they ate very little and infrequent. It wasn't necessary to eat 3 times a day with plates full of tanya, dashin, cassava, and blood. Not to mention the rice. which is starch, glycerinic acid. No, we didn't have that. The organic family only ate electric food.
To the Supreme Court of the United States, the judge said, what did you say? I said, there is no such thing as a germ, a virus, or a bacteria. Then what is it? I said, man, it is a microbe that is generated in the body when erosion begins. If I take a very healthy human being and lay them on this table and not move them for a month, when I raise them, what are they going to have on their back? A bed sore. And inside that bed sore would be some little worms, isn't it? Sure. But where did the worms come from and where were they birthed? In the man himself. But why the bed sore? You didn't move that person. That part of him was lacking of oxygen. Now we go internal. When those cells cease to receive oxygen, they break down. If the erosion is in the nostril, it is what? Sinusitis. If it's the bronchial tubes, it's bronchitis.
Weight since 1964. I was 291 pounds. Now I only weigh 120 and I'm 6'2". I wanted to know what it would be like to be on the other side of being big. And I want to see the benefits of it because I've been told that there is such thing as the standard weight per height measure.
Yeah.
But we cannot live by those measures.
You're
Those things
6'2" and 120.
That's all I weigh, 120 pounds. And trust me, I haven't felt this good in my whole entire life. What I did in the last 6 months, approximately 8 months ago, I stopped eating for 64 days. But I made a mistake. I made a mistake because I had a speech to do in Philadelphia. And by not eating for those 64 days, I was going for 90 days. But I remembered I had a speech to do in Philadelphia. So when I went to do the speech, I fainted. I had to faint because I was talking too long and I was not eating for 64 days.
Yeah.
What I've done was to discontinue anything that had glucose. Glucose is the underlying enemy. Whenever you indulge in glucose, it would be difficult to lose fat.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Honduras.
Yes.
Okay, and California. In Honduras, I discovered a plant known as Cusca.
Okay.
Cusca is a plant that the Maya used to use.
Mm-hmm.
And they used another one known as the teosinte.
Okay.
I eat those plants. Those plants does not have starch or glucose.
Uh-huh.
You will look at your body losing weight and you're going to get frightened. Village of Usha in Honduras. We have thermal waters there. We have a thermal water there that has a pH of 9.8. A pH of 9.8, meaning that this substance has a high level of oxygen.
Uh-huh.
And it is oxygen that the body needs.
Okay.
Not rice or beans or a piece of meat.
Mm-hmm.
It needs oxygen. That is the fuel of the body. So I drink the water and I would eat that Cusca.
Uh-huh.
This is a plant that I just discovered lately. that the Maya used to eat.
Okay.
Cusca. It's delicious. It tastes like cucumber.
Uh-huh.
So I ate that, the Cusca plant, I drink the water, and that was it.
And did you?
I wasn't bedridden.
Mm.
I wasn't bedridden at all. I was working in the village because I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot of work to do in the village, building these huts and directing certain programs,
Yeah.
the organic electric agriculture program that I have going.
Mhm.
So I was busy. You'd be surprised what water does. You see, water, I learned the uses of water in Ecuador. The people of Vilcabamba, their diet is 78% water, 22% solid.
Uh-huh.
Because the body doesn't need that solid food. It needs fuel, and the fuel comes oxygen and water. 9.8 is a very high level pH. It's hydrogen ion concentration. A high level of pH and show that you have the amount of oxygen that the body needs, also the minerals. You find that in the thermal waters. In America, there is water here because there was Trinity. Trinity water was thermal, and it was 9.8.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you find it in America also. You know, when I was kicked out of Dominica, I didn't know where to go. My wife said to me, let's go to St. Croix. I said, but I don't know anyone in St. Croix. I don't know anything about St. Croix.
Mhm.
But I went. When I got to St. Croix, everybody in St. Croix just hated me. They found delight in hating Sebi because Sebi was making these statements and they upset people. I'm broke now. I just quit my job a year ago.
Mhm.
And I don't know what to do because the woman kicked me out of Dominica.
Yeah.
And I spent all my money trying to buy things in a house. So while in St. Croix, things are looking bad.
Mm.
I got to call my brother to borrow some money.
Mhm.
So one day, my wife said to me, I want you to go to the supermarket and buy the food for the children. We got the last $200. When I got to the supermarket, on my way out of the cash register, somebody in line in the back said, Dr. Sebi, I want to thank you for curing my husband. I said, ma'am, I have not cured anyone in St. Croix. No, you cured him in Dominica. He was blind. I said, wait, the only blind man that I have ever treated and cured, he's in Los Angeles, Mr. Fredericks. Said, no, you cured my husband. I said, but how could I cure your husband? He was blind and I didn't know it.
Yeah.
She said, the policeman that used to come and pick up the remedies and take to my husband didn't tell you what he had. My husband was blind for 11 years. So you're asking me, how could I cure a blind man without seeing him?
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. The philosophy of Europe claims that when you're blind, something wrong with your eyes. The philosophy of Africa says, or the understanding of Africa is, not so. When you're blind, something is wrong with your stomach, your intestines.
Mhm. So
you clean the intestines, your eyes begin to clear up. This is a science that is unknown in the world.
Known or unknown?
Unknown.
Unknown. Mhm.
But it worked for me.
Mhm.
The other day, a young man named Mr. G, beautiful young man, brilliant young man, said to me, my sister has lupus. Who cures lupus? Nobody.
No cure. Right.
3 months later, his sister doesn't have lupus anymore. I was happy. I had cured many lupus before, but I wanted this one to work because this is my friend, Mr. G.
This retinitis pigmentosa, because I know someone that I am very close to that is 16 years old, a young man.
Yes,
and
very young.
he has endured this, and it has encroached on him more and more. He's legally blind now. He's leading an extraordinarily productive life, but the lights have pretty much gone out.
Clean the body out again, cleansing again.
Mhm.
All they have to do is call the office in Los Angeles, and they will send him a package, and an eye wash and a stomach wash.
Mhm.
And immediately he will see results. Immediately. You see, as you said earlier, it sounds fantastic. But if you're traveling to Africa, your compass better say 90 degrees, not 270. You're going west. Am I right? So if you travel on the route, you better put your compass on the right course. So all these years, we have been following medical science. They say that disease is what? Germ, virus, bacteria. I said, no. It's the food that you eat. The food better be consistent with you. Gorilla does not eat polar bear food. But if the gorilla ever make the mistake and put into its mouth the food of the polar bear, he too would find diseases that we are finding ourselves with. It happened right here in New York in the zoo. Gorillas in the zoo got diabetes, not in the forest. We have people in the village right now from all over the world. We have a Russian woman there from Vladivostok. We have a man there from Germany. They're inviting me to go to Kenya now. They invite me to go to Nigeria. They invite me to go to many, many, many places. There are many people there. We offer the same service. I'm always open.
That folks can come to your place.
Of course. And it's a beautiful village. A beautiful village that I built over the years with the help of these wives that are no longer with me.
This center came out of an energy that make things happen. You know, I can't take credit for it because I'm the little boy that didn't go to school. Never entered any school. So I had these dreams though. These dreams about helping. But my friend used to always criticize me because he said that it would be difficult for me to reach any level of endeavor because of my limitation not going to school. That was according to them, but my brain was telling me something different. So I became very sick, extremely sick. I was angry. I want to blow my brains out. I want to kill my wife. I plotted to kill my wife one night, and I don't know what deterred it. And I was going to kill Marilyn, and she was the sweetest woman in the world. Why I want to kill her? Because I was sick. You could be that sick. You could be offering and deploying things that are hurtful to others, and you're totally unaware. So I had spent already 10 years in New Orleans, and these people in New Orleans took me on a beautiful journey. One of them was an anthropologist. His name was Ronald Evans. He called me and he said that he knew a man in Mexico that would heal me. Well, I was too encouraged because I've been to Russia, you know, like I was in Odessa in the hospital. I was in London. I was in Liverpool in the hospital. I was in Argentina, Buenos Aires in the hospital. So this man that he's talking about, who is he? He said, man, go see the man. I said, well, just a minute, Ronald. Why are you so sure that this man could help me? He said, because there's integrity behind this man. I jumped in my little Volvo from LA, and I'm gone to Cuernavaca. And the man looked at me and said, you are dying. I said, I believe you. He said, how do you know?
I said, because last Sunday, I said, I was walking from my bedroom to the bathroom, and I didn't reach the bathroom. I got up off the floor. Always later. You see, you're dying. But listen to me, he said. I'm going to take you into a different world, a beautiful world, a world that is full of nothing but joy, but you're going to listen. I wonder what he's going to tell me. He said, if you continue on the path that you're on, you're not going to live to see 50. But if you change that journey to another, you'll be making babies in your 70s. I said, but I'm not making babies now because my penis isn't getting hard. And I'm only 30. I'm going to make babies in my 70s. So he said, look, are you going to listen to me? I said, yes. Okay, you listen to me. And he gave me these herbs and he let me go. Don't you eat anything. For how long? 2 days? He said, no. 90. I said, man, this man is crazy. This man's out of his mind. 90 days? How could I live? He said, how could you live? He said, okay, just put it into perspective. You've been eating rice, beans, hog, and chicken. You've been eating lamb. These things are poison. You've been eating eggs and bacon. They're poison. So if you stop eating the poison, that's a plus. But how am I going to live? By the breath that you're breathing. I said, oh my God. But I'm impotent. So I'm going to try this man. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. On the 20th day, I'm no longer diabetic. On the 57th day, I'm no longer impotent. That was where there was a war in me. Why? Because as a child, I used to go to the barbershop. Mr. Creek from Trinidad. And these men would talk about eggs and wine for sexual virility. But naturally, I'm a young boy. I'm listening to these grown-ups. I'm going to be influenced by what they say. Come to find out, that was never true. But I grew up with that particular way of life. Now it's 57 days of not eating, and I woke up and my penis is standing up straight. So now I want to really understand this. And I did, because the body was able to drain the plaque that has been accumulating over those 30 years. And I was totally aware of it. And that is the one disease. There's never been two diseases in the world. The one disease is inflammation. And it is acquired by the things that you eat. What you eat will determine how you live, how you behave, how you even relate to you. What you eat. Look, I gave a speech in DC, and this brother named John Claude P. He called himself the bicentennial poet, spent many years in Australia. So he came to hear me talk. And when I was finished with the lecture, he said, if you don't watch the things you eat, the things you eat will soon eat you.
Wow.
I said, wow. Is that what you got from the lecture? He said, that's right. And that's what you said. And it's true. You see, the goal is what?
Live.
The goal is peace, internal peace.
Yes.
You want that peace. It's not for me why you need it, it's for you. The love that you are able to acquire is the love that you need. You know, the African have a saying, an angry heart devour its owner. So you better have a good heart for you to live long. And I saw that with my grandmothers. I had two grandmothers, one from Jamaica, one from Belize. The one from Jamaica, she always find fault with everyone and everything. And she had a coin or two. So she eat these very special meats and sausages. And she was a lady that didn't live too stressless. It was stressful. She died at 70. The grandmother that slept on the floor, and I slept on the floor with her because that's all we had. We didn't have a Murtabak in the bed. So that grandmother lived to see 100. And she was a happy woman, mama here. But she lived different. I never heard my grandmother say that much about someone that was negative. She's always happy. She's always pleasing. And she showed me the value of submitting to that word. So just go back to the original conversation now. Topic, the Mexican. I came back to LA on the 57th day. My erection is back, but I'm scared. When sisters would come to me, I would say, hold it, I don't want no sex. Because I wasn't sure. So I went back to see him on the 94th day of my fast. I lost 89 pounds. I was very happy. And from then until now. But in the process, I learned a lot of things. And I'm still learning. I'm 83 years of age now. And I thought that at 83, I would be the wisest man on the planet. But I'm the dumbest. And I realized that at 83. Say, wow, well, when do you really get the package, you know? That you say, this is it. I know you don't know anything. And in reality, what do you know? Nothing. But why you need to know something? Why? Maybe a trade, learn to fly a plane, manage a ship like I did. But beside that, what do you know? There's nothing to know. Because you're not going to ever know about how the universe was made. You were told that, and you believe that. But do you know?
Nope.
You don't know. We don't know. But so what? As I travel with the new way of life, I begin to see these different shades and rainbows of colors that I didn't like. Why? Because it was taking me into a world that I was afraid of. You see, I was a merchant seaman for 10 years. And I'm vulgar, loud, nigga crazy. That's me. But I live there. That's me. That's not. Now I'm seeing these other things. You better straighten up, boy. And one day, I walk into this place called Herbs of Mexico. And a woman is leaving. And she said to me, would you please leave your number? I said, why? She said, You save souls, don't you? You see, I don't know what she saw in me, but I didn't feel what she saw. When she said, you save souls, don't you? I know that she was emotionally out of balance, because I don't believe there's anyone on this planet could identify the soul. I began to pay heed. Then these sisters in Los Angeles, I was a steam engineer, and I'm experimenting with these herbs. I'm going to Herbs of Mexico to buy these herbs. And these sisters started coming around. Abby Lincoln, Marla Gibbs, Sharifu, all these sisters, Uta, in Walimu. And they were getting these herbs, and they were feeling good. And the name is Sebi. And the day that they gave me that name in that ceremony, I knew that with that name came a responsibility. A responsibility that I was not prepared to carry out. I mean, I knew it. So I had to lay back for 5 years, reprogramming myself, such as certain words, you know, Seaman, we cuss every 5 words, certain behavior. Then one day, everything cleared up to me. I wanted to do something good. Now remember now, there's books out there like Jethro Claus, Back to Eden. There's Alma Hutchins, Indian Herbology of North America. There's Ivan Kirkikov, the Russian. There's Hipólito Rodriguez. There's Myers. There's Culpeper. But they all made the same recommendations for the same disease. No, yeah, but no one is being cured. Somewhere along the way, the science of biochemistry came into my head. Why? Biochemistry, the chemistry of life. And it is in that science that I spent 5 years. Then I could see. I could see clear now. I cannot use peppermint. I can't use aloe vera. I can't use echinacea. Why? They are hybrids. What do you mean by hybrids? Hybrids mean a product that was made by a laboratory. Wow, I can't believe that I run up on this thing. I'm in Washington and I got a call from Dr. David Ayensu. Dr. David Ayensu is a botanist. He's a member of the Smithsonian Institution. Dr. Sebi, I heard that you have done some research in herbs, but have you ever considered using the rosy periwinkle as a cure for leukemia? I said, Dr. Ayensu, many people have been cured of leukemia without the aid of the periwinkle. But as for the periwinkle, it is a plant that was hybrided in Madagascar by the French. Its molecular structure is incomplete. It's an acid-based substance. What do you mean? I said, I mean just what I said. The periwinkle is a hybrid plant. He made that mistake because he didn't quite understand the science of biochemistry. And even Hippocrates, the Greek, he said one of the first consideration, never allow your patient to receive from you something that hurts. Ginseng hurts, peppermint hurts, echinacea hurts, carrots hurts, beets hurts. You don't do that. I used to drink more carrot juice than anybody in the world. I had more mucus than anyone else too. As I began to put the science of biochemistry in the mix, in the equation, that was when I began to produce these products. Because one of the herbs that I used to like to think was the stuff, was comfrey. And because I was a steam engineer, I had the privilege to use the laboratory to break things down for ionization. I learned that. And when I took a pH of comfrey, it's 4.8. Oh my God, I said, no. Oh no, I'm wrong. What do I mean by 4.8? It means this. In nature, everything is electrical. For it to be electrical, it has to have a pH of more than 7. 7, as you know, is the neutral point in breaking things down. Hydrogen ion concentration. You call that pH. How we translate this into something sensible, Dr. Sabi? Okay. pH of 7 is neutral. 7.1 is alkali. 6.9 is acid. And as you go down the road, as you get smaller in number, the more acid the substance. As you go higher in number, the more alkalinity there is. 7 is neutral, but 7.1, the water here is 9.8, very high in oxygen and alkalinity. So you want to select everything from a pH above 7, but comfrey is 4.5. Oh, I was so disappointed. Then I took burdock. Burdock is 9. So what's the difference there? One is native, one is non-native or made. Made. Okay, I begin to put the compounds together and I begin to hear the result. And ladies and gentlemen, my first patient was a blind man, Mr. Fredericks. My little girl, Usha, was 9 months, but Usha could talk. She could talk at 9 months. And I had her in the kitchen with me and I was talking to her. And when I look out the kitchen window, there's someone there. He said, look, I'm blind. Could you help me? I said, I'll try. I was an engineer still. Where am I going to see? I said, by Wednesday. No, by Friday. That's the Monday. Now, why did I select it Friday? You know, that's crazy. I've never treated a blind man before. Why did I say Friday? Why was I so certain? I don't know. I said, but you'll be seen by Friday. The man was not seen by Friday. He was seen by Wednesday.
Wow.
The man came back and looked at me and said, I could see. I said, you raised his left hand. I raised my left hand. He said, you raised your left hand. I said, wow, the man could see. But when the man told me that if I'd help him to see, he would give me $1 million. So when he came around the fence, the gate to come in the back, I was bare feet like I am now. And he looked at my feet, and he kept looking at my feet, and he gave me $35. I was so happy. I was so happy. Happy because it worked. And I wanted things to work. I don't want you to give me your money and I'm lying to you. I would like to live. And I want it clean. Mr. Frederick was seeing. And then the Japanese came with his wife, Fred Takashita. Well, my wife cannot have babies. She had endometriosis. Virginia's her name. She was from Utah. She was cured and she had babies. And so it went. And one day I left. What a day for me. The journey of the messenger of healing. Because I am not the healer. The healer is a woman. I'm only the messenger. You see, in healing, it's required to be a nurturer. A male cannot be a nurturer, it's a female. But what happened in the last 500 years, they trick you women, they let you guys believe that we're the boss. We're the shit. You get behind. So my mother and I used to have these conversations, but I was always sensible enough to see the truth. How could I come out of a woman and be as powerful as her? I mean, that is crazy. I mean, I came out of her. And I'm going to turn around and say, I'm your leader. And you allowed me to do it. I told my mama, I said, you guys messed up. I said, the way that things are now, I blame you, woman. Because you allow men to lead you. Now, that is against all natural arrangement. You don't see that out there in the natural life. Whenever you see a group of elephants, they all are female. There's no male there. The lioness, if the lion is the king of the jungle, who trained this chump? His mama. But because you guys have not taken your rightful place, then I gotta be putting this message out there, hoping that some of you would pick it up and say, well, just do it. The woman that has come before in the past, they did things to undermine the entity. But that was okay. They only said they weren't the one. But the one that's going to carry this message into the future, I know she hasn't arrived yet. There is a sister by the name of Chandra Washington. She's one of the best cooks that I've ever met. And a beautiful sister. And quiet as kept, she's the only sister that right now, beside my daughter Saama, that runs the village that is around me. I don't know if you all saw my little daughter, Taiwa. Yeah, she's another one that told me that I'm a doctor. I said, don't stop. So I got these two girls now that I hope would carry on the tradition. But I want responsible, grown-up people. And this is why we put together the Bolingo. Yes. The Bolingo Group. Yeah. The Bolingo Group is a $200 million project. It's a project that's going to have 7 healing centers in the United States. You're going to have a herb research development in Africa. And I'm going to turn this healing village over to Bolingo. Why? Because I don't think it is right to charge money to someone to heal them. I don't think that's right. It doesn't feel good to me. So my mama said, okay, we'll go to DC and give a speech and tell them that if everybody gave $5, you have $5 million. You could build the healing village. They said, no, the nigga will keep the money. See, okay. So I came back. I said, okay. I came back. I said, hey, Mom, they said I'm a thief. She said, they're right. I said, why they right? She said, because they have done that to people so many times. Yes. So you know what you do? I said, what? Build it, and then you sell it to them. And that's what I did. So now, Bolingo will take over the Usha village. You joining it with $200, immediately, you're only going to have to pay $700 to come here. But when all the money is collected, you wouldn't have to pay a dime after that. Why? Because we would have 1 million members, and each member would pay $10 every year. That's $10 a year. That's a $10 million every year. Well, the village only takes about 3 a year to run it, and you have 7 million left over. But then what it does, it gives you the privilege to come, and you don't have to pay anything. I think that's beautiful, because it doesn't feel right to make money off someone's disease. Look what it sounds like. Mm-hmm. But now we're creating a family, you know, where I'm a member of the Usha village, but I could go and spend the time that is allotted to me, you know, and we could expand. We have 7 million left every year. We could buy more land and build more huts. Yes. When they said that marijuana is a drug, and it is because it has in its structure the THC, meaning that marijuana has 102 minerals, and if you take one out the arrangement, the THC by itself is a protoplasmic poison. It has to work in conjunction with the rest. With water, you have hydrogen and oxygen. Well, if you separate the water, pure oxygen is deadly. It will poison you. Pure hydrogen is an explosion. But together, they make what? Water. Thank you. So when they talk about marijuana being a drug, they talk about splitting it. No, in nature, you use everything as is, whole, complete. I drink it every day, as often as I can too. But these last days, I've been taking the green food. It made a believer out of me. And I never use it. But then someone called about the viento, and a little boy named Abu Bakr from Washington, D.C. said, "Do never stop making the banchu." Well, Abu stand. Abu sit right in that chair and look around his house and said, "I know how you make this house." I said, "Oh, you made 3 circles and you joined them." That's what it is. That little boy was very observant. Abu would come here and have the long conversation with me and said, "Don't you ever stop making the banjo." I said, "Why?" It's an intelligent medicine. It's a tonic, it's a liquid. But Abu noticed that since he'd been drinking it, his grades.
Hello, princess. Oh, look. She drew a picture.
Show me Taiwan.
Show daddy.
Who did that?
That was me.
That's Taiwan.
You
see beautiful people? Taiwan. Tell them what is good for your pressure.
Flor de manita.
Tell them what people need when they weak.
Iron.
And where you get iron from? Carao. Carao is a fruit that grows in the trees long. It's loaded with iron. So Taiwa said that she's a doctor, right?
Told me.
She's a doctor. And I believe her. That's my daughter.
What did you tell me, Tyra?
And you know, we have a relationship like no other daughter. Her mother gave her to me when she was only 8 months. And me and Ty was in that room right there until she was 1 year and 8 months. It was me and my baby. And she grew up with daddy. When she's 1 year and 8 months, I got her a babysitter. Now look, I'm 79. The nigga's 79 with a baby now. Well, that's her mother, Pamela.
Oh, she wants to present to you.
Oh, she love her mommy.
Thank you, darling.
She love her mommy.
Yeah, she loves her mommy.
Yeah.
Good girl.
I was playing a tune
Performer. Yeah.
that I want you to hear. The Nubian Sundance by the Weather Report. You would love it.
I have to hear it, yeah.
You gotta hear it. Bye, Taiwan.
Bye, darling. Bye. Love you.
Yeah, Taiwan and I were very, very close, but things happened. Why the mama gave her to me at 8 months? I'm up here. It was a Saturday evening, about around this time. I said, police car come up there. And this girl in the police car with the baby. And she said, here. And gave me the bag of diapers. And the police said, we got to take her. She's very sick. She was suffering with postpartum depression. I could see it. So Pamela brought the baby to me and said, and left with the police, and they took her to the doctor. 2 years passed. Taiwan and I downstairs. And here come Pamela. Taiwan said, asked me, who's that? I said, that's your mommy. She ran to her mommy and raised her dress up and grabbed her by her breast.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
She still does. Yeah.
But wait. Now, that little girl had to come into this world. You know why I said that? Because I fought Pamela. I was 78 and Pamela is 23. I'm 25 years older than Pamela's daddy. I could be Pamela's grandfather. I said, what you want with me? I don't know what she said. Because you're black, you're old, and you're ugly. But you're gonna be my baby's daddy. So I said, what makes you think I could make babies? I'm 78. She said, you can, your voice. When she got pregnant, and then I'm gonna suffer now. My friend said, it's the McMahon baby. I said, yeah, the McMahon baby. So I came and I told Pamela, I said, Pamela, I didn't know you were pregnant with the McMahon. She said, yeah, the McMahon baby. Wait. Pamela tells me, I dream with your mama every night. I said, but my mama died 3 years ago. She said, but I dream with your mama, and my baby gonna look like your mama. Not only did the baby look like my mama, she was born the very day my mama was born.
Imagine.
The 26th of February. So when you look at Taiwa, she had to be here. I thought, Pamela, I didn't want to have no young girl. I'm 78. Oh my God. And then her daddy came and told me, I don't know what my daughter see in yours, but she's in love with you. And here she is. An old man with a young girl. But you know what? Is it a plus?
Yes.
Yeah. It has to be that, right? But the thing that I like about the relationship is not about me using energy to hold her. You know what I mean? Like some men would. No, it's none of that. So I have a young family.
She takes care of you too.
Huh?
She takes care of you.
Oh, Pamela is honest. She brings my sea moss. Yes. In the morning when you wake up, you can have that sea moss with hemp milk. And you sweeten it with some agave. And put a little bit of salt in it. And you could have some spelt bread with coconut butter. That stuff gonna make you feel so good. That sea moss is loaded with energy. It has a lot of silica, a lot of calcium, a lot of phosphorus, a lot of it, not to mention iodine. So Pamela is the only one that knows how to prepare my sea moss that I like. And she said it. Pamela is very good. But I'm still fighting her.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know why I feel like she needs to be with somebody else. And that's something.
But Taylor too. Taylor takes care of you really well as well.
Oh, Tyler take care of me.
Yeah, she does everything.
Tyler always take care of daddy.
Dr. Sebi, let me ask you a question on that
hemp milk
and the CMOS. I'm diabetic now. Can I do that?
Man, that's gonna help you. I used to be diabetic. I had diabetes.
That's why I'm here, because I suffered everything that you suffered at 30.
Okay.
So that's why I'm here, because I've seen the testimonial, I've seen everything that you said on your videos. So I said, then I have to travel here to see
Thank you.
That's right. We see it.
When did you came?
Friday will be Thursday will be my second week. I'll be here to see.
Bro, how your sugar?
Stabilized right now. Stabilized at 87, 90.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You never know when a message is coming to you that you really need. You don't know. But this, you prepare for it. Never get angry at anything that is directed to you. Anything that is directed to you is directed to you for a reason. Understand? Don't why me. Why you is happening. I work with a Mexican. His name is Pablo. Pablo motto is that accept what you are given. And it's true. It makes life easy. It's beautiful. It's a nice thing to live. I could talk about that now because I was about to commit suicide. My life was in a state of disarray, and it was all due to my diet. Everything was ugly, and everybody in it was ugly. So as you all come here to begin your journey of healing, remember this: don't put anything in your mouth that doesn't belong. And every time you do that, you watch that negative reaction. You will get it. You don't do it. I'm glad to see you all here. I feel good. Welcome you. This place was designed for you, not for me, for you. This is why I keep the price down. I don't want the price to go up. The cheapest one is $5,000 a week. I charge one. Because I want people to heal, and eventually, I'm not going to charge anything. And we're going to be one family, right?
Yeah.
Amen.
And that thing that really makes us feel good is going to come out. There was a woman in LA. In the 60s, we were revolutionary. Oh, yeah, we talked about kicking butt. And the woman opened the door and said, you guys are insane. Insane, why? Because love is not in the equation. Everybody said, love? Do you know? It took me 25 years to assimilate what Mrs. Lily Watkins said. I asked her son, Bob. I said, Bob, you remember that night when your mama came and said that we were crazy? And she said that love was not in the equation. I said, how long it took you to assimilate that? He said, about 25 years. I said, it did the same for me. That love is so beautiful. It's for you. And then your recipient will going to feel you. But when you carry anger, they're going to feel that too. Yeah, they're going to feel it. So we give you the herbs here that are going to begin the journey of cleansing. The cleansing process. Oh, yes. An intracellular cleansing. Each little glass is designed to do a certain work, a certain job. They all are well balanced. They all are beautiful. Yeah, you know, about the philosophy of Usha. I want you all to know it, that it is about cleansing and rebuilding cells. That's all it's about. Cleansing and rebuilding cells. Well, you're not going to miss. You're going to feel it. You're going to see it. But you need to stay with it. And one day you're going to see things change so subtly. Yes.
We say that we are intelligent. We say that we are cosmic. We also go further and say, I am spiritual. But imagine this, you spiritual people, that the day that your mother and father decided to copulate and make love, the sperm of your father was already compromised with acid, and the ovum of your mother likewise. So here you find a child like Sabi, born from a compromised sperm, adulterated sperm, and he's going to tell the world that he's smart. How could I be? When the very structure of sperm that made me was compromised with blood and starch. But they were a part of me that was preserved. I didn't go to school. That was the better part of me. If I had gone to school, I would not have been able to afford myself as a servant on the level and in the perspective that I'm doing so today. Why? Because schools would have interfered with me. because the schools promote protein, enzymes, and vitamin. Well, these things have been used over the years. I do not promote those things because I'm like outside the box. I'm living in a broader perspective where we find that the body does not need enzymes, protein, or vitamin. The body needs electric food. And then Vita, Pisces.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's my favorite sign. That's my mama.
Oh, okay.
My mama was a Pisces. My little baby's a Pisces. I look just like her. Yeah, it's a pleasure meeting you, Chef Aki.
Pleasure meeting you.
Now I can smoke my dope. But guess what? Everybody that has joined the know Mr. G, love him.
Oh, wow.
They love him. They love him because he's beautiful. And we're working together. We have the healing part of the Bolingo development of women. I don't want any male, and that including me. I'm getting out because I just came with the message.
Wow.
We're going to develop the housing, building, the agriculture, the processing of the food. They're going to handle the healing.
Wow.
Simple as that.
Wonderful.
That's it.
Wow.
And we're moving on, girl. I got to go to Ecuador now.
Okay.
There's a man came from Ecuador that interviewed me, Johnny Guzman. I speak Spanish fluently. So I'm going to Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. Then I have to go to Africa because the president of Tanzania was with me, Kikwete, and he wanted me in Tanzania, and I need to go there. But I also was in Guinea, where it is mysterious. Chef, this is powerful. This is powerful. There's a thermal water in Fulamori, Guinea, that has minerals that were never recorded by the geologists.
Oh, wow.
And when I drink the stuff, I could tell you stories. So we're going to Guinea, Africa, and we're going to develop one of the most beautiful health centers they ever seen. We got the thermal waters also in Honduras, where people, when they drink it, oh my God. The man came from Russia. He said, could I live here? I said, no, you're not. You're going to get out of hand right off. And he cried. He said, I don't want to leave. I said, you're going to leave. I don't want to leave the village either because the village is so nice and pretty. Marina was there. He was there. It's a pretty little village. I want to build something that represents you. It has to be clean. It has to be pretty. I like pretty things. My grandma used to tell me that. You like to make things pretty, huh? I say, yep. I do. Because that's me. I'm a Sag. You know? I'm a Sag, and we Sages are, they say we romantic, we passionate. And I suppose I'm all that.
Mischievous.
But you know something? I'm that same little goddamn boy I remember when I was 14. The nigga ain't changed.
Planning to be back in Jamaica at all?
I love Jamaica. I love Jamaica.
Nice one.
Jamaica represents a lot to me because it is the land of Marcus Garvey.
Yes.
In fact, Garvey to me is the only male leader that I really, really had a lot of respect for. I respect and love for all of them. But Garvey came with something pragmatic. You know?
Yeah, yes.
Going home.
Love it.
Building. Building things.
Yeah.
We are now bogged with philosophy. And the people that is running the UNIA today, they're not doing the things that Garvey was doing. They're not even resonating on that level. So Jamaica represents the home of Black nationalism.
That is true.
Not saying that in a negative way,
No, I understand.
but it is waking us up that we have to depend on ourselves. Yes, I want to go back to Jamaica sooner than possibly. Invite me again.
Okay, we will work it out. What about New York?
I love New York. The brothers and sisters in New York are just as beautiful as the brothers and sisters in Jamaica. The brothers and sisters, likewise. One of the things that we have been noticing, that we have been bombarded with negative information about us. But that negative information is alien and external to us. Detroit is crime city number one. Memphis, crime city number one. Black people in London is this, that, and the other. It's not true. We all are beautiful.
What are your views? No, we know you have a sauna here, and obviously it's a very natural spring sauna, and we don't get that in most of the countries that we're from. So what about infrared sauna?
Now, I was hearing infrared.
Yes,
Saunas that give you sun rays artificially.
that's correct. And,
Okay.
and steam up
No.
artificially.
This has to be natural. Take your clothes off and get in the sun.
Absolutely. There's no sun in
It's
London.
as simple as that.
I got you. Okay. What about any advice for women for shrinking fibroids? It seems to be a very common problem with among black
The
females.
reason why black females are facing with such a high incidence of fibroids, but the diet.
The diet.
They have taken us away from the diet that nature designed for us.
Yes.
And we have become victims, conditioned to that diet. Now we have to turn the thing around, bring back everything that we feel, that we know is consistent with our cellular predisposition, our diet.
Okay.
Not only is it going to address certain parts, all of us, we are actually insane. We are insane.
Mm-hmm.
And some of us to the point that we wind up in an insane asylum. I am a product of that. I am a victim of that. I was in what you call a psychiatric ward, schizophrenic and paranoia. Later, to walk out of it, to heal that, we are very, very sick. And this is the reason why I say to my brothers and sisters, if nothing else we do, let us be tolerant of each other's.
Yes.
Let's be tolerant. Don't come with too much of a philosophy or anything. Just be tolerant and share love.
Yeah. Okay. So as persons, there are a few persons who are also suffering from fits, epilepsy. That be
Epilepsy or fits also is the result of poor oxygen to the brain.
poor oxygen.
There was a man in Los Angeles that came to me that was blind. His name is Mr. Fredericks, my first blind patient, 1977. He said to me, my daughter has 2 grand mal a day. Could you help her too? Mr. Frederick was seeing. He was blind for 11 years, but he was seeing in 2 days.
Wow.
So I sent her the compound. Do you know that that young lady only took 1 dose, and that was all she needed? And the dose was the cannabis sativa,
Cannabis sativa.
better known as the marijuana.
Excellent.
You make a tincture,
Yes.
and you give her a tablespoon of the tincture in about 1 ounce of water, and the lady never had another
Wow.
seizure.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And is that something they can get from the LA office? How would they get that?
What, the tincture of marijuana?
Yes, or would they call the Usha Village for that?
We got it here. I think we may have it in the LA office also.
Okay. Thank you. Persons who are healing from kidney failure, who've had kidney failure and are healing, what should they take to heal? Should they go on a cleansing package? Should they take a therapeutic package, or should they just eat from the nutritional guide?
Kidney failure. I know, to heal kidney failure, you got to get that package, because that is very, very, very tricky, and it's very tedious, and it's a serious situation.
Yes.
Yes, you got the nutritional package.
Get a therapeutic package.
You know, yeah, the therapeutical one.
Yeah.
We have to, I've been successful. Not in all cases, because again, the conditioning comes into the picture.
Yes.
There were many people that we treated for kidney failure that recovered overnight and was off the dialysis. There were others that they could not stop eating that Canadian bacon.
So it's diet, therapeutic package, and diet.
That's right.
Okay. What about bread? Ferment. How can we make bread? There's a lot of the breads that we make are going to be flat because baking soda, I guess, is not approved for us to use. So how can we make breads? What kinds of breads?
Bread?
How can we get bread to rise?
Sea moss.
Sea moss.
Hannah, have you ever thought of using the Perrier water?
Ah, the soda and the Perrier water. Yes.
Perrier water is naturally carbonated.
Yes. Good.
Yeast or soda is bicarbonate of soda, but Perrier is natural.
Okay.
But sea moss would raise your stuff up like a leaven.
Sea moss will raise as well.
Yeah.
When you come into the Yusha village, what medical documentation is required before you get here?
You know, because we have reduced disease to a common denominator, it is necessary for you to bring the diagnostic sheet of the physician. Although we work with them and they're good. I'm not going to deny the doctor his position in the sun.
Yes.
He's good. He responds to emergencies where we cannot. It is good to bring it, but just tell us what the doctor said you have and we proceed from there.
Okay.
Because we know already that the body is ridden with inflammation. Inflammation is the cause of all disease. Without the body having inflammation, there would be no disease.
Okay. Children with autism.
Autism. Notice carefully. I just said that every disease is the result of inflammation. A child with autism that's white, black, Chinese, Arab, they all look alike.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
They call them mongoloids. They all take on that mongoloid look. The mongoloid look comes when the inflammation has invaded the child's brain and face, shaping it to look like a mongoloid, like mongoloid. You see?
Yeah.
They all look alike. But what is causing that head to swell? It isn't the air, it isn't water, it's inflammation. Removing the inflammation from the body, draining the inflammation from the head, the child began to respond. I had a little boy from Ecuador. The grandmother brought him. The grandmother brought him to be treated. He's 13. He never spoke in his life. When that boy took the treatment, he was talking in 2 weeks.
So for parents with children of autism, you suggest that they would call the LA office for a therapeutic package?
Call the LA office. This is why we're building a center here for children with autism and also for leukemia, because we find that there are many, many children who are suffering with leukemia and sickle cell and autism.
And will you have more products for children? Because at the moment, there's only Banju.
Oh, the Banju is a very good product.
Will you have more products for children?
Oh, yes, we do.
But which other products can children?
Well, we have the iron is for children.
Oh, Iron Plus.
But we make for children products specially for them.
Yes.
Yeah, specifically for them.
You're going to have more products for children, or?
Yes, we're going to have more products for children.
Is it possible for the thyroid gland to grow back after it's been removed?
The thyroid gland or
Yes.
the thymus gland?
The thyroid gland. Well, can this grow back?
Glands does grow back because they removed Zadia Ife thymus gland before she came to me. As she took the treatment, it grew back. Glands grows back.
We have very low sun exposure in Europe. What can we eat to resolve the poor sun exposure?
What could you eat to replace?
Yes, to resolve that. We obviously, the sun's very poor and we don't get a lot of sunlight. So is there something we can eat specifically to get whatever it is that we need to compensate?
If you say that you get poor sunlight and sparsely in Europe, a white man would say that is good, but not so for a black person. A black person needs the sun. I mean, when he gets into the sun after being in the cold, oh, his body feels it immediately. I mean, immediately.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you didn't belong there. But since you're there, what could you take to replace that? Lots of iron.
Lots of iron. Over and over.
We have got to be responsive. We have got to be responsive to each other.
Yes.
And I hope that this information would be received in the same vernacular as I'm deploying it.
Yes.
I want it to be received with love because we need each other now. And the funny thing about us black people, our history, that we set out to rescue our life because of the violation of 500 years. But in turn, white people benefit, Orientals benefit, everybody benefit, Native American benefit.
Yeah.
Now that was the beautiful thing about it, is that everybody benefits from it because we set out to do it to us for ourselves.
Okay.
The rest of the herbalists in the world were making a very drastic mistake. They read books. In the books, they talk about comfrey, aloe vera, they talk about garlic, they talk about peppermint. All these things are deadly poison. But the herbalist doesn't know that because he read a book. See, when you read books, you're a zombie. You know nothing.
So is that the same as religion?
What you say?
Is that the same as religion?
The same as religion, because when we talk of religions, there isn't a religion in the world that asks you to eat the food that God made. Every one of them undermine your health, whether Christianity, Islam, Buddha, Shinto, or even the Bhagavad Gita from India. They all eat garbage. They eat starch and blood. So what is the benefit of me being religious? I am not religious.
One of the famous, most popular books, it says herbs is for the healing of the nation.
Herbs are for the healing of the nations. But when that book talks about herb are for the healing of the nation, you're referring to the Bible. But the Bible doesn't tell you what herb. You don't know. And we African people, we're no longer Africans. We're something other than African. We don't know what it is that we are. All we do, we just walk around reading books and talking about we black and Haile Selassie and it dies there. But we are not about constructing that which was destroyed. No, we're not about that. We are not about understanding that there is such thing as food gene consistency. And what do you mean by that? I mean everything. Gorilla doesn't eat polar bear food. We eat everybody's food but our own. And then we walk around the street being smart. And everybody knows that we're not, including the white man. The white man knows that as long as you eat his food, you will never get anywhere. Because gorillas was to eat polar bear food. It has been seen in Kenya. There was an experiment for 10 years in which they gave a gorilla, first they took the leaves and they put the blood on it, little by little, little by little, little by little, then little pieces of meat, grind meat. And at the ending of 10 years, the gorilla was fighting for a bone. Some that gorillas never do. And that's what we're doing. We are fighting with ourselves so much that our conversation is not about reconstructing ourselves. It's about the white man. It's about the white man. It's about the white man and what the white man did. Well, if I was a white man and I had been bondage and you talk about me all the time, I'd be drinking my martini because I know that's all you're going to do is talk. But I know you're not going to do something to rectify your condition. That I already know. They have the land. I have the Bible and the Quran.
Oh, that's what I always said. The white man have all the gold and we have the Bible.
Yeah.
So give him back the Bible and we take back the gold.
She be scared now. We live in fear. Me, the only person I feared was my mama. Because the biggest testicles I was hearing anyone was hanging on my mama. That's why it was easy for me to see, just like the Arabs, they should be Muslims. Just like the Europeans, they should be Christians. Just like the Chinese should be Buddhists and Tao. But I'm an African.
So what should we be?
What should we be?
Just an African?
Ourselves.
We're all African.
That's all we had. And that is all we need. Since the other religions came, Africa is divided and Africa is in a state of disarray.
There is a documentary that's being filmed right now as we speak, okay, by Nipsey Hussle. He's a rapper, and I guess he's taken to a lot of Dr. CB's healing practices. Enough, you two, who were the founders of the entire, I mean, we call it brand.
Yeah, that's the new name.
Yeah, brand. But his entire being, per se.
Mhm.
Okay.
Let's use the word movement.
Movement.
Because
Okay.
it's a community, and we're trying to create a movement. We're trying to create this in which our community can understand healing and health and wellness.
Okay. Okay. And so, interesting enough, this documentary is being filmed, and he's using as what I would call, and you guys probably would disagree with that, an imposter, saying that she's, I guess, Dr. CB's wife, and she was beside him during the whole court process. I was looking at various interviews, and she said my husband was tried by the courts, okay, and beat it, you know, because he was practicing medicine illegally. And she is telling that story on camera during while they're filming that documentary. And you two have not been contacted at all. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Nipsey Hussle and his production has not contacted you, Ma'a, or Usha, the daughter,
That is correct.
who the village is named after.
That's correct.
So they're filming a documentary trying to highlight and follow Dr. Sebi's life. And you guys, who were, of course, responsible for helping to create the movement, is not a part of it at all. Okay, so
I'm coming from the old school. We were married 30 years.
Okay.
Sabi was a merchant marine, and this is not where we're going to go, and Usha's going to transfer it to another way.
Okay.
But just for this part, we were married 30 years. So what we went through with the court, what we went through, it was a whole lot what we went
You
through.
were there from the
and what we
beginning.
created. And I'm not trying to say the ego and the me, because this is the energy we discussed. We're not going to.
Okay.
But we want the truth to be told. And then this is unwind. So wait a minute. Were you there? Because it was 30 years. And when that man called, the scientist called and said, he needs to get the Nobel Peace Prize or life in prison. Were you there? When the FDA came to me, were you there? When we had to go to court, when it was the little FDA where you sit around the table and they're asking questions.
Like a Senate hearing.
Yeah. Something. Sabi wasn't even there. Were you there? Is the question. Like all that, the whole process of what that was. Were you there? And the question is, who was there?
Okay, so
come on now.
But people still,
my children was trying to protect me, and I don't know who Nipsey is, but you explained.
Okay.
And I don't know what these people are saying, but that's the whole point. You were saying that and explaining that. So it's like, oh my God, well, let the truth be told. Just tell the truth is the point here.
His family attempted to get him released from custody to no avail. He was held for over a month with no court date, and bail was never set. After a month of being held in prison, he reportedly became sick with pneumonia, and his condition quickly deteriorated. He passed away shortly after. Before Dr. Sebi entered prison, he was in optimal health.
When the first patient was a brother in Boston named Michael White, and a sister, she's from DC. Her name is, oh boy, I forgot her name right now.
Okay.
But she told me, she said, Dr. Sebi, my brother has AIDS in Boston. So what do you do? I said, well, I'm going to send him the compound. The compound that I made were made to cleanse the cells. They come in the category of phosphates, carbonates, iodides, and bromides. Now we are entering the science of biochemistry. These are food and vitalizers. I remove from the man's diet lactose, uric acid, and carbonic acid, milk, starches, and meat. By removing these things from his diet and then cleansing his cells, he began to see recovery in 24 hours. And so it went. They kicked him out of the hospital 2 weeks later. Memorial Hospital in Boston, Dr. Bonanno. Then there was a young man in DC. Zelma Peterson is her name. Zelma Peterson.
Yeah.
She was the one that introduced me to my second AIDS patient. And from then it was all the way alive. Make sure that whenever you put something in your mouth, that something is going to complement you and that it's going to serve you well. It's going to support your nervous system. Because if you don't, you will find yourself stressed. Not only are you going to find reasons to dislike me, you're going to dislike yourself. Glucose is the greatest enemy that you could ever be faced with. Avoid it. Because the one thing you want to do is to love. And that love should begin with you. Once you love you, you love the whole world. It's easy. It's delicious to love everybody and everything.
I think I'm the only black man on the planet that isn't spiritual. I think that's me. Because everybody else is. But in the state of spirituality, they don't even know what they're supposed to eat. That undermines that position. That really is crazy. Now, the question is asked, what did we eat in the forests of Africa? Well, don't you ask any of the historians, the anthropologists, the archaeologists, the Egyptologists, the historian, they don't know. They simply just doesn't know. In fact, we are so ignorant as to who we are and where we came from. We call it Africa, we call it Ethiopia, we call it Abyssinia, we call it Al-Kabu land, we call it a whole bunch of stuff. But did it have a name? Did we give it a name? We didn't have any dictionaries to talk any language. You see, we believe that the African man had a dictionary and that we were wise. And we make the mistake in saying that we had wise men and scientists in Timbuktu. Do you know what you're saying? That you have violators because scientists violate Mother Nature. That's all they're dedicated to do. We don't have any of that. We are not wise people. We're not brilliant people. We are cosmic people. Because an elephant isn't spiritual, isn't it? And he isn't intelligent. But he's cosmic because he eats the food that is designed for him. With us, we are everything but that. So what that does is to take us out of sync. And now we are not communicating. I am speaking a language that doesn't resonate with me. It came out of Europe, not Africa. The other thing, I put some roti in my mouth and some rice and beans. I put some goat. I put some lamb. And that stuff is European. So again, I'm offending myself. I have no idea as to who I am. Because they're very humble. They're very humble people. They are beautiful people. And we should really get closer to them. Me, because I speak Spanish, oh, they just jump all over me. And I love them. I love them. I love them. I get more love in Mexico. Oh my God, these Mexican people. Her daddy, when he first came to see me, she brought him. She dragged the nigga by force, came to see me. And he started making fun of me. Because Mexicans make fun of life. They don't live life in that serious place. No, everything is beautiful. Yeah, I love Mexico. I'm going back.
I was speaking about the Spanish culture recently and their value system
Mhm.
and how you see their families always together.
That's
and
right.
You see them proud with their wives and their children, and they are not consumers on the level that we are consumers. And they don't value things, they value family.
That's right. That I told brothers. I said, look, what's that Mexican? He got the baby. Right? He always has the baby in his arm. And then if you take a Mexican and pay him $10 an hour, and you take a brother with the same family members, $10 an hour, that Mexican will do more. Because his wife is not going to stress him. She with him. They value that family unit. It's important. And it is important. It is important. But it shows love. It shows love. Let me So I hope that this information will be assimilated and utilized, because we're living in times in which we are experiencing a high degree of stress, in which we are responding to each other like we are other than a human being. So we are asking you to please at least give this perspective a chance, not for our sake, but because of your own sake. Your Bible teaches you that the herbs are for the healing of the nation. Your Quran teaches you that the trees are for healing. Well, we don't want to really go astray from that. Let us be obedient, at least for once in our life, to God Almighty. And I thank you very much. Being born from an adulterated sperm, I was born with asthma. At 27, I had diabetes. At 28, I was impotent. At 30, I wore glasses and I weighed 291 pounds. Here I am today now at 74, without any of those manifestations. Not that I'm as healthy as I could be or should be, because I started off eating garbage. I was eating everything that my mother gave me, which was garbage. None of it was complimenting me. But what this shows, that at the age of 30, I visited a Mexican in Cuernavaca, Morelos, which is Mexico. This man showed me that I was in direct violation of my ancestors. He took me away from all blood and starch, and he gave me these 3 bags. Each bag would last me a month.
What was in the bag?
A bunch of herbs, already grind up and mixed, but I never knew what the herbs were because that's his trademark.
Did you eat them, drink them?
No, I made 3 cups of tea every day. I would drink 3 cups of tea every day. And at the ending of 90 days, I didn't have any disease. But at the end, yes, I was going to the bathroom 5 and 10 times a day. I had a great big stomach. I was passing fecal matter for days, even after I didn't eat. 48 days after I didn't eat, I was still passing fecal matter. Then it was just mucus coming out. But what I noticed was this.
Where's the mucus coming out?
From the body.
Wow.
It's from the body, my bowels. When I remember, I logged it and I have it in the book, that when the first 14 days, the first 7 days I was dizzy. From the 7th to the 15th day, no, from the first day to the 7th day, I was calm and pretty. I felt good. But from the 7th to the 15th, I was dizzy every day. I was dizzy. I had to crawl to the bathroom on my all fours. I went to the bathroom for a whole week on my knees and my hands. I couldn't stand up because everything was moving. But on the 16th day when I woke up, it was a peace that I didn't remember. A peace that I never remembered in my life. Then on the 27th, on the 20th day, I didn't hear the wheezing in my chest that I used to have with asthma. Then my diabetes 140 and 200 no longer exist. And
How
that's,
much do you weigh now?
I only weigh 158 pounds,
How much were you weighing?
291. So, by the end of 27th day, on the 57th day, I woke up, and this is where an argument come into my brain. When I was a little boy, all the men in Honduras, from Trinidad, from Barbados, from the United States, they would have these conversations in the barbershop. And what they would always say, that if you want to please a wife sexually, eat a lot of eggs raw, and drink a lot of milk, and eat a lot of raw meat or meat for protein. Well, these things are the very things that interfere with your life. Now I didn't eat anything for 57 days, and when I woke up, after not having an erection for 2 years, I was impotent. Why am I not impotent when I woke up on the 57th day? Why my penis is erect? Because my body got the opportunity to drain itself of the buildup of calcification, cholesterol, triglycerides, and the rest. So now, the orifice, which is the penis, is spongy. It needs blood to flow to erect it. But now, those little orifices are clogged. But in 57 days, it would drain that. And I think I was very happy.
Usha, you are the daughter of the famous Dr. Sebi, okay? Honduran herbalist and healer, of course. And we have your mother here.
We picked the name, Sebi, the ancient time. It was a whole process.
So the organic family, being that it was electric food, their diet, the organic family was never diseased. Why? It was impossible. It was impossible because we live within the arrangement, the procession of life. I'm not an anchor, and there are certain things that are indigenous to the anchor. I am not a Sioux or a Cheyenne. I am not a Toltec. I'm not a Maya, but I am an African. And there is a connection with the family. So I was compelled to direct my thought patterns, my vision towards the continent. I am an African. And what does that mean? It means that when creation designed the African, there was a food that was designed for that African. And if you believe that this is an untrue, well then, let us take the diet of the African and give it to the man that lives in the ice, the Inuits. No, he was designed to eat whale and fish. We were designed to eat something green. But nonetheless, it was compatible with our genetical predisposition. So now we come to why we are sick. The African had a food, the Eskimo had a food, the Inca had a food, but what he needed was in Peru. And what I needed was in Africa. If I ever make the mistake and select a component or a thought from another gene predisposition or another geography, I'm only saying, hey fellas,
I am blind. I need to go to Kathmandu. I need to go to Nepal. I need to go to India. Or I need to go to Europe. And what you going there for? You see, I'm blind. I am totally lost. And being that I am lost, I don't know what is what and where to go. You see? We are blind and we show it. I was spared. I didn't go to school. So the work of a scholar has no place in my environment. Why? Because what scholar do you know that has written a paper or a book that addresses gene food consistency? Nobody. And if we gonna violate that cosmic arrangement, all else is useless. It doesn't matter. You're violating. You are stressed. What do you mean? Yeah, there is such thing as African food. And it isn't rice and beans and carrots, cows, chicken and hogs, lamb or goats. No, it isn't rice and beans. We didn't have that. Those things was brought to us. These are the things that makes us sick. The violation was done over a period of years. The African has been misled. Who do we African people point our fingers to say you are responsible? We don't know, but we know this, that we have been violated from a cellular structure. We've been violated that is causing pain and anxiety today among us. Stress so much that we blow our own brains out and offend others in many different ways and levels. I am manic, but I contain it with my suit, my tie, and my cup of coffee, not to mention my watch and my Mercedes. But one day, very soon, the doctors would say, hey man, you got something on you, in you, about you. And what is that, doc? It is cancer. Cancer? Well, my ancestors didn't have cancer. It was unknown. Why do I have cancer? Well, it's a virus. And what do you have? The other one has AIDS. That's a virus. The other one, herpes, that's a virus. Everything happened to be a virus, a germ, or a bacteria. How do we know that? We don't know that. Among all the writers in the Black community, in the diaspora, none of them paid attention to what we should have been paying attention to: our health. Our health. That would privilege me, would help me to love you and each other's and myself first. That was omitted. We know all about the religious people. We know all about the cross and Jesus. We know all about that. But when we go home to eat, we eat something that was definitely offend our biological and cellular structure.
Why is that? Where did that message come from? That we were supposed to eat starch and blood as a diet. When these things offend the black man's biology, and that because of that understanding or level of understanding, we could put forth the effort to ameliorate much of the ills that beset us. Isn't that beautiful? To come to that level of understanding that we need to change our diet to that which is compatible with our cellular predisposition. The African. I am not saying that the African is better than the Caucasian or that the African is better than the Chinese. When you begin to compare races and groups, then something has to be wrong with you. We are different. I am not a Caucasian. I am not a Chinaman. I am an African, which means that I am compelled to follow that cosmic dictate and that nothing should interfere with it. And do we now have the right to address this health situation that we are faced with? Ebola. Cut it out. That's a joke. Africa has been dying for the last 500 years. The immunological system of the African has been compromised. Look at the diet of the African. None of it is African. Not to mention us. What do? Well, we fix it. We fix it. That was the conversation that I had with my mother before she passed. She said, you know, when you were a little boy, they used to ask me, what is Fred going to do? I used to tell him, I don't know. They asked your grandmother, Mama, hey, that's my grandmother. What's going to happen to Fred? What is he going to do? My mama here would say, I don't know. Well, why don't you send him to school? That's when my grandfather would step in and says, gorillas doesn't take their cubs to be trained by polar bears. He will not go to school. He have to learn that which is consistent with his journey, with his cosmic journey. So I'm the little boy that didn't go to school but didn't understand why. But now that I'm at the age, in my winter of my age, I could see why my parents did that to me. They wanted me to stay clean, that I would be able to absorb just the material that life had to offer, not the philosophy of life. And that is where we're going to end this chapter, that the black man is not philosophical, that come from another society. Philosophy has not done anything in ameliorating the condition of health that is on the planet today. The philosophy of medicine is, it exists, disease exists because of germ, virus, bacteria. So we have to treat it with a chemical, cyanide, arsenide, mercury, or antimony. That makes a lot of sense to philosophy, which is ours. We don't need philosophy. We are not philosophical folks. We are organic folks. The people that live by philosophy, they produce waste. Now we go to the organic family. What is the thought structure? There is none. I'm obedient, and that's all I have to be. Obedient to the laws of life, the arrangement of life. The elephant doesn't live by a philosophy, nor the giraffe. He just obeys what his mommy and his papi ate through generations of existence. So it comes in now. Honor thy mother and thy father, that thy days may be long upon the land. And that is what Dr. Sebi did. He went to the mother country, selected plants, and voila, AIDS are being cured. Ebola is being cured. Diabetes, sickle cell anemia. Oh, sickle cell anemia. The disease that beset every Black person on the planet today is sickle cell. Why? Well, you know, every plant lives by the dictates of the DNA that represent that plant. Like if I go to burdock, I'm looking for iron. But if I go to the lily of the valley, I'm looking for something else, calcium and iron combined. But if I want calcium in its purest form, I go to sea moss. If I want phosphorus, I go to the sentinella plant. And so it goes with plants, and so it goes with birds, animals, and man. My food is not what I've been giving. The cure has to be organic. Phosphates, carbonates, iodides, and bromides. This would ensure equilibrium in the body. They would begin to cleanse and revitalize. Stress would be diminished, and a new direction would be presented to you. This is the first of 3 chapters acquainting you with the journey of the organic family. That is where Bolingo steps in. The Bolingo group, the love group, the organic family. But he was given a mandate to carry out, and I'm doing that now. And I'm glad that I met these women, but there's another one named Ashana that you're gonna meet. She's from the St. Helena Island, right here in South Carolina, right? St. Helena.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was there. That's a pretty place.
South Carolina.
The people live so humble there. They make baskets and stuff. The beautiful people.
Really Geechee people.
Yeah, but I know you all enjoying Chef Aki.
You have a rainbow coalition going on up in here, Sadie. It's like a rainbow of cultures.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's happening.
Yes.
But I survived for you. I survived for you. You know why I said that? 1988, 26 years ago, 27 years ago, I won the case. Why didn't they support me then, the healers and the leaders? They weren't supposed to. It wasn't time. I was supposed to survive until now. You guys are the one taking this. The young American adults, whether black or white, whether Chinese or Caribbean or European, you all are resonating on the same level. Oh, yes. The only teenager that isn't resonating on that level are Arabs. But Mexicans or Latin America, and America and China
And America, they all are resonating on that beautiful vibration, change. So you all are supporting it. My age, they all are dead. And those that aren't dead, they don't want to hear what I have to say because it's kind of difficult for them. And I don't blame them. I don't know how I was able to maintain a certain level of whatever it is. But I laugh every day when I wake up because I'm the little boy that never been to school. I never go to kindergarten. I didn't go to grade school. I didn't go to any school. I just grew up.
Interesting. Sebi, would you say that your diet, the way that you eat, has had more to do with compassion or more about just simple health?
Exactly what you said. Compassion. And now here, you, Black America, you made me. Because when I came to America, I came off of literally a banana boat. From where? A banana country. A banana republic named Honduras. A pair of white tennis shoes. And when this girl saw me, she said, why don't you buy some shoes? Name is Barbara. The first time I was ever kissed. I could even name the address. 4504 Frenchman Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana. Girl, the boy had with a pair of tennis shoes, $5 in his pocket. I've never been in America for 62 years. And look at me, a messenger. Look what it turned out to be. But I like it. But I didn't expect to be the candidate, though, Chef Aki. I didn't. Because I didn't have what you all said are the necessary requirement, education.
Yes.
Well, I must have been educated the natural way. And that's what happened. No big thing. And once I'm through with these sisters, they're going to see it too. They're seeing it now. You know it. You all knows that because it's coded in your DNA. You are part of the organic family. You know it automatically. Like she's a natural cook. When I mentioned Lauren Vanderpool, you know, she cooked for Barack.
Yes.
That's why Barack knows about me. Barack knows about me just as good as you guys. Because when he went to LA, he sent 10 of his aides to the shop and they bought over $10,000 worth of product. But Barack had to be slick. Congress would never allow voodoo medicine to come in.
So hold on, Dr.
That's what they call it.
Hold on. Are you telling me that Barack Obama has electric cell food?
Has what?
Your cell food in his...
No, stop.
In the
when
White
Carmen
House.
is my favorite, is one of our clients, and him and Barack is like this.
Oh my goodness.
And 10 of his aides came to me in LA. You know Barack had it.
Wow.
You know he had it.
That's amazing.
But I was telling Marina, you know, of all the things that we have to offer, and I'm happy to see that the people being cured. What's the name of that? They were showing me something one day recently, the little boy in England that had the things on his face. Come on now, they send it.
His mom's name is Ruby. She sent us an email with pictures of a little boy who's been suffering from eczema. And so his eczema was pretty severe, and possibly within a month and a half, he was completely cured from the eczema. So like just the rashes that were on his face and throughout his whole body. He was going to be starting school pretty soon, so she took some products and changed his diet.
Wow.
And he was completely healed from the eczema.
Wow. Wonderful. A lot of people suffering from eczema. A lot of people suffering, especially it seems African American. I get a lot of people to the point to where they can't see out of their eyes. Their eczema is covering their eyes. A lot of people suffering. This is a blood issue, yes. Eczema.
What was Leslie?
Eczema. It's a blood issue.
Yeah, well, eczema is nerve and blood. Meaning nerve. It triggers it off. The nervous system is acid. One of my best friend named Bob Watkins, he's a reverend. He used to have bad eczema problem. Yeah. But many of the kids that children came to us with that. And it's a nerve, blood, yes. It's acid situation. There's only one disease. There's never been two. An acid condition caused by mucus. That's it to me, Chef Aki.
Well, I'll tell you.
Because you are
it's a
my man here, Mr. G. Oh, look, she's special. I said, no, she's special. She's a black woman.
Revelations that were coming to me before coming here. And one of the things that stood out to me in ceremony and song was that shaman said, we take time to sing for the salmon people because there are people up north now fighting for our relatives in the oceans all over the world. The people, our family, our relatives in the oceans are being murdered day after day after day, and they're begging for our compassion so that they can live with their families too. And that we are not looking at animals and plants as our relatives. You know, we're not honoring their spirit. And so this is a song that was to honor the spirit of the salmon people, the water beings. So it went like this.
Beautiful. You know, I have a music that comes from the Navajo that sounds just like that. It was always connecting you to the vibration of life itself. And that's what you were doing. That's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, this is beautiful.
All my relations to yours.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, yeah. So when you think you'll be able to go to Honduras because...
Honduras. Okay. Yeah, anytime.
Hey,
I have no children. I have no mates. I'll go.
Well, we're going on Tuesday, right, Marina? And there are a lot of people there from all over the world, from Russia, from China, from Hong Kong. I just man from Hong Kong. I said, you know about me? Say, the internet.
Is filming with Nipsey Hussle, who, you know, according to the research that I've done, is his latest wife. And this particular wife, I believe she goes by the name Patsy, but she is calling herself Mrs. Sabi. She's put out several interviews last year, upset, basically saying people have came in and taken over the company. So the herbs that people are getting are not right. This is a company that her and her husband, Dr. Sabi, built together. And I see you breathing hard. Yes. She's working with Nipsey Hussle to film this documentary, which is supposed to be an accurate documentary of how Dr. Sabi became to be who he is. And so to hear and to hear her express her frustrations and about, you know, a lot of the things that has happened. The company has been snatched from her. Someone signed it over. I saw videos of where Dr. Sebi was literally going off before he died about his wife and children betraying him.
So I align myself with women that are bad. I have some rotten ones around me now. My wife, my ex-wife, my manager, my daughters, they all conspired against me. And that's okay. There'll be some rotten ones in the barrel, but take them up and throw them away.
Exactly.
We're going to work with those like you. I love it. I love that I have survived these years at 83 to see this reality. The black woman is the god of the universe.
Oh, that was her. That was who we was talking about. Remember, you just said it's his wife. So we were married 30 years. We were separated. He got married, a different chapter in his life. So when he was going now, I don't want to do the
tell it. No,
I don't want to do the chatty patty.
Okay.
I don't want to do the blame,
But
and I don't want to create a war. But when he said, and when you the video that you're talking about, okay, without me accusing and going into the love hop kind of thing. Well, you're saying you're his wife. So who's he talking about? Come on now.
Okay.
And it's a video. And he named the name. Her name is Mattoon. Now, her real name, her legal name is Patricia, but her name is Mattoon.
Okay.
And he named that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. He said Mattoon.
Are you friends with Mattoon or Patsy or the woman who's claiming to be the real Mrs. Sebi who helped to create this movement?
And I'm not even trying to, because this is not war and this is not creating. So I'm not trying to be Mrs. Sebi.
Okay.
Sebi and I were together. Sebi's name was Alfredo Bowman. His name became Sebi and everybody known him as Dr. Sebi.
Okay.
Because that is what we created. But the name is Alfredo Bowman, AKA Sebi. My name is Ma'a Bowman.
Okay.
So now he got married again. And now you came into this to create, let's just tell the truth, where the numbers were. Because we started in the 70s and what we created and what we did. She was nowhere around. She lived in Trinidad.
Okay.
Let's go by just her child's age. If we're going to go by numbers, and those numbers are the facts. So when we created this, it wasn't even about business. Sebi said, how can I bring them home? How can I bring my people home? This is about healing the nation. This is what we do. It's about love.
Mm-hmm.
It was, how can I bring them home? And where we began to create this was out of love.
This wasn't a business.
This wasn't a business. This was at home. Sebi speaks Spanish. People were coming there because he has a persona and a personality. So people were coming. Lots of people were coming.
He was very entertaining.
A lot of people were coming from Mexico. Were you there? People were coming from Mexico, and they were sitting around, and we were talking. She was a baby. I don't know how much she remembers of that. Sasa was, and it was lots of people. People spent the night. That's how we created the Usha village. Yeah. Usha means healing. So we created that. We created the very, very, very beginning was out of love for our people and the healing of the nation. It wasn't a business. People came and talked, and Sebi would say, Ma'a, go make so-and-so. And this great big pot, and we make it, and they came with their alcohol bottles. I don't know what those bottles were. We didn't have no bottles.
Little mini shot bottles.
We didn't have bottles. We didn't have labels, but this is Latin. So they came with those bottles, and we poured it in there. And then we would talk half of the night, all the night, and they would end up spending the night, and people would be all over the floor spending the night. You don't know about that. What are you saying?
How many kids?
About 30, 31. My mom has a different number. Mine is 30,
I say
31.
hundreds.
You say hundreds?
I do. He traveled all over the world, and he had children. So what we actually know, maybe it was 25, and we know more were created after the 25. So that's why she say 30. But I know at least 50, and I know it was way more than that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was a part of it because where we started is traveling. We were traveling, especially to Mexico, but we were traveling all over the world. He used to get really sick, like with asthma. He had asthma from a little boy, and he would get real sick, like bronchitis, and get really, really skinny and just down. He was 200 and something pounds, and he had asthma, and he had diabetes. That's where we began with the herbs, and that's where he began to think about the healing of the nation, the healing of the people. Because when we go to Mexico, we would go to Mexico all the time, and we would travel through, and his personality again, he would pick somebody up off the street, stranger, off the road, because we went into the villages.
Oh, wow.
And we learned from them. We studied herbology, but we studied the body, we studied disease. But where we really learned on firsthand was going into those villages and really experiencing it with the healers there in Mexico. And so in being that he healed himself is what really drew us into this, him being healed and no more asthma. You see how skinny he is.
Yeah, and I mean, he was 81, I believe, before he passed. And smoking herbs, it seemed to me, giving back what he had learned from healing himself from the inside. And of course, you were along that journey. You were there.
I almost died 3 times.
You almost died 3 times.
I was blind, totally blind, paralyzed. It was 3 times.
I see your daughter back there. She's
3 times.
She's like, yeah, she did.
She was there.
Traumatizing.
Yeah, because she was 10. Sasa was a baby, and it was we were traveling because we were always traveling. So this was Dominica, and all the herbs were supposed to be on the plane, but we were on a private plane coming from St. Croix to Dominica. And so he didn't have the herbs, but we were in Dominica before we went to St. Croix. So we had given all the herbs to everybody, and so they brought all
for free.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so they brought the herbs that they had because they weren't in bottles and the fancy labels and all that stuff. Then we put these together and put this together, and we gave that to them. Yeah, and it was all free because he had left to go and get more herbs to come back to give, because
and how did you save yourself from dying 3 times?
It was Savy. He put the herbs on my head. Because I couldn't swallow, and my mouth was twisted, and I couldn't move my tongue. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't move my hands, all of that. It was because the water was contaminated. And I was just born. So Sasa's 37. I'm almost 70. So, this is a long time
You're
ago.
almost 70?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm almost 50.
You are not.
No,
almost,
she's not. She's
I am too.
only 40
Why
something.
do you say that? I'm almost half
I'm
a century years old.
36, and I say I'm 40 every day. I say I'm 40. They're like, Tasha, what is it? Are you 36 or 40? I'm like, it's somewhere in there. I stopped counting.
Yeah, exactly.
I stopped counting.
But that's how we created the hair food oil.
So he put the herbs on your
my head, and my hair was always short,
and they penetrated.
And it penetrated because it was coarse.
No, please.
I'm sorry. Yes.
No, this is amazing stuff.
Oh my God, you're my mom.
Aww.
You're so cute. No, she's like the best. No, I just wanted to say something because she talks about the herb and the poultice that he put on her head. And, there are a few people out there who have created new products that mimic that poultice. I think they call it hair fortifier or something of that nature. I don't really know. It was presented on World Star, a young man. He had purchased something from someone and he put it on his head, that poultice, and it caused his whole face to blow up and his head to get very big. And it was just like, this is allegedly. I'm going to do the Wendy Williams thing, allegedly.
Okay. Okay.
Right. And so there are a few people out there that are mimicking this or trying to recreate this herb. And
that you and Dr. Sabi created.
But but here's and I never really heard the story the way she told it. And so to me, it's amazing that they've taken something so pure and so beautiful that saved my mother's life, and they take it and turn it into something that actually harms someone. And it's amazing because there are so many people out there today that are saying, I was taught under the Dr. Sabi way, or I did this and I did that. And we have to be careful. We have to be careful what we do. We have to be careful what we say, because we are all here. We want to help each other. We want to help our community. But if we're not careful how we produce these products and what you do and what herbs you use, you can be potentially harmful. It can hurt people.
Many of you have asked why we have not tried to help Mr. Jamel Brown with his current health. I want to let everyone know that we have reached out to Jermel on several occasions. As soon as we learned that he had posted some videos on social media, we contacted him to offer help. However, Mr. Jermel Brown retained legal counsel and directed us to his
The product is compromised. And when I say compromised, those are not Dr. Sebi formulas anymore. Look how many people getting side effects from those products. You don't want anything pertaining to Dr. Sebi cell food. Don't follow the fake Instagram. Don't follow that website. Those are not Dr. Sebi's formulas.
People out of you're not a healer, bro. You're not a healer. Bro, them Dr. Sebi cell food products is garbage, bro. You're not a healer, Pablo. You never have and never will, Pablo.
These other people that have been attaching themselves to my father's name because of money, so forth and so on, they don't know how to do the healing. They haven't done it. You know what I mean? It was my mother and it was my father. Now all these other entities attach themselves and they've trademarked my father's name, Dr. Sebi, but they don't know how to do the work. They haven't accomplished that.
So we want people to know, and we're here today to let people know there's more to this healing thing, so to say, than just throwing a few herbs together and say, here's a $1,500 package for herpes or AIDS.
It doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work
and
like that.
And that is, and I was explaining to Usha during one of our private calls, that was called private labeling.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have companies set aside who just already have herbs together, and you just slap your name, slap the logo on there. They can call it Dr. Sebi's original formula and sell it, patent it and sell it. It's really easy. If I want to get 100 bottles right now of this particular, I guess, not according to how you guys